Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma didn't march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we've been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? That energy style with discussing is whack.
So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation. Facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground. Y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your digits, I can just fly on.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your digits, I can just fly on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. This cell is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
for y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. Bye bye, little birds. They thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the rules. We We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirits woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our right. We happiness. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been there all along. Foundational Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know it's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our plains are power, our roots are trees. We know worlds. It's rhythm and grace now, and now we're reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans, still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the root, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never matter. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here, it's what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade. But now the mirror's in your face, no disguise. And you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil. but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't know. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You waved that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, we're fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go.
Do you like that? Do you like that?
Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copies, y'all in black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Still in my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Hate y'all still, hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, suck the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice. Love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBA, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a pool face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we build our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid. You can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the car. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
And erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundational Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live in resistance. From the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
All right. On the afternoon of February 21st, 19...
Chain Chroma, and we're joined with the other host, Lady Che, and we got our West Coast correspondent that just entered the building, Shabaka Sankori, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which I'm the co-executive producer and co-host of. Greetings, Shabaka, from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City.
Greetings from Sand City.
Just came off of a very long city council meeting for more gentrification right next door in the east side in the Cole neighborhood. It's just ridiculous, y'all. It was opposition and they still passed it unanimously.
Damn. Crooked ass bastards.
A lot of opposition. Not just a little bit of opposition, a whole lot of it. And they still passed it. But yeah, we just came up with that. So we appreciate y'all staying up late with us. So on this season 6, episode 14, part 3 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first topic is the Haitians. These goddamn tethers need to stop. The Haitians have basically declared war on FBA, and now they're mad that we're clapping back at them. And it's just been turned into a whole another thing with this delineation. They don't know how to take it. They don't know how to deal with it, but they need to get used to it. So this Haitian had the tetherosity. That's my term. So if you hear anybody else say they got that from me, just like unhoused neighbors, people over profit, power to the people, all of that shit. In these neck of the woods, in the Mile High, I coined them phrases and terms. Haitians called FBAs dirty and have no code. These are the same people that's emulating our culture biting off our culture. They rappers is rapping about our issues, our ills in the hood. They're not rapping about what's happening in damn Haiti. Ain't nobody rapping about what's happening in Haiti. They are all biting off of our shit, but this damn tethered bad wench, I'm thinking she's a tethered bad wench about it. She had the tetherosity to call us dirty when we the cleanest damn people on the earth. And I've lived with all kinds of people other than Black, and we are the cleanest out of all of them. I kid you not, it was abnormal to be clean.
Bad wench.
Yeah. So we got that. Then we got the tether, speaking of tethers, and the Democratic Shield. Uncle Tether Luke Campbell is running for Congress. So Trump
Heard the name.
And
Me so horny.
Seriously, Me So Horny is running for Congress.
Damn.
Latina wants Black and brown unity, but they really they will really address the issues that cause the divide. No, they're not going to address the issues that cause the divide, because that would have to mean exposing the anti-Black racism that exists.
Okay, hold on 1 second, Brother Chad. I got a quick question to ask you. Okay, we were continuing from the topics from last night. Am I correct?
For the most part, Shabaka, whatever Lady Che didn't cover.
I covered what the topic you started with. I covered that.
Okay, did we cover Tyra Banks?
Yeah, you did,
Yeah, I
but
did
you
do
didn't
that.
get Professor's take on
I did.
Okay, so then line this off the list, right?
it yet.
Yes, he did.
No, it wasn't on the Cuba.
Yes, it was.
So you played the Professor Black Truth?
Yes, but it's okay. Go over. You have your take. Yeah, I did do the Tyra Banks thing too.
Right.
I did whatever was in the whatever Jesse told me to do. There was in the queue that fell asleep. So yeah, I did do that. Go ahead. It's okay. You guys could do a different take on it then. I already went over it, but like I just did whatever Jesse told me to do, and that was it.
Okay, yeah, and I apologize for being, disorganized, because I told you I had to do a bunch of ripping and running today.
Yeah, and I apologize for passing out, but I was exhausted, y'all. I had to.
Well, see, that just goes to show, sir, okay, that we put a lot off into this. You see what I'm saying? Because when you're doing projects like this, you're going to get tired, you're going to get fatigued, but you got that hidden desire to succeed.
Right. Goddess Nobby's in the building. She says,
"Hey, Goddess." Okay, and did we do Dr. Umar yet?
Yep.
Yeah.
But
all right, so I can scratch him off the list.
I mean, if you want to, I didn't give my commentary on the shit, but yeah, I'm not down with the Defa movement. I'm with the delineation movement and the reparations movement.
Okay, now what about the Jamaican woman says FBA's playing victim?
Yeah. But
Yeah, that one too. The hell with that tether as well.
Okay, so that got taken care of, right?
Well, I was asleep, but that's my take.
Right.
But yeah, I just put over what Jesse told me to do. That's where he told me to stop.
Yeah, that's a hot bar, twin. Yeah, they can't connect our Wi-Fi.
Now you see. Now let me say something about that there, twin. Is that when we have these Wi-Fi problems and shit like that, man, that's their high-tech shadow bandit.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. But we got
because I go through that same bullshit too.
We next on the list we got FBA brother Adonis gets attacked in Romania.
What?
Then we played the video, Shabaka. Somebody, I think it was Leonard, posted it in the chat, or it was one of them too. But yeah, then we got Black jury makes BLM lawyer paid $3.2 million for calling white kid racist white supremacist. That was
miscarriage of justice
and bullying a Black child. Plantations, capitalism. That's what we're always talking about. And it says, and no one talks about it. We talk about it here at the Frontline Campaign, the Frontline Black News. We Black all the time, not just in February. So,
right.
So it's Black News over here. So they call
Okay,
us.
Twin saying he can't connect to his Wi-Fi.
No. That's a bar, Shabaka. That was in one of the songs.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Michael's in the building. He says, Jesse, Lady Che, Shabaka, C-Jack has an update for California freedmen of chattel slavery. Okay. I'll have to check that out later, Michael. Thank you for that. Goddess Nabi said, right, Shabaka. Amen. Agreed.
Hey, Goddess.
Gruesome Newsom just said some racist ass shit. Yeah. Gruesome Newsom insulting Black Americans by saying, I scored a 960 on the SATs and I can't read and I can relate to you. Ooh, very insulting and racist.
Boy, they need to recall his ass.
Fuck all that. He's been in office.
And he's Nancy Pelosi's nephew. And he
yeah.
Talking about chattels. Yeah, that's exactly it. Then we got the Alabama Solution. This is your neck of the woods, Shabaka.
Yeah.
Oscar-nominated film uses prisoner cell phones to expose deadly prisons.
Mm-hmm.
Then we got Brotha says African men must gatekeep Black women, protect them. And then we got our illegal migrant news, our unhoused neighbor news, and our local Denver/Aurora news. And we give the news from the front line and Black first perspective.
Yes, sir.
Blacc Media and also the signal boosters of the new Blacc Media. We have been on for 6 seasons now.
Yeah.
And
I'm streaming this here on my Facebook page.
I mean, we are part of the new Blacc Media and also the signal boosters of the new Blacc Media. We're getting news from a Black first perspective. And we have been on for 6 seasons now and counting. We have several platforms that are a part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News is the first one. We started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Defense is based on the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. Started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 7 seasons now. And we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced has been around for 11 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago.
Yes, sir.
Part of the Frontline campaign. And that's recently within the last 2 to 3 years moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast, family. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News 1, Frontline Black News 2, the backup channel. Make sure y'all sub up to that. We should have Lady Chase in here, but I typed that in.
Okay, then also please like and subscribe to the Facebook like page, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, and I'm putting it up there right now. They're opening up these lines, family, to any and everybody. Okay, so I've been spending a lot of time, man, kicking people up off of there.
Shabaka, I gotta finish the intro. I'm not done.
Okay.
So we got Lady Che's channel as well, which I'll post a link later on. For Lady Che get in the chat, she can post a link herself. But her channel Seduction Doll, make sure y'all sub up to that. Also, make sure y'all sub up to the RBA, the Revolutionary Agenda, Lady Che's channel for the last 4 or 5 years. And make sure y'all sub up to that. She just covered the data mines on our previous program. So make sure y'all check that out on the Seduction Doll YouTube page. Then we got Jay Militant, our cousin out the Bay Area, our Lokester. His channel was Cracking TV with Jay Militant is also in the description. Kukizi, a brother, does our intro track usually for the Frontline Black News. And our certified codified B1 brother out of the Mile High. His channel description is also in the link. His link is in the description. And then we got Breeze Omega, a brother out of VA, by way of, thank you, Twin, for that. By way of Virginia, by way of New York. Our brother Breeze Omega, make sure y'all sub to his channel. He just surpassed 1,000 subscribers, so congratulations to him. Then we got the Church of Black Power, our brother out of Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas. I think he's got like 2,000 subscribers. Shout out to him. Make sure y'all sub to him as well. And then we got our young brother Black Truth United, who was sitting it down for the time being, but came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day B1 Green Book. If you're familiar with the Green Book, which I'm sure we all are, it's a modern day version of that on a digital form. So if you want to submit your business, make sure you hit the link to the B1 Rolodex that is in the description. And then we got please sign the reparations petition family to change.org. Make sure y'all sign that. We got Brooks too. I need somebody to post Brooks in the chat too. Then we got support the GoFundMe for Lady Che as well. And we got a copyright disclaimer for the umpteenth time to struck, 3 of our channels?
Yeah.
Just for one of them documentaries under, so they don't want that information getting out, obviously. Because we had the copyright disclaimer scrolling the whole time. And I announced fair use, the whole disclaimer, about 2-3 times that night. But anyway. It's not technically.
No, what it is, man, they're not liking this work we're putting in on.
Hold on, Shabak, I got to read it, though. So, copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9-10 areas of human or people activity, and that is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some say health and nutrition. So that's the 10 right there. And that's by the late, great Nellie Fuller Jr., who passed away exactly a year ago. Exactly, the hell with new scum. Passed away exactly a year ago at the age of 94, 95. ProduceJustice.com. And when you are a Black person or captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by the late, great Nellie Fuller Jr. Stay codified all the time. On code, we are prisoners of war. And we're waging back. And ProduceJustice.com. That's how we wage back, by producing justice, replacing this evil, vile, wicked system with a system of justice, which guarantees that nobody's mistreated, and those that need the most constructive help get it in a constructive manner. And
yes, sir. And if I may interject just one thing, Brother Chet, if you go to court,
one more thing.
Go ahead.
And the next one is from our late, great master teacher, Dr. Francis Cress Wilson. Racism, white supremacy is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late, great Dr. Francis Cress Wilson. May she rest in power. She passed away exactly 10 years ago. And shout out to our FBA brother Tariq Nasheed, preparing for her funeral. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. All right. So I'm about to hop right into it. So the Haitian called us dirty, Shabaki.
Damn. And Haiti is one of the most poorest nations in the Western Hemisphere.
But it's not because of us, Shabaki. We didn't have nothing to do with it being poor.
Yeah, that was the French.
Tried to help them out, and this is the thanks that we get. So it's not sharing. My apologies. I thought it was sharing. Let me share it.
Check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like. If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists and the tethers hate that.
Yes.
And now, the Sunday address.
I'm Haitian. Why? Where you from? What's your background? You American? Dirty Black American?
Wait, what?
Huh? Huh? What?
Wait, what'd you
American?
say?
Black American? What?
No. Hold on. You said dirty Black American.
You heard that? You just asked me what I said. I did.
Why you said that?
Because that's what y'all are. Dirty Black American.
She just said that?
I did. A dirty Black American. I sure did. Because that's what y'all
Well,
are.
the division is real.
Of all Americans is dirty Black American.
Yeah,
you know,
we just hip to it.
So what is Haitians then? I'm confused.
Dirty Black Haitian.
Big nigga.
Okay, so keep that energy for everybody. Don't just keep it for us. Like, what are you talking about? Like,
You're
yo,
American.
yeah, hell yeah. Don't ever say no dirty Black American shit. Like, what?
You from the
Like,
South?
my family, like, yeah.
Where?
Why it matter?
No, I'm just asking. No, we're not having a
It's
conversation.
the South. It's the South, regardless. Like, I got family in Florida. I got family in Georgia.
I mean, I want to know, like,
No,
where.
You know, you trying to be. I know what you're doing. Like, I know what you're doing. It's that Caribbean shit. I know what you're doing.
What am I doing?
Just chill out on that dirty Black American comment. That's all. Like,
I'm sorry. You really took offense to that. I apologize.
anybody would take offense to that.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't.
Why you said that though? Why you? I'm saying, why would you even fix your lips and say that though? I'm confused.
Because that's just my experience. Like, it's my experience. So I'm gonna speak on it. But I apologize.
It's your experience?
Yeah. So I apologize
What experience you had?
if I offended you.
You accept the apology?
No.
Nah,
he's
hell,
not.
like that's super disrespectful. Like, yo.
She did say it's dirty Black Haitians too, though.
Nah, I would never fix my lips to say, and I know some dirty Black Haitians. Like, you know what I'm saying? I would never fix my lips to
Okay.
say dirty Black. I wouldn't generalize, like, you know what I'm saying? So, and now it is, bro. That's that Caribbean.
It's
shit.
not.
And this is why we be having the diaspora wars, because the dumb shit words. Remember that other Haitian, bro? Remember the other Haitian shorty? We don't got no culture. Like, it must be a Haitian thing for sure. Like, yeah, I don't know what
I
the
mean, it's
issue
not a
is.
Haitian thing, and I won't say that y'all don't have culture. Like, y'all have the things that y'all do.
We are the culture. Like,
Okay. Y'all have the things that y'all do.
you
Just
know,
like,
we are the culture. That's
just
it.
like, okay, so then Caribbeans are a culture too.
No, y'all have a culture. We are the culture. That's two different things. Like,
It's not.
okay, all right.
As a Caribbean person,
But no, seriously, you took offense, and I apologize.
Of
I see your nose flaring up, and I really don't want you to be upset. Like, I genuinely apologize. I'm sorry.
I mean, I ain't about to. We ain't about to fight or nothing. I'm just like, yo,
but
this is super
I see
crazy.
that
Like,
you're upset, so I really want you
I
to
felt like
know,
you was only comfortable because maybe you thought everybody in here was Caribbean. And you thought they was,
No,
it is Black dirty, and like, you know what I'm saying, like.
A lot of people have already weighed in on this particular video, but I wanted to, but not necessarily for the reasons that everybody else has chimed in on it, though we'll get to that later. Let's go ahead and dispense with the obvious stuff first. This woman showed why the Haitian Revolution became a failure. They won the war but lost the peace, and the country's been on its knees ever since. But how did Haiti wind up surrendering every single one of the hard-won gains that they had during the revolution? People, or rather tethers like this, are the reason why. Haitian culture should represent building. And for a hot second after the revolution, it looked like it would, but that didn't last very long. And everyone from the French to the Americans have been running roughshod over them ever since. Paying reparations to the people who enslaved you? What part of the game is that? Allowing the U.S. to lay claim to your islands and doing nothing about it? And worst of all, allowing the United States to just run off with all of your country's gold, to literally let a foreign power walk in, rip off the entire nation, and then do nothing about it. And this is the person calling us names? That dog has nerve. This is what we mean by tethers go everywhere and cause disruption and chaos. She came into someone else's house where she had been treated courteously, and she was just waiting to say some grimy stuff about them. And then when she was called on it, she tried to act like she hadn't said anything. That's not just fork-tongued and duplicitous, it's also cowardly. But then again, that's what the tether is. This piece of dirt is in the United States, enjoying rights that she didn't fight for, prosperity she did nothing to create and could never have made on her own, in a society that she could never have built, sitting in a clean studio around clean people, and that makes her feel insecure about her dirty self. Well, she has a lot to feel insecure about. She wears her hair the way that FBA women do, or at least she tries in her own awkward way to imitate a culture that isn't hers. And that just eats her alive. What is she even doing in the United States? Well, what she's doing is she's maligning and excoriating Black Americans. Instead, she ought to be going back to Haiti and standing Haiti on its feet instead of running away from it. And now she's talking trash from inside the safety that we made possible. If she was in Haiti, she wouldn't even have a podcast to be on because neither the electricity nor the internet would work. That's not a dig. That's just a fact. The situation in Haiti is dire. And if you can believe it, it's gotten even worse. Their own governmental officials admit this.
Developing tonight, the Justice Department has filed a case to revoke citizenship of a former South Florida mayor.
A fake identity, fake information, a sham marriage. That is among the allegations as prosecutors try to build a case that Philippe Bien-Aimé should be deported because he was supposed to be under another name a long time ago. They say fingerprints from those people actually matched. Well, show them shocked here at North Miami City Hall. All of these people who have worked with him for years now scrambling.
Haitians who snuck into the U.S. are terrified because the Orange Man has ended TPS. Now imagine that the worst thing that could ever happen to you would be having to live in your own country. And this piece of dirt who looks like a melted milk dud, she's talking trash about Black Americans. Obviously, her parents, if she even knows who they are, they must have used her head for a kickball when she was a child. She fled, and when she looks around, she sees Black people who didn't, who fought, and that reminds her of her own failure. And this is projection on her part. Projection is when someone tries to preemptively attack another person who makes them feel insecure by taking their own negative traits and then ascribing them to this other person. When she calls us dirty, she's doing that because she thinks that's what we see when we look at her. And I think we can all agree that we see a dirty person when we look at her, but not because of her nationality or because of her lineage, but because of her character, or rather lack thereof. And let's get something straight. Going through hard times or working one's way through generational dysfunction or trauma, that's not what makes you a failure. Bad stuff happens, always has, always will. Everybody takes an L. But it's how you respond to it that determines if you're a failure or not. The reason people talk about this woman's culture being impoverished isn't because poor means failure. Haiti's not called a failure because it's poor, but their poverty is the direct result of their failure. Their societal and cultural failure created their poverty and keeps them poor. And when you look at people like this tether, you see the reason why it's impossible for the few on-code Haitians there are to build anything there. Just look at who the hell they have to try to build with. And don't kid yourself. This piece of dirt's not alone. She is very much the majority opinion there, and also the majority of the relatives who came here. They practiced the exact same kind of disrespect against other Haitians before she brought that crap to the U.S. When she was asked what she had said, she herself admitted that she calls other Haitians dirty too.
So what is Haitians now? I'm confused.
Dirty Black Haitian.
Oh, I talk about Haitians.
What'd you say about Haitians?
Run from them.
But she
like don't.
That's all I'm saying.
Like,
this
I'm not.
Like Haitians as well.
She has no respect for anything, not even herself. This woman is showing how the Haitians treat each other back in Haiti. What makes the Tethers failures is that they have, as Dr. John Henrik Clarke put it, a broken loyalty system. They refuse to respect each other or to organize or work together on anything. And yet they come here and try to cover up that embarrassment and humiliation by bragging on themselves and attacking us. They have no idea how crazy they sound. This is phony confidence, and everyone can see it. You don't see any foundational Black Americans running off to other people's countries in droves and then living there and telling those native people that they're dirty or otherwise not on our level. We understand respect because that's the foundation of our culture. Tethers don't understand that because they don't respect anything, not even each other. Haiti's problem is in its leaders, but the problem is the leaders reflect the culture that they came out of. This is why their country has been trapped in a nonstop cycle of chaos. If this tether was so superior to us, then why did she flee? Why did literally everyone she knows flee? This is why delineation was necessary and will only continue and intensify. Can you imagine any foundational Black American going on a podcast and unsolicited out of the blue for no reason saying dirty Haitians? Everyone's heard the content posted by the new Blacc Media. Can you find even one where any of us have done anything like that? This is why Haiti is in the horrible shape it's in today, because this tether accurately represents the mentality that's been at work there a long time. Why do they have block wars? Why is everyone fighting and no one's building? because of the fact that there's no respect. And she's a perfect example of that. And this is precisely the kind of infighting and self-hatred that we don't want taking root here. So if she thinks the people who made it possible for her to be in the US are dirty, then she needs to go back to her clean and tidy home and resume wallowing in the mud. Now, there's something else that also needs to be addressed. It's the reason for this evening address, why I decided to tackle this subject in the first place. It's the two individuals who just sat there smiling and trying to make nice in the face of this disrespect. This is the reason why I don't listen to these trash urban podcasters or these pretend imitation breakfast schlub cosplayers. Every time anything that even remotely looks female is in the room, these kind of clowns can always be counted on to start deferring to them and trying to do their clumsy, awkward, corny macking on them. And as a result, they start bowing down to whatever woman is there, no matter how disrespectful she behaves. Because this is the first time that something like this has happened.
Remember that other Haitian, bro? Remember the other Haitian shorty? We don't got no culture.
No, I don't. I'm sorry. I can't do Americans. I need somebody with culture. I'm sorry.
Black Americans got culture. Americans got culture.
You rolling. I need somebody with some culture.
Americans don't have culture.
I got culture.
We got the culture. We are the culture.
Who the culture?
We are the culture. Globally, they know about Black Americans.
No, hold on. We not
globally, they know about Black Americans.
But you gotta remember 1804, baby. I'm the one that won American.
We're not gonna use the word American.
Yeah, Black Americans.
I ain't gonna hold
you. We are the culture. 1804. I'm the reason why you have your independence.
That's the part I hate about
Haitians was the first free independent country, first Black free independent.
That ain't got nothing to do with. That don't got nothing to do with America.
That's nice. I'm just letting you know the reason why y'all have your independence.
Y'all coming over here because of us, because of the hard work that Black Americans do.
You know, Haiti is like in debt for 1 trillion years because
you know why? Because the French owe us how much?
So y'all got independence for what?
Paying.
What?
Wait, when you say Haiti's the reason Americans got their independence, what do you mean by that?
Kylie gonna cook me for that.
What do you mean by that?
Y'all gotta cut that out.
We won.
African Americans are free?
I'm not saying that we set the revolution. The reason we were the first independent free country.
Ain't nobody give a fuck about y'all, bro.
Look at him pointing. Look at him pointing. Are you crazy?
No, but by paying Britain, what?
I'm talking about we set the thing. We the one that set it. 1804. We the first
y'all have.
country.
I'm not gonna go in depth with that, but y'all have.
But what that got to do with America?
African Americans.
We said it, and then y'all followed.
Y'all said it for yourselves, not for no
We said it, and then y'all followed.
And we set the stage for y'all immigrants to come over here and profit off of America.
You're saying that,
and you're mad that we came to.
No, I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I'm telling you what Black culture provided for you and your family.
How that provided for me and my family?
Because we set the standard. We set the standard.
Who came here? I didn't come here.
You here right now?
My family came here.
And you're here now.
And they made their money and they went right back to Haiti. So what's up?
So why you ain't go right back to Haiti?
Because why would I come back to Haiti? I'm Gucci where I'm at.
Where your parents live?
They're here.
What?
And they doing the flow.
How's that going right back to Haiti? That ain't going right back to Haiti.
On Labor Day. They ain't been on Labor Day like 2 years.
They gave more pushback the first time that it happened than they did the second. So what that means is over time, apparently these guys are getting used to this kind of abuse. First time that it happened, at least they did give some pushback. At least they checked her to an extent, not as harshly as she should have been, but at least they gave some appreciable pushback. Second time, for the most part, they just basically gave a couple of token objections. This time around, though, they were a hell of a lot weaker about it. They all but rolled over is what they did. So they've done this before. They've had people on who insulted our lineage, and they sit there just shucking and jiving regardless. And as for this skank, her problem is she sees people who did something greater than the Haitian Revolution against odds that were and remain far higher and far worse. And I said it. The U.S. is a racist regime far more powerful than Napoleon's little hermit kingdom. Don't let anyone ever pull that Haiti-inspired FBA nonsense. We didn't go fleeing there. They came fleeing here. When you inspire people, you draw them into your orbit. The word inspire comes from the root Latin word spirare, which means to breathe into. In other words, to fill something with spirit or life. The Haitian Revolution was a frightening thing to white power at the time, and that's part of why I give them credit. But I'm not letting anyone rewrite history and act like we weren't fighting until 1804. The first slave revolt that these white supremacist historians are willing to admit to in North America was at San Miguel de Guadalupe in modern-day Georgia. Those FBA ancestors burned down the plantation and all its buildings, then walked out of that place into freedom. The Spanish started their little plantation there in 1526, and that was the exact same year that those foundational Black Americans burned it to the ground. 1526. I think that predates 1804 by a few years. Now, don't get me wrong. I fully respect that the Haitian ancestors put in work. That's why we've always saluted them. But we're not going to whitewash the record with this crap that anybody was taking cues from the Haitians of today, or that the Haitian Revolution inspired Black American revolts in the 19th century and the decades leading up to the Civil War. That was not the case. FBA ancestors were putting in work long before Toussaint Louverture or Jean-Jacques Dessalines were even born. If anything, it was out of those rebellions in North America that inspired them, not the other way around, if we're going to be honest about it. And while we're on the subject of Haitian North American influence, 1804 was over 2 centuries ago. What's happened since then? I can show you the influence that FBAs have had on Haitians. Show me where they've influenced us. Again, not to be messy, not a brag, not even an insult, just a fact. And while the white supremacists in the US were shook by the Haitian Revolution's success, they also quickly realized that the Haitians weren't organized or culturally prepared to continue that success. And that's how they wound up paying reparations to their slave masters and allowing the US and others to take full advantage of them economically. This in a land that they allegedly liberated and were supposed to have been ruling since they're the majority there. We, on the other hand, as a minority under the world's most oppressive regime, managed to do in 100 years what the Haitian majority did not in over 200. And with delineation going strong, you got a number of these tethers who are saltier than the crusty Yaki weaves on their heads. But these two shucking and jiving fools who have this little podcast, they didn't do any checking, not really, especially not with this second one, because there's no backbone in them. When someone shows any sort of disrespect to our lineage, the gloves are supposed to come off. You're supposed to read that bastard up one side and down the next and tell them all about their dirty selves and then kick them out. Once they violate the rules of comity, you don't follow the rules of hospitality any longer. All this trying to play nice anyway and just sitting there looking like Fred the Fool trying to laugh it off because these clowns were clearly hoping to score some dirty drawers off that pig. The job of fools like this is to present Black men to the world as weak and present Black Americans as not worthy of respect because obviously we don't demand it. It's precisely the kind of thing we need to call out. There is no excuse for being a coward, no excuse for being all bashful and sheepish when you're being disrespected. I mean, just look at how strong a stance he took when he said, "We are the culture." Just look at how strong and hard that he pushed back.
And I won't say that y'all don't have culture. Like, y'all have the things that y'all do.
We are the culture. Like,
okay. Y'all have the things that y'all do.
Yeah, that'll show her. He kept his voice so low you could barely hear it, and he had his head down like a whipped dog. Like he was ashamed. Navel gazing at a time like that. We come from a lineage of fighters. We come from a lineage of people who don't tolerate disrespect. And anyone who bows down like a coward and lets tether trash insult them to their faces and then try to laugh it off like a punk, trying to talk their way out of a fight instead of knuckling up, I don't have any respect for that. And I don't waste my time with it. And if you ask either of these punks why they didn't check that heifer or throw her out, they'll say, "Well, I mean, we didn't want to make a argument out of it. I mean, we didn't bring our guests here for that." Well, your guest came there to be disrespectful, and when somebody does that, they're not a guest anymore; they're an intruder. When someone is invited in, they're obligated to show manners and appreciation if they want you to show them hospitality. Instead, this heifer came in the door talking trash, and they're just smiling and laughing about it. Respect isn't mandatory for them. Well, we can be disgusted with these two, but you can't be surprised. I don't know who these clowns are, but a number of you surely do, and if you're surprised, my question is why? Are these two Harvard scholars the kind of individuals you think of when we say unapologetically Black? And I'm sure that if you talk to either one of these two, they'll tell you that they're independent and nobody can make them say what they don't want to say. Yeah, but clearly people can make them take abuse. You lose brain cells when you consume mind rot like this, which is why I don't. That's why trash like this heifer don't come to any Blacc Media outlets. They don't even attempt it. Sure, they'll crash out on somebody's group chat or something, but to do something like this? No. They know better because we condition these tethers what to expect. So they stick to the only thing that a coward can do. They do their little pop-up ambushes, spout some gibberish, and then they get blocked. As far as they're concerned, well, we didn't take much of an L. But the reality happens to be they know that they would never, ever do that to our faces. They know that they couldn't. Well, at least not to us. So whether it be any of these tethers talking trash or the individuals who decide to host them, nobody comes out of this looking honorable at all. How the hell do you decide to try to laugh off somebody disrespecting you to your face? Well, as foundational Black Americans, we know better, especially as part of the B1. We know that this is inappropriate behavior, especially in the face of open hostility. And that being the case, as a message to the tethers, you better start learning how to clean up your act, or you'll get cleaned out. Good evening, and B1. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Nico, Cornell Sly, Black History Month, Semesta, and Immigrant B1. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right,
family and fellow soldiers.
What are your thoughts on the Haitian tether?
Once again, self-hatred.
Self-hatred.
Self-hatred. I mean, that's a mighty, mighty drug. You know what I mean?
So that's what you chuck it up to?
Yeah, self-hatred. You know what I mean? Because you got to keep in mind is that France had used Algeria as a nuclear bomb testing ground in the early 1960s. France would also go down there to Haiti, put in vaccines that's designed to kill them. Then not to mention the fact that Haiti has a bunch of earthquakes down there and they still ain't built up their infrastructure, you see. So yeah, so something is very, very definitely wrong, you see.
Yeah, it's deliberate, Shabaka. But the people,
yeah, by the French.
Not only that, Shabaka, they got classism and colorism in Haiti all throughout.
Oh yeah, real bad.
So
real bad.
It's internal factors as well. It's not just the Europeans. It's their own people. They don't want Haiti to succeed. They don't want Haiti to prosper. They're not doing nothing to build their homeland. They're sitting up here eating for us, talking crazy to us, and think that we're going to put the cape on for them when they're getting deported by ICE. ICE ain't
they got some issues.
So they need others like this, bro. She needs to be the next one with a life after deportation. What are your thoughts, Lady Che?
My thoughts yesterday.
Oh yeah. Shabaka says self-hatred. I say vitriol for the ones that even made it possible for you to come here. But I had a couple Haitians I was cool with. One by the name of Shaba, after Shaba Ranks. It was
Mr. Lover Man, huh?
Yeah. Because at that time when I met him, I was still a Pan-Africanist. So I was like, Haiti was an example for the world. Not acknowledging there was already uprisings going on here centuries prior to that. So that's my bad on that. But he was cool for the most part. I actually seen him recently before I moved, Shabaka, from the ocean. So Lady T already gave her take. I gave my take. You took your take. So now we on to Luther Campbell, another goddamn tether, running for Congress.
Now who's this trick?
Remember Two Live Crew, Shabaka?
Yeah.
The head singer or rapper of that. Luther Campbell. He's a tether. He was shilling hard for goddamn Kamala Harris the last.
Oh Lord.
They had him.
Lord.
So now he's running for Congress.
Okay.
Down in Miami, southern Florida.
No, down there with the panties. Florida needs to take their panties off.
I guess he ran for mayor part previous to this. He didn't win, thank God, but he ran. But yeah, he's running for Congress now. So Professor gonna give us his take on that. And shout out to Professor Black Truth. I've been listening to Professor Black Truth for over a decade. He around for damn near 20 years down there.
Yeah, and I finally differentiated between him and Jason Blacc because I thought that they were one and the same. Yeah.
I used to think that too, Shabaka, until him, Tariq, and Jason Blacc did a conference call on YouTube.
Oh, okay. Okay, Goddess Navi says, have several seats, Luther Campbell. You are 65 years old and delusional. Well, I'm going to tell you something, Goddess Navi. When a motherfucker get up in that age group and he doesn't change his goddamn mind over the course of this thing called life, yeah, he is delusional.
Very much so. So we're going to get to how delusional he is. Professor going to give us an update on that.
I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
This morning, we're looking ahead to the 2026 election, and Luther Campbell is running for Congress. The former rapper, better known as Uncle Luke, says he wants to represent District 20. That seat is currently occupied by Congresswoman Sheila Sherfilis McCormick, who right now is fighting a federal indictment. Campbell rose to fame as a member of the Miami hip-hop group 2 Live Crew. These days, he's known for his community outreach. He recently resigned as the head football coach at Miami Edison High School. Campbell says that he wants to bring a spirit of bipartisanship to Congress while addressing issues surrounding education, crime, cost of living, and immigration.
When you look at this district, it's 700,000 people in it, but at the same time, it's 300,000 people that are, they have temporary status that can be affected. And we know how Donald Trump feels about Haitians.
Well, we asked Campbell about his campaign and how he expects to run it, and he says, well, it's going to be fun.
Well, at least he's making it clear whose vote he wants. Last night, we talked about 2 Haitians who were disrespecting foundational Black Americans, and it seems we're going to continue that overall theme into this morning. This isn't an election competition. This is going to be tether wars. Sheila Sherfilis McCormick is Haitian, by the way. We've talked about her before. She's part of the Immigrant Black Caucus, dedicated to making sure that FBA votes get drowned out by, well, anyone who's not a citizen. But now it seems we got this relic from the 1990s who's going to throw his Timu pimp hat into the ring. Enter Luther Campbell. He's an immigrant too. His mother is Bahamian and his father is Jamaican. So, of course, his very first move is to reach out to Haitians because he thinks that this is going to undercut McCormick's support. Never mind that she's Haitian herself, and these immigrants have shown that they prefer their own immigrant group. That's part of the reason why they don't have the ability to unite with other immigrant groups. That's the problem with a bunch of opportunists. Oh, and on a side note, haven't you noticed how whenever these Negroes wind up finding themselves on the wrong side of the law, these little bootleg politicians, you don't see the white Democratic hierarchy coming to their rescue or claiming we need new laws to protect them. No, they just let them swing in the wind. That's the devil's bargain these chumps make. But Uncle Luke knows that he doesn't have any real support from the FBA community. Like so many of these bootlicks, though, he's hoping that he can get somewhere without having to deal with us because his entire goal is to do like these other professional butt kissers and to get himself a government job, finesse himself some way into the government circle so that he can milk it for all the patronage and influence peddling he can get. I don't know how corrupt this Sherfilis McCormick woman is, but I'm willing to bet you that if Luther Campbell, by some unholy miracle, does make it to Congress, he'll have whatever alleged corruption she's committed beat by a country mile. I mean, seriously, what the hell makes anyone think that Luther Campbell can be taken any more seriously than, say, Herschel Walker? It just goes to show American politics is not politics anymore. It's just comedy. I find it amusing, though, that the man whose music was the bane of teachers and parents back in the 90s is now involved with coaching and community outreach. That's already scary. I'd love to say that he's come a long way since his days of smut peddling on wax and showing his little softcore porn videos masquerading as music videos, but that wouldn't be the truth. Smells to me more like all that money he and his crew made back in the day probably has run a little bit low, or just run out altogether, and this is his plan B. You know, the person I blame for this, though, is Donald Trump. Not because of his immigration policies. That has nothing to do with this. I blame Trump because ever since the orange man got himself elected, it's convinced every Tom, Dick, and Harry with delusions of grandeur and an ego, or in Luther Campbell's case, a washed-up entertainer, to think that if a former reality TV star and professional BS artist like Trump can become president twice in a row, then hell, anybody can do it. Or at the very least, anybody can make it to Congress. That's the only message they took away from Trump's victory, that basically the bar is so low now that any moron can get over it. And so all the morons are trying. And what exactly is Luther Campbell's political platform? Immigration, because he knows that's what's important to the DNC leadership. This is tripling down on their failed strategy to ignore FBAs and see if they can win office regardless. That's who these people are, family. They'd rather lose with the wrong policies than to win with the right ones. They don't see the GOP as their political opponents. They see our righteous demands as being the only real threat. The Democrats freely have made deals with the GOP. They even support GOP candidates like Liz Cheney. But when it comes to anything regarding us, they have zero tolerance. They are 100% opposed to anything coming from us or anything that would benefit us. But as ridiculous as the Democrats have become, it makes all the sense in the world that Luther Campbell would probably run as one of their candidates. You know, I remember when Kanye West put himself on the presidential ballot as a joke a few years back, but this is worse. He's not doing this to be helpful to Black Americans. And if he were to run for office, he would do the same crap that the others in the Immigrant Black Caucus have done. Name anything that Joe Neguse, Stephen Horsford, or the likes of Barack Obama or Kamala Harris has ever done for anyone but themselves. And speaking of self-serving people, you can bet there's going to be a bunch of other washed-up rappers from the 90s who are going to be trying to get 5 seconds of fame by pretending as if they're supporting him. That's the great thing about Florida politics. It's crazier than California, but with none of the charm or productivity. Now, Luther Campbell is a tether, not because he's from the Caribbean. That's not what makes someone a tether. But because he came here, benefited enormously from our culture and our music. But if you're old enough to remember, then you'll recall Luther Campbell also marked a turning point in rap music, and not a good one. He did as much as anyone, if not more, to begin the vulgarization of rap music. He introduced raunchy, perverted themes into the genre. Before the Two Live Crew, the music had a very different way of presenting itself, especially where the depiction of Black women was concerned. Now, sure, there may have been some guys who put a toe across the line. Ice-T's famous album cover for Power was certainly something that pushed the envelope. But for the most part, even Ice-T stopped at that point. People had self-respect and they wanted to be respected. That's FBA culture, and we know it is because when Two Live Crew came along with Me So Horny and their other pornographic material, they didn't push the envelope, they tore it to pieces. They were the ones who introduced strip club culture into hip-hop. They were explicit about it, and their success made it where a lot of other low-talent people figured that this was the fastest way to make it big. The kind of things that Luther Campbell introduced at that time were not universally embraced. In fact, there was a lot of pushback to it from the FBA community in the 90s. And this was not a bunch of prudes or people who were stuck up. These were people who recognized that something alien and foreign was being introduced into our midst, and the white media was pushing it to the hills, glamorizing it. It's easy for people to resort to their lowest possible nature, especially if it's being promoted by the most powerful segments of the society. Young people in particular, and young females in specific, want attention, and they'll do any stupid thing to get it. And what is it that young people look for? What is it that they want to do? Something easy, something fast, immediate gratification. And understand something. When the young go in the wrong direction, they'll take the entire society with them. What holds people in check are social mores. Mores are your social customs, that which the community understands is right and proper for them to do. People in these groups also understand that violating social mores carries penalties. But as I've told you for nearly 20 years now, the entire reason that we're infested and overrun by tethers, bootlicks, agents, shills, and ops is because these traitors understand that they can work against the community's interest, they can undermine us, even openly attack us, and still be able to eat the next day because the dominant society will feed them, at least for a while. So as long as they can get some crumbs from Massa's table, for these turncoats, attacking the FBA community becomes a victimless crime. Or in many cases, it's not a crime at all. It's just a cheap and easy way to get a come-up. This is the well that Luther Campbell draws from, and he intends to drown us in it if we let him. You want to know why Marcus Garvey and every other significant figure of note from the Caribbean had to flee to the U.S. to get support for what they wanted to do? And why, when Garvey was deported back to Jamaica, that was the end of his movement? Look at what Luther Campbell did. The kind of backstabbing and disrespect that he's done, that's the norm in those places. The reason these tethers are so quick to show no respect for us is because in their home countries, they didn't show any respect for each other. A broken loyalty system. That's what last night's Sunday address was about. They're chasing the delusion of white acceptance. They still want to be accepted by their colonial masters. And in many cases, in fact, in a majority, I would say, they see themselves as being white, or at the very least, they see themselves as having a superior mentality because they've bought totally into the idea that excellence means to adhere closely to the contempt for Black people that their white masters had for them. This is why there's so much dysfunction, and they can't unite or organize or even cooperate. They wave the flag of their home country, but without the dominant society to feed them, they would have nothing. By the way, while we're on the subject of fleeing, you want to know another huge reason that the tethers constantly shout out the very countries they fled from, and why even though they fled to the other side of the world, they still refer to themselves by whatever country in Africa or whatever island in the Caribbean they came from? They learned that from their white colonial masters too. These Europeans, particularly the British, live in countries around the world. They're born in countries all over the place, and yet they refer to themselves not as immigrants, but as expats, which means expatriates. An expatriate is defined as someone who withdrew themselves from residence in one's native country. Now, it's also defined as renouncing allegiance to one's country, but when have you seen any of these white expats do that? The closest they ever came to that was when you had white racists in Africa calling themselves setting up their own puppet regimes, like the fictional and now non-existent Rhodesia. That's about the closest that these white expats ever came to renouncing their home countries. And as we all saw, they only did that for show. It was never serious. But the behavior of these white expats is always based on bragging about some country in Europe that most of them weren't born in, and a lot of them never even set foot in. They're in someone else's country living it up. And they also make it a point to tell the native population that they benefit from having these hostile, arrogant foreigners in their land. Any of this sounding familiar yet? Now, understand something. Luther Campbell doesn't want to go to Congress because he wants to produce for Black people. This is yet another blatant example of a self-interested professional BS artist who's only out for himself. But don't be surprised when some other washed-up has-beens decide that they're going to come slithering around telling you that there's something in it for you and me. Luther Campbell's come out the gate saying exactly what his idea is. He's not even pretending that he's going to be a candidate for us. He wants to make it clear. Immigration's going to be his issue. One's got to wonder if he has any outstanding problems on that front. Either way, I got to admit, it would make all the sense in the world for him to run as a Democrat. Remember, the only reason anyone knows who this talentless clown is because 30 years ago he put out a so-called album that had a picture of strippers with their butts to the camera. Well, I guess this time around the campaign slogan will be, "Get your booty off the pole and to the polls." Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Irise, Emir Miller, Kenneth Johnson, Wesley Monroe, and Naji95. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right, Shabaka, what's your thoughts on Uncle Ted or Luke running for Congress?
I hope his ass loses. You know what I'm saying? Is because he's believing in a system that doesn't believe in his ass.
Shabaka, it's not only that. He's not running for Black people. He's running for illegal immigrants.
Damn, that's even worse. That's even worse. And like we putting a message out there, hey, you all, we sitting this one out. You see what I mean? We sitting this one out. You all sitting up here wondering why we're not out here, is to quote Brother Che, caping for your ass, is because we got too much in-house business for ourselves to handle. So you got to go hold your own Johnson. You know what I mean? Because I ain't giving you shit.
Right.
Yeah, that's for real.
Right.
And all y'all out there in internet land, if you don't like what the fuck I'm saying, hey, come on up and I'll cuss you out on air and humiliate your ass.
They don't want that smoke, Shabaka. What, Khalifa? What, baby? What, Khalifa? Khalifa want to get
Khalifa want to get on TV.
Yeah. She just hopped her ass up on the counter.
Yeah, she knows when TV is on.
Yeah. Now she's on my neck.
Yeah.
Oh,
Then I'm looking at another sorry ass sack of shit up here on Cartoon Nazi Network, Hakeem Jeff.
I'm trying to pull Uncle Cheddar Luke's campaign website up. Even goddamn website up. Crazy. I don't see a website, bro. What, the hair? No, it didn't say nothing. This is newspaper articles, no website yet. But I guess from the articles, she's talking about immigration.
Okay, hot off the press, people. The dumps approval ratings at 36%. Yeah, so that motherfucker there, he's sinking, man. You know,
Sinking ship, just in time for a new war.
Well, you have to understand that war is big business, just like the Vietnam conflict.
Yeah,
Lady Bird Johnson's family owned Bell helicopters. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, he's a Democrat. Job creation, affordable housing, youth programs, education, crime, and immigration. That's his platform. For Florida's 20th congressional district. He's challenging.
Now, what about the atrocities that Florida had committed against Black people?
Did you hear reparations anywhere in that platform I named out? No. He's a Democratic shield. He's gonna toe the Democratic line, and that means no tangibles for the Black people in his district.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
He's
and
trying
what they're gonna
Sheila Khalifis, something McCormick.
Cleophas.
Yeah.
Cleophus. That's Cleophas.
No. Filus. McCormick, who was facing the federal indictment. That's the one we covered previously, Shabaka. We covered getting in trouble federally for some tax evasion.
Yeah, well, he's only doing 80% of that time in the feds.
Yeah.
Real.
So she's under the gun right now. So now he think he can jump and take her seat. But he ain't even got no website up. But it looked like he announced like a week ago he was running.
Okay. So probably Brother Che, he's probably operating what they call a shoestring budget.
Yeah.
So for all practical purposes, that means that motherfucker's standing out there by a bus stop with a bucket of coins.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past that cheddar. So that's him. What's your thoughts, Lady Che? Yeah.
Nothing. I thought that when he did his docu-series, I think like 2 years ago, I thought he was, nobody talked about any of the good things he did. Because he did do some good things, but they were focused on all the negative stuff that he did. I kind of had a feeling that he wanted to do something politics at the end of that docu-series, but again, didn't take it seriously. He was like, I don't know, I kind of feel like how I thought about him, like, the fuck you gonna take this so seriously?
Right.
When he kind of talked about it then, I said, who the fuck takes these awards seriously?
Right.
Like, come on, cuz. Like,
white people.
Like, look like that same motherfucker. Like, you know what I mean? You're like the fucking soundtrack to picnic, really?
Right. That's exactly what it is.
So,
The whole.
you're like motherfucking BET After Dark. You hear me?
Yeah, uncut.
Uncut. You hear me? After Dark. Okay, did a video to come on late at night.
Uncut music on wax.
Yeah. You hear me? When you flip your channel, watching
Yeah.
twerk videos at like midnight.
Yeah.
You're like, whoa, you hear me? Whole level exposure.
Yeah.
Not 106 in Park. It's After Dark.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's tipped real time.
Yeah, it's over here, but there's a whole different level after like a midnight. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
you're like, whoa, twerking, dollars,
Mm-hmm.
ballers. Like, all kind of shit going on after dark. You get exposed. He was that.
John Mahler, huh?
He was that big,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? So I was like, hey, we're gonna take that shit seriously. And then the shit that he was talking about, it kind of sounded like he was like on a Willie D tip. You know what I mean? Like when he talked, he had little moments.
Democratic Shield.
Yeah, like I thought it was like listen to Willie D
Mm-hmm.
when we're mad at him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's like kind of like chilling a little bit of, you know what I mean?
A little bit, a
And
whole lot
then
of.
when Kamala Harris was very, or whatever, he was really on that tip.
Mm-hmm.
You know, referred to her as Black woman.
Oh my God, that shit was
Just that kind
sickening.
of, just that kind of shit, you know. And this document, the document series is like, it's like a 1 or 2 hours, but it was like whatever. It was like anything else. I learned at that. I was like, damn, it did kind of some good shit. You know, can't find with the label, whatever.
Yeah, we helped that bitch lose.
Yeah. Well, a lot of things help her lose, but yeah, a lot of things help her lose. And it's not gonna get better, you know,
Yeah.
on the next term. So this is the same shit. It's gonna be like Stephen A. Smith.
Oh, God.
He has a chance, but I'm thinking they're like, yeah. Oh, there's nobody else.
Yeah, fuck Stephen A. Smith.
Here's another damn shield.
Yeah, I'm like, you know, he's doing that. He's doing the build up
Mm-hmm.
for running.
So when his docu-series coming?
Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah.
Why do we gotta see that? He's off brand. Like, what do we not know about him?
Right.
He's emotional.
Mm-hmm.
He's half angry, half whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, you don't know when he's gonna be angry, going off, and then not going off. Right?
Right.
And he's lying. Like, the people I represent want me to run. Who's that?
Who you represent? Your
Yeah,
paymasters?
What are you talking about,
You
guys?
talking about your paymasters?
Yeah, the people who
The ones that you said you don't mind working for?
Yeah.
As long as they break him off a little bit of what they make?
Basically white people.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, it's whatever. It's that hype this motherfucker up. Think about it. Create that controversy in the discussion and keep it, you know, just have a little bit of mystery. But he's so transparent, it's obvious, it's stupid. You know what I mean? Like, really? Or he can't, like, come on now, like, what does he do anymore anyway? In the sports, you know what I mean? What does he really contribute?
Not a damn thing, Lil Tay.
You know, the sports really anymore? You really don't do politics? He's like half in, half out.
Mm-hmm.
So, we don't really know where it really stands. Except that, you know, the shill plantation, you know?
Big time.
Yeah, so, I don't know. It's just like that. It's just like that. And I feel like they're running out of black people, so they just throw anything at the wall now. Because what they got is not bringing us to the yard. So they go, oh well, let's throw him at this. Throw her, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whatever sticks, whatever you know is gonna raise the foundational Black American stand in the line and vote type fucking vibe.
Yeah, he's gonna run as a Democrat. He said his party affiliation is Democratic.
Right.
But he's self-described fiscal conservative.
Right.
And a social liberal.
Whatever that means. I like that sounds like You with the agenda.
Yeah.
Whatever they're talking about. Mm-hmm.
Believes the Democratic Party lacks vision and strong leadership.
Yeah.
That's his motivation.
I wouldn't follow him down a hallway.
And his approach is described by supporters, whoever they are, as a combative, attention-grabbing candidate.
If that's the case, they would be like that with Crockett, because she's combative and attention drawing, but not, you hear me?
Yeah.
They throw her under the bus. They'd rather have that chicken and fry bitch than that rock. Remember?
Yeah.
Well, like, let's store pennies out of told Trump for a steak. I forgot where he was. Where is he? Where was he? He was like some kind of chicken place, right?
Yeah.
I forgot what that was. I bet she's ratchet too. They're not at anybody right now. Democrats. Mm-hmm.
They're writing the articles about this nigga running for president.
Right.
Man, I'd much rather have Tricky Dick back than that trick, man.
Right.
I really
Get it.
See my chest.
Yep.
Anybody else. Like, I mean, like, it's gotta be other people. Like, is there any other options? Yeah, really. Like, this is the representation. This is who you choose. No wonder.
Remember, oh boy, that Shabaka dog walks Black son. He is running for president in 2028 too.
You said that?
Yeah, remember?
You said that?
Yeah, remember? He said that years ago.
Oh, I can't do it.
He said he gonna run in 2028 too.
All right. Is he gonna take off the tank top?
He gonna have to put a suit on. He gonna have to go back to doing his videos with suits on.
Right. I'm gonna live in a tank top and shorts. Like real. I'm gonna Mr. Mega.
He down in the South. It's humid.
No, that's just his vibe. That motherfucker a low key raver.
Yeah.
That's his vibe. Bet you $20 to turn off the lights. He got glow sticks and shit.
Yeah, he's weird like
You know
that.
what I mean? Like he raving in the basement.
Mm-hmm.
And the truck and shit, rocking out with glow sticks. Like that, like in a rave.
Yeah.
Little rocker.
Yeah.
Like you can't feel the vibe.
Yeah.
You gotta listen to black music, that motherfucker rocking out.
Yeah, he's walking out. Right.
You know, he had banging in the truck and shit. Dress flying everywhere.
Even though black people started rock and roll.
Right. Like he over there in the truck being emotional.
Oh, thank you for reminding me, brother Chad. I've been cussing out a bunch of these Elvis bums, man, on social media.
Being emotional, like he was that day.
Yep.
I was like, why are you so emotional?
Right.
I'm Uncle Chad.
Right.
Calm down. Don't tell me I can't say Black Power.
Right.
Who's what?
And based off of King Noble.
I don't even know who that was. I was like, some irrelevant fool. Why we arguing about Big Bang? He's black.
He kept saying Vivek was black, Shabaka.
But he said he was upset that because he did the, shit that I thought was like whatever.
I'm saying he was not black.
But
He's a Brahmin.
I was mad because I was so empowered.
Baka, they heard you get the other night on AP. Wait a minute. Okay, wait a minute. Is this Specify Goddess Navi? They heard you the other night on EP. What is EP?
You know what I mean? That's why he tripped out.
I guess he was spitting bars the other night or something, Shabaka.
Okay, what's EP, Goddess Navi?
Shabaka. Episode.
Hey, back to what I said. You know, all of my black empowerment shit, man. All of my nationalist shit. You know?
The entertainer whose name you don't mention. Oh.
So he wilded out on me. And
okay. And okay, could you code that Goddess Navi to refresh my memory?
Elvis.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's
I'm gonna say it again, and I'm taking personal responsibility for this comment. Fuck Elvis Presley. And I want to make that perfectly clear, by the way.
That's a given, Shabaka. Fuck Elvis. He didn't create a damn thing.
And then too, Goddess Navi, you know, Brother Che already knows that I said this before. Before your information, I bumped into Little Richard in South Central LA at a bank. And Little Richard himself was saying that Elvis Presley was not the king of rock and roll. It was Little Richard, it was Chuck Berry and Bo Diddley.
Right. Sorry.
Right. Good shit. All right, carry on.
All right. So moving along.
I'll say I'm no longer musty after this.
I'm no longer musty.
Yeah, because that was the one that came on after that.
Mm-hmm.
I was seeing that earlier today.
Latino wants black and brown unity. No.
Forget it. We already tried it.
Oh, this choose out of order.
Hold your own lips.
Right.
Hold your own lips. I'm sorry. Hold your own breath. That's the white people. Why don't they ask the white people to hold their hand? Oh, I forgot. They're already doing that.
Exactly. They're already doing that.
They're doing that outside. I forgot. My fault. You see how where it's going with that.
Mm-hmm. All right. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm looking for the next video. This ain't it. Here it is. It's Uncle Phil. He's gonna give us an update on this Latina who wants black and brown unity, but won't really address the issues that cause the divide.
I want to talk about black and brown relations, and a lot of people been want to have these conversations as of late, and I love these conversations actually, because some of these conversations are productive, some of them are, you know, people just kind of spinning the wheels a little bit. But let's go on and play what this Latina has to say, and let's just have a proper response to it.
The tension between the Black and Latino community needs to stop, and we need to be the generation to stop it. Anti-Blackness exists in our community. We know this. Anti-Blackness also exists within the Black community itself. All communities of color struggle with this. And the reason why is what we all have in common. We were all colonized and trained to have a mindset of you versus me for survival. But that ends with us. We need to lead with unity and not division. We have to be the change we want to see. We have to stop.
It didn't work, lady.
In both communities and make the decision that we are going to choose to be united versus divided.
Now, this is why I will say up front, I'm cool with just about any group of people that's cool with me. I know people of all communities, and I get along with people of all communities. I take no issue with no group of people. I really don't personally, because I think that's kind of stupid, to be honest with you. And I just don't have that kind of time to be beefing with people. But you're speaking on an issue and you're not getting deeper into the issue. Yes, you're 100% right. Black Americans and Latinos and Asians and everybody else had dealt with some form of colonization. Of course, we dealt with slavery. Latin America dealt with slavery as well. You have, of course, you know, some of the Caribbean is Latin American. A lot of us was affected by slavery or colonization one way or another, which is true. And in that effect, what was left behind was, yes, anti-Blackness and colorism, in particular in Latin America and also in the Latino communities. If you go back to, remember Nuri Martinez, when she was making those comments, she was talking about Black folks and the Oaxacans. That's other Latinos she's talking about. So the issue a lot of times is the colorism. And you know, colorism is deep in Latin America. It's very, very deep. If you look at it, you would not even think Black people exist in Latin America. We are heavy in Latin America. You don't see Black people on TV a lot in a lot of Spanish language TV and movies unless they are the hired help or the villain or things like that, right? They had this indigenous woman, I forgot the lady's name, some years ago from Mexico, and I think she was on the cover of Vogue, and a lot of them was upset. if you remember the actor that played Namor on the second Black Panther movie, a lot of them were upset because he was a representation of Mexico, right? At that time. And they was upset with him because he's dark skinned, that he wasn't that light skinned, whiter type of Mexican man that they want to have up front, right? So that's really the core of the issue and really where that comes from. So in the homeland, you don't you discriminate against the indigenous people and Black people. So then when you immigrate to the United States of America, it continues. You see white is right, Black is wrong. So it's kind of easy to get into that. Very, very easy. That's really the simple part of it. So you say that, well, we need to unite and not divide. Well, I would tell you, as Black Americans, we did not say, hey, there's a Latino, a Latina, let's go ahead and divide with them. For years, we have said we want a Black and brown coalition. Everything something happens, we say Black and brown people, Black and brown, Black and brown, Black and brown. I mean, tongue twisted saying it, right? We have said this. Last night, we talked about Reverend Jackson leading a march into Mexico back in '84 to talk about the mistreatment of undocumented workers. And none of them were Black American he was talking about. Black people have put a lot into standing up for the brown community. We have. But unfortunately, it wasn't reciprocated. That's really what it is. And because it wasn't reciprocated, now white supremacy is attacking you wholesale. I mean, pretty bad. And now some of you say, hey, we need to come together. But it's more steps than, and you mentioned some steps of coming together. But let me, it's one sister said something on the video that was the coolest thing I ever heard. She said, if you want to start with Black and brown unity, start in the prison first. And I'm like, but then if you know people that have been in prison, the reason why she said that is because more Black people and Latinos are in jail than the folks. The Latinos would join with the whites, the Aryans, against Black people. That was what she meant. How is it that you're going to join with the oppressor against Black people? Black people have never oppressed anybody. Right. You have gangs over here. That has to be addressed, especially in Southern California. Yeah. That will racially target Black people. Yeah. That has to be addressed too. Yeah. And Black people have responded to some of this. Black people, of course, some of them responded in ways that I would respond to it, but some just, go tit for tat. Some go petty. These things have to be talked about at least in your community, ma'am. Yeah. Now I know you're Puerto Rican, look like you're Puerto Rican. And I'm not saying that's been the relationship with Puerto Ricans and Black people. Yeah, they may have some divide here and there, but it hasn't been like what's going on in LA type of thing with Puerto Ricans in New York and things like that. So most, Puerto Ricans and Black people kind of grew up together in New York, and they kind of more integrated a little bit more. Definitely, I've seen that myself in New York. But in other places, sometimes it could be an issue. Now, I'm just being 100. My experiences with a lot of Mexicans in Texas, or maybe people from Guatemala or different Latino groups, I've never had a problem with them. The first time I really heard of a big tension was out of California. And I'm like, what? Like, y'all don't get along? And like, no. And then once I learned about everything that happened, I'm like, oh, wow. Like, why? Like, why are they attacking Black folks like that? Like, we don't have the homeland messed up. We haven't done anything to anybody. Why are we? And that's what gets a lot of us just really upset as Black Americans. So now what you have some people, who say, "Nah, I'm cool. I don't want no nothing with nobody. I am good. We just gonna work with Black Americans, and that's it." We focusing on our lineage. We're gonna focus on lineage-based policies. That we can get, because that's the only way we can get reparations. If we focus on lineage-based policies, we can't do it with minority coalitions. That's going to dilute lineage-based policies that we're trying to fight for. And so we're going to have to more focus on that. And we should focus on that. We got to get was definitely ours to our particular lineage with this government. Now, is every Black person out here trying to fight with somebody? No. Listen, don't let what people say online means that's everybody in the real world. Because look, I'm in the real world seeing people every day. I go play to the places, the gym, all that. I see people of all communities, and nobody's beefing. Nobody's doing anything. So the divide happens, I think, a lot more politically. The divide happens on the jobs. Let me talk about that. I have not seen black men in particular say, hey, oh, Miguel's over there. Oh, no. We gotta figure out a way to get Miguel fired so I can bring in Tyrone. I've never seen black men do that. But I have seen, ma'am, men of maybe not Puerto Ricans, but men of just the Latino persuasion try to report a black person or whatever to get them fired so they can bring their family in. Like, that causes tension. Why are you messing with another man's job? Okay, if he is doing something, you got no business. What you telling for? Because we see things that Latinos do on the job. We don't say nothing. It's not in our nature to be a snitch.
Right.
Unless you're doing something that's going to mess up our job. Then we're going to say something. But if you're not doing nothing to mess up our job, we don't say nothing. So that has to be addressed. Okay, why aren't you trying to get the white folks out? But you want to focus on the black man? Those things have to be discussed. I'm talking about a real discussion, right? I've seen these things with my own eyes. Or you remember what George Lopez said, hey, don't park in front of our house or bring a black person home. Why? What did we do as a community to you? But if you bring home a white man, nobody's saying don't park in front of my house, don't bring a white man home. Not say you, ma'am, at all, not referring to you. But there are people who feel that bringing a white person is bettering the race. That is a colonized mind completely. But some of that mindset translate into white is right and black is wrong. And so it's easy for me to divide and attack black people. And some black people are so tired of it. They're just sick of it. Especially some people within my age group and older who've been living a while. Now, the younger people may be a little, it may be a little different. The same thing we question even black immigrants that came to this country. Why did you divide away from black people? Why did you do that? There was no reason to divide away from black people. We had no issues with Latinos. We didn't. So that's the questions that no one wants to answer or even have a conversation to explain the prison situation, the jobs, all of that. You don't have to be cutthroat toward black folk. Some of you say, well, in LA, the black people attack the vendors and all. I don't agree with nobody attacking nobody. Period. I don't agree with Latinos attacking black. I don't agree with black people attacking Latino. I don't agree with none of that. Realistically, if you look at the numbers, if you're a numbers person, if black people and Latinos are actually on one accord politically, I'm not saying we got to be in each other's face every day, but one accord politically, say, look, it's more of us in this country than them folks. So, hey, we gonna come together politically. We gonna get them out the paint and run the whole yard. There's enough black folks and Latinos in this country to do that. But the problem is, just like, unfortunately, even with some, listen to the word I'm saying, some, they get tired of people writing killing. Phil said this. I said some. I didn't say all. Some people come over and want to divide away from black people. Even in the diaspora, unfortunately. But when we have these conversations, nobody want to engage in these conversations intelligently, not name calling. And we have these conversations. This conversation had nothing to do with ICE. I don't know why. That's also getting on my nerves. Stop bringing up ICE in conversation. We're trying to have conversations with other people. Part of what I do is to have conversations with other people. I have no problem having conversations with Latinos, Asians, Arabs, Indians. We're supposed to have conversation with people. If anything, you want to have a good relation with everybody as much as possible. And living in this country, you're not on an island by yourself. What affects you and what everybody's starting to see it. What's affected us is now affecting them. So whatever affects another group is eventually going to circle back around to us too. Eventually, that is the truth because you live in this country. Now, the ICE situation, what they're doing, that's been happening to us. So it kind of circles back around. Now, the protesting thing, she didn't mention protesting. I'm mentioning it. The protesting thing, no, black people got to rest. We got to rest. We got to figure some things out. We're politically motivated. A lot of us are registered to vote. A lot of us are voting. That's about the most you're going to get out of us right now. We've done our job. Everybody, somebody else going to have to pick up the torch and carry it for a little while.
I can't do it no more.
Okay?
I can't do it no more.
That's really what it is. You know, I don't have no problem having a conversation with anybody. But if you want to have a conversation about black and brown, let's have it for real. Not, oh, well, let bygones be God. No. When you trying to, when if a person's even thinking about reconciling a relationship, you got to address all the issues up front that's been around. Address the full issues. Address them. That's the only way you can move forward with anything. If you don't address anything, and if you think you're right, the other person's right, you won't acknowledge you're wrong, the other person won't acknowledge that they're wrong. If you won't explain why you thought that a proximity to whiteness was it. Listen, proximity to whiteness is basically against black people. You can't be around white folk and be around black people like that because we as a collective have beef from the plantation. And that beef is not settled. It's not settled and they're not trying to settle it. So if you with them, you automatically gonna be against us, period. And some people chose that. They thought it was better to be around them folks until the folks stabbed them in the back. A lot of them feel betrayed by Trump. Oh, I thought he was going to deport the criminals. Like, didn't he, the first time when he came out, he called Mexicans criminals and, not to say another word, violators and all kind of drug people. He was saying that about all Mexicans. And yet you still have Mexicans vote for him? There ain't no way I would vote for somebody if he came out and say black people just criminals, black people this and that. Like, ain't no way we would have voted for, nobody in the black community voted for him. He did that. A lot of people didn't vote for him, but still, he wouldn't have got half of the black vote. Trump got half of the Latino vote in both elections for the most part. Now, more Latinas voted for Kamala Harris than Latino men, but when you break it down in the percentages, it's still kind of about half if you average it out. So that's a conversation that must have. Why is people in your community so wrapped up in white conservatism? And I'm not talking about moderate conservatism. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that Mitt Romney style Republican. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about you wrapped up in MAGA, in which MAGA is hella racist toward black folks, Latinos, Asians, and anybody else. And some of y'all really thought that he was only going to lock up criminals when your skin is your criminality. You ain't figured that out? Black people told you that a long time ago. Your skin is your criminality. And I guess y'all didn't understand the memo. You actually believe them what they say. Listen, we know not to believe nothing they say. If they speak in, they lying. And unfortunately, a lot of you are finding out the hard way. So I can have a conversation with you. That's what I do for a living. Some people don't want to have a conversation. I'm cool with the conversation. That's part of what I do. So if you want to have it, let's have that conversation because it has to be had if you want to have it. Once again, some people don't want to have that conversation. Some people don't want to entertain it. That's fine. They can just go work on lineage-based policies for Black Americans. Fight for reparations. Fight for things that we need for our lineage. And they should do that. But the other people like myself who are in this sphere with microphones, let's have those conversations. Let's see where it can go. I'm always open to conversation. That's what I do. But yeah, brothers and sisters, we gotta just lay it out there. We gotta lay it out there because I personally keep hearing all these calls for unity, but I'm at a point like, okay, let's have a conversation now because we're not gonna just keep responding to people. Let's go on and say, hey, you know, one person in particular reached out to me. I told her, hey, you can come on, let's talk about it. And if others reach out, I'll tell them the exact same thing.
I agree, Uncle Phil. All right.
This is Democracy Now! Democracy.
The more reason for us to be self-sufficient, people. You see, We've been saying this going on 10 years now. Okay. We got to be self-sufficient. It's because every other damn group comes off into our community, want to sell us shit. You know what I'm saying? From durable goods to household goods, to real estate. They all want to come to us. Don't you think that's odd?
Yeah.
Yeah, don't you think that's odd? They all want to come to us. You know,
They
all these other groups, when they get fucked around, they want to come to us.
Yeah, because they know we're going to spend with them. They know we're going to blow money on
Yeah.
them and send their kids to college while
Right.
they hate us.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And you're right, Goddess Nav, it was done by design and on purpose. So that there goes to show intent. You see?
And they've all done it. All these other groups that have done that against us. And now we're saying, hey, no, the line has been drawn in the sand. And we're going this way. And y'all go your way. We ain't got time.
Yeah. Yeah, because we can't do it no more. We can't afford to.
So
see?
They're not coming to grips with that. So now they're like losing their minds, don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but we
and
don't.
Then too,
Kate been off 7 years. He's just now getting on.
Yeah, and then on top of that, there too is look at all the experimentation they did on us.
Yep, intent. But as far as black and brown shit, there ain't no black and brown. They said if you brown, stick around. They said if you black, get the fuck back. So
and if you're white, you all right.
And if you're yellow, you're mellow.
You're mellow, yeah.
That's the rules of racism in America.
Yep. And Goddess Navi says, suck it, buttercup.
Yeah, oh well, get over it.
Yeah. And then Brother Che, over the years we've been doing this, you heard the shit that they were saying to me on Blog Talk.
Yeah, we all have. We've all experienced the anti-black hatred from these other groups.
Right.
That we help make possible for them to be able to come here. Just the thing.
Yeah, exactly. And one thing I will respect about Dr. Martin Luther King before he was murdered is when he had corrected himself and he stated that he led our people into a burning house with integration.
Too late then, Shabaka. It was too late. It was a wrap, and on Message Exit just so happened to be there when it happened.
Yeah. I am somebody.
Oh, who the hell I is?
Yeah. Oh, here's something for you too, Brother Che. You're going to love this one. You know that bastard Mike Johnson, who's the Speaker of the House? Because they wanted Messy Jesse to lie and stay at the Capitol, man. Yeah, he said, hell no.
They want the flags put at half staff here in Car. For Messy. Gotta put the flag at staff, and TBA said if you ain't putting no work in, you can't do no comparison to them. I was like, what? Like, I'm an activist too. Like, what are you talking about? Like, I've been in the church. Like, what is he talking about? But he said you can't criticize him if you ain't matched or surpassed what he's done.
Well, like I said, I was at Watt Stacks in 1972.
Right.
Okay. And he was up there talking all that pro-black business. Out there with a RBG and a dashiki on. And then he turns around and capitulates in 84 and 88 where he tried to be the president. And on top of that, he didn't make it. You know what I'm saying?
Democrats we're gonna let that happen.
Yeah.
But he didn't start the term African American, but he popularized it.
What is I am somebody.
I may be on welfare, but I ain't somebody.
Yeah. If you ain't doing no moving and shaking, you're a nobody.
Right. So he said, if you're a nobody, you can't criticize him.
Yeah.
Yeah. But moving along. Slutty Che got something to add.
I don't give a fuck about them wanting to hold eggs out. The kicks off.
Right, for 7 years now. So our brother Adonis was in Romania. The white supremacists decided to attack our brother, and our brother put hands and feet all over this savage.
Oh, okay. I like to see that. You got a clip?
Yeah. Shows do.
Okay. They like to see the work he put in.
Let's forward to the clip. All right, so that's him. He's doing a live. It looks like on Instagram. Or TikTok, one or two. Maybe even X. But he's doing a live. And this cracker on the left side, he was going to approach him and act a damn fool and spit on him. And our brother
put I would have laid him out.
And that's exactly what he did. As you can see right here, this cracker is laid out.
Oh, okay. Okay.
After fucking with our brother Adonis. So Tariq gonna give us an update on that.
Call the police.
Mr. Sam, I had you on before.
Later.
Let me fast forward. Let's rewind so you can see the whole thing, Shabaki.
Keep it moving.
Why not? Why would I?
All right,
Why
stay
would
here.
I? Why
Stay
would
here.
I?
Stay here like a dog. Stay here. Yeah, you're my dog.
Stay here.
This is my Romanian dog.
He my bro.
Bugging out.
He my bro.
Give your hands off.
Yo, he
I'll
bugging.
break your
He
jaw.
bugging. He bugging.
Yeah, I'm bugging. You tripping.
Bugging.
You got me.
Oh, you wanna smack me?
I will. Yeah, I will. Yeah.
Do it.
Get out my face.
That's all you're gonna do.
Yeah, what
and
you
I
do?
get the money off you.
You please, you broke. You're not getting no money. Go to the dentist. Your teeth look ugly. What? I say?
You don't know how this fucking works.
Yeah, I do know how this. Back up. In my face. You bugging out. Back up.
A few moments later.
How pain. Lights out, toes pointing north.
Call the police. Call the police. Well, call the police.
Mr. Sam, I had you on before, right, Sam? Didn't I have you on recently, Sam?
Yeah, but it was a little bit short, man. I think it was kind of like late.
Oh, okay. And Sam, where are you from again? Remind me.
Hey, man, I'm from the dusty streets of East Side Nairobi, Tariq.
Man. So what's on your mind, Sam?
Oh, man, happy Black History Month.
Absolutely. The happy Black History Month to you, my brother.
Oh, yeah, man. I wanted to come in, man, and just keep the balance.
Yes, indeed.
Indeed. Oh yeah.
All right. Thank you, brother. Shit. All right. Okay, you're trying to figure it out. I wouldn't figure it out and call me back. All right, shit. All right, let's get. Let me see. Who's this? Dr. Boots? Okay. Let me see who we got. Okay. I'm gonna just get a couple more people in here because we ain't gonna be on too long.
Yeah.
Okay.
Connor right now. Something.
He's a good brother, but he got to get it together. Y'all got it when y'all call up. Y'all trying to figure it out, so y'all just gotta kind of get it together. Let's get Who Is Mike. Let's get Mr. Who Is Mike. Who is Mike? What's up? Who is Mike? What's up? Who is Mike? Oh, he ain't saying nothing. Have I ever debated? Doc? No, hell no. It's just a waste of damn time. Okay. Let me see. Let me see who we got. Y'all come on. Let's come on with it. Y'all raise your hand if you're ready. Let's get Mr. Turner, Mr. Marcus Turner. All right, Mr. Turner, hop on in. Mr. Turner.
What's happening, brothers?
Hey, Mr. Turner, how are you, sir?
Oh, I'm good, man. I actually was just trying to like the screen, brother, and I got kicked off.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good. Mr. Turner's clean. Well, he's Mackish as hell. That outfit is Mackish. What's up, Critical?
Hey, what's the word, Tariq?
I'm good, man. How you doing, fam?
I'm doing good. I don't know if you spoke on this yet, but I don't know if you know about the Adonis situation in Romania when he knocked old boy out.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I know they detained him for a minute, didn't they?
That's what I heard. But I don't know any information after that, though.
Okay, I think he's good. I think he got released. But yeah, for those who don't know, Adonis, that's one of our FBA brothers. He was over there in Romania, and he got into it with a suspected white supremacist over there. And the dude, some Romanian dude who was drunk or high, whatever, spit on him, and Adonis socked him and knocked him out. Knocked him out cold.
Gave him that
Yes, he did. Gave him a nice little two-piece, and then the dude was laid out, and from what I understand, they detained him. I want to holler at him to make sure he's good. I know.
Sure.
I think he did a video where he was being released from custody, so I hope he's safe. Over there. So yeah. Shout out to brother Adonis, man. Y'all follow him, and yeah, man, you got to be careful in some of these spots, man. Some people try to test you, so you got to be careful in some of these foreign spots out here, man. You never know. Yeah. Let me see who we got. Let me see. Yeah, you got to watch it because like when I'm over there, I'm on my P's and Q's when I go over there to Europe or wherever. I'm on my P's and Q's, but you never know what can go down. All right, let's get I'm gonna get a couple of more people in here because I ain't gonna be on too long. Let's get Too Clever, Too Smooth. Let's get that person. Too Clever, Too Smooth.
What's up, my brother? How you doing?
I'm good, man. How you doing, sir?
All right, man. I just wanted to pitch an idea, man.
Yeah.
What if how do you feel about us doing an annual marathon? Where we can have brothers and sisters, display their poetry skills, or, just have things driven by us and funded by us, and we can all come up with an idea to push those funds towards something, maybe another museum or whatever the case could be,
Okay. That sounds interesting. Yeah, man. I'm not opposed to that, but yeah, that sounds interesting. Just people get the legwork going and get the logistics going and put it together. Just start putting it together. All right. Thank you for the call, by the way, brother. All right. Let me see. Let's get Woo Cha. Oh, this person's trying to get the page flag. We're not doing that. This person's trying to get the page flag. We got to block that person. Got to block that person. Get them out of here. Block them. We can't have that. All right.
Yeah, what's doing?
We got a mayo encrusted op. No, we cannot have that. Let's get John Benu. Let's get John. What's up, John? Mr. John. Mr. Wait, Adonis, you in here, brother? Where's Adonis? Let me get our brother Adonis in here. Adonis, request up, brother, so I can get you on up so you can let us know you're good. All right, where you at, Adonis? Where you at? They said he's in here. Let me talk to him. Oh, there he is. Okay, let me get Adonis in. Yeah, Adonis, hop on in, brother, to let us know you good, man. Excuse me. I just sent you a request, Adonis. Oh, he said there's a pending investigation. Okay. All right. Well, I hope you safe, brother. Give us a thumbs up if you good. Are you good? Do you need some of us to go over there to make sure you get up out of there safe? You gotta wait. Okay.
Going over Adonis being that.
So what's the damn, see now what's the investigation for, brother? Okay, brother, you gotta let us know something, brother.
So Adonis don't get on.
Yeah, don't sound like you're not really good yet.
Right.
If you can't say nothing, man. You need to hold on. Okay, hold on. He's gonna send me a message and we'll say certain things. They'll hem you up over there in Dubai. Yeah, you go to these different countries, it's a whole different vibe. All right. Who is this? I only want Mata. Okay. I only want Mata. Make a request and I'll bring you up. There you go. Make a request. Let's get you in. I only want Mata. What's up, brother?
Yo.
What's going on, man?
Yo, what's good?
I'm good, man. Where you from? Where you calling from, Mata?
Coney Island.
Coney Island. All right, what's on your mind?
I was just listening to everything you had to say, and like how you feel about first gen African. I just want to ask this question. Like I've been meaning to ask this question. Like how you feel about first generation immigrants, like African kids and stuff like that, or like just immigrants in general?
It just depends on the person. It depends on the individual. If you're cool, I'm cool with you. If you're on some bullshit, I ain't cool with you. Well, yeah, your family from Nigeria?
Nah. They Senegalese.
Oh, okay. I just left your home. I just left your home, man. Have you been to Senegal?
Oh, yeah, I've been there. Oh, so wait. I recognize your face now. Why they kept saying that they chase you out of Senegal and stuff like why people kept saying that?
Because a lot of your free people be lying. They be lying their ass off. You've been to Senegal, they ain't chasing nobody out no Senegal.
I mean, what you trying to say? Like they not like tough enough to chase anybody out? Like
not that they're not tough, but that's not their attitude. They're not on no stupid shit like that.
Oh, so Senegal is like nice people and stuff like that. That's what you're trying.
They were very hospitable to me. They treated me with the utmost respect. And people real laid back and cool. Some of these lying douchebags on the internet, ain't nobody paying attention to that in real life.
So okay, so I'm sure you was the same way towards them, though, right?
Yeah, why wouldn't I be? I'm over there chilling.
Nah, cause I ain't gonna lie, a lot of the stuff you be saying do be sounding a little xenophobic. For me, like
xenophobic. There's no such thing as a xenophobic foundational Black American, sir. You over here in our homeland for a reason. You over here because of us.
So all right. So I'm gonna quote something real quick. This dude, he once said, "Yo, I would side with the KKK in order to get all Black immigrants up out of here." That's not xenophobic to you?
I never said that.
No, I didn't say you said it, but you just said that there's no such thing as a xenophobic foundational Black American.
Right. I don't know.
So, but a foundational Black, a foundational Black.
That's somebody.
You're not xenophobic.
Bullshit. I don't know who said that.
Well, we're xenophobic.
We're not xenophobic, sir. We're the ones who help you collectively. We're the ones who help you get over here. You in Coney Island because of us, sir.
No. I would never take away all the contributions that your ancestors, like all the stuff that your ancestors did for immigrants and how they paved the way. I would never take that. That's a fact. I never disagree with that. But now 2026 FBA. From what I encountered, y'all are the most xenophobic group I've ever came across on this app, and that's a fact. Bullshit. You personally might not be xenophobic, but I'm just saying.
Nobody's xenophobic towards y'all.
Look at the comments.
People they're just clowning you because you saying bullshit. Just like that shit I got ran out of damn Senegal. That don't make no lick of sense. Even for you to even repeat some shit like that don't make no sense. That's why
I didn't say it happened. I'm just asking you why people kept saying that.
But yeah, you should have known they were lying. That don't make no sense.
I mean, I hope they did it. I hope that's a bad way to It's a bad way to.
You know, some of your fellow immigrants be lying. That's a part of the culture, unfortunately. Lying. You understand? And that's a problem. That's why we're checking a lot of people.
See, look, this lady said at this point we'll be xenophobic. See, but like, you know what I mean? Like, so you feel like there's no xenophobia within the FBA community at all?
We're not xenophobic collectively. I'm talking about collectively. There's no xenophobia. Collectively, a lot of immigrants have xenophobia. Y'all come over and be like, hey, let's stay away from the Akadas, stay away from them and do this and do that. So it's a collective thing. Collectively, we're not xenophobic. We're the only people on earth who help your ass. Don't nobody help y'all but us. Be real. I just left your homeland.
Hold on, we not
over in your homeland. Y'all got the damn Lebanese running y'all businesses over there, man. Ain't nobody helping y'all. We help y'all. That ain't xenophobic.
Wait, we not xenophobic. I don't know where you get that from, but no Africans that I know is xenophobic or towards Black Americans. Like,
yeah, they are.
Anybody actually.
Yeah, that's why they got pejorative terms against us. They have a whole bunch of different words against us, and also
such as
Akata, Jareer, Abid,
oh my
Caribbean.
God.
Yeah,
I knew you were gonna say that.
Right.
Jareer was a term. I said Akata was a term used for a specific group in Nigeria.
Don't.
Nah, I'm dead eyes.
Don't. We don't want to hear it. Y'all got a million excuses for Akata. We don't want to hear it. I don't even want to hear it. So yeah, anything. You're in New York, man. How so were you born here? You were born here, right?
Yeah, I was born and raised.
Yeah. So yeah. When did you go? I don't even believe you've been to Senegal. I
definitely been to Senegal plenty of times.
What part of Senegal?
Dakar, Touba, different parts.
Oh, okay.
Juba. I've been there plenty of times. I speak the language and all that. I've been to Senegal.
Oh, you Wolof?
Yeah, Wolof.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Did you go to Akon City? Did you go to Akon City when you went out there?
Yeah, I was there too. For me, beautiful.
Yes. Akon City is beautiful.
Wow, beautiful. Akon, my cousin, actually. For me.
Yeah. What's the beauty about Akon City? What's so beautiful about it?
It's in the name, Akon City.
Lord, see how y'all be lying, and see this is the problem. Y'all be saying.
I'm trolling.
Yeah, I know this. Yeah. Y'all just be lying to be lying, and that's why we delineate. Thank you so much. All right. Yeah, Akon City is basically a big field of dirt. Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful out there. Just be lying to be lying. Lord. This is what I'm saying. Yeah, he was about to start lying about Akata. I don't even want to hear your lie. I don't even want to hear it. I don't even feel like debunking your lie. Just save your lie. Save your lie for something else. I don't want to hear it. That's why we delineate. Y'all lie too damn much. I just be lying to be lying, man. His lies just collapsed on itself. Damn. Okay. What's Adonis say? What does Adonis say? Check my DMs. Okay, what did he say? Who is it? Hold on. Hello. How you doing, ma'am?
I'm good, and you?
I'm good. We'll do a battle a little bit later. Not right now. We'll do a battle. Forward. Okay.
Thanks for joining us, guys. Nami.
Okay. Okay. Man, it's hard to check my damn DMs. Who is this person? Hold on. Y'all bear with me. This person, I'm gonna block this one. Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Hello, ma'am.
How are you?
Okay. Hello, ma'am. I don't want y'all weird AI looking people hit me up. I don't want that. All right. These they look funny. They look weird and all right.
Work.
Man, respect. You the musician, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I remember you, man. Good to see you again, brother.
Yes, sir. I'm on tour right now, so things are finally kind of looking up for me, man. I just moved into my first apartment, and things have been looking good, man. I appreciate you just being supportive and just taking the time. Thank you.
Oh man, that's a blessing, dude. Okay, I gotta follow you back, Will. Call me back, my man.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you so much, Will. I appreciate you. Yes, indeed. All right.
Go play the song at the end.
I'm trying to fast forward to when Adonis get on. So bacc, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. I'm about to get to when Adonis gets on.
Okay.
All right. Let me see where we at. Oh yeah, the Kickstarter, ladies and gentlemen. Oh yeah, let's everybody, since y'all in here, we need everybody to put $10 on the Kickstarter for Hidden Color 6, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody go to hiddencolor6.com and click on the Kickstarter link, and everybody put $10.
Man, I ain't putting 10 cents in your
Everybody
shit.
put $10 on the Kickstarter so we can get up to
10 cents in your
30K. All right, let's do that now. Let's get that milestone. Did y'all? How many? If you put the 10 on it, everybody put a thumbs up. All right. Oh, is Adonis, you trying to join? Hold on, let me get Adonis in here if he's trying to join. Oh, there he is. Okay, let me get my brother Adonis in here. What's up, Adonis?
What's up, man? Oh my God, bro. All right.
Man, what happened, man?
I have the full video. I have the full live stream. I can't really talk. Bro, I really gotta be incognito right now. I could give you a couple information, but like right now, it's me against the police right now. It's not even dealing with the situation with the guy right now. But they watching, they monitor me. Like I'm on house arrest right now.
Oh, damn, man.
Yeah, it's insane. But my lawyer is appealing it right now. It's a crazy situation. So listen, this is the issue. Internationally, like it's blown up international. It's a wild thing. And internationally, everyone's saying the same thing, like, self-defense. But 12 is sitting down trying to push a narrative, and they're allegedly feeding information to the media out here, the Romanian media out here, to try to spin the public's perspective. So now, even though I have a huge support base and a huge community base, I've been out here for 10 years on social media. I'm the bridge between the English demographic and the Romanian demographic out here. So I have a huge support out here from the people, but they're constantly inserting things into the media from multiple different channels. They're not doing it directly, they're doing it indirectly so they can change the narrative. So I can't talk about these things. Like I can't, I can do whatever I want, but I know if I get on my account and if I say something right now, they're going to say, oh, look, he's trying to incite this. He's trying to do. So I'm like, all right, I'm not going to do nothing. So I'm telling you, I'm like, look, there's a couple of news channels out right now, on big news channels in this country, that are not talking about what happened. They're only talking about the punch and the self-defense. They're not even using the word self-defense. They're saying assault. They're not sitting down saying that guy was begging me, and when I refused him for money, he got aggressive and he hit me in the back of my head. He put his hands on my. They're not talking about none of this. They're not talking about 10 years. I've been sitting down promoting Romania to be utmost good tourist destination, a good investment destination. They're not talking about any of this. And on my page is tons of different videos of even UK immigrants coming over to Romania and saying, bro, I watched your videos and I looked for your stuff, and this is how to do this. So right now, what I need help in is, this is the question right now. Why are big media stations like Canal D, like DG24, like even the Observator that posted that video of me, which they didn't show that I was still in handcuffs. They zoomed in to show that, to make everybody believe, oh no, he's free, just so they stop getting beat, while they push a different narrative. So
okay, yeah, because we thought, the way you were coming out of the station, like, you were free, but we saw there was some cops behind you, so that's why it just looked weird.
Yeah, and Canal D, there's another platform that literally said, oh yeah, the cops detained him and put him. I was like, no, I advised them to call the cops. I went to the police station by my own accord. It's all on video. I have the full video. It's going to come out soon. But I just need to get this appeal real quick. My lawyer's working on it, and the embassy is already has been contacted. So,
good.
yeah, everything's moving progressively well. But what I really need right now is for people to address, like, it doesn't matter if you're a content creator. It doesn't matter if you're like, if you don't even use your account, just to address, like, bro, like, Adonis been out here for 10 years promoting this country. He's one of the positive influences in this situation. And they're treating him as a criminal when he was attacked by somebody begging him for money. And when he refused, they said no. And the guy was being racist during Black History Month. He's calling me racial slurs. And no one's talking about this, you know, and slowly, and I'm fine. I feel like, okay, you know, I have a good influence in Romania, but you know, when you keep punching a dead bear, that horse eventually is going to kick back, you know? So like, they're slowly trying to edge at like switching the perspective so it can influence in the future. I'm allegedly assuming that it can influence the perspective of the judge when I get there. So I need countermeasures.
So when do you see the judge, by the way?
I've already saw one judge, and they put me on house arrest. I'm appealing it today. My lawyer's appealing it. So, but in 2 days, I should get a response back to say, like, oh, try to get this house arrest removed, and then I'll have more freedom to talk and stuff like that. But right now, I just can't. I gotta just chill and just like.
Now, how long have you been up there in Romania?
Bro, I've been traveling in and out of Romania for like 10 years now.
Okay.
It's
Are you a resident there now? Were you just there visiting, or
I have a commercial visa, and for Americans, we can only stay in certain countries for like 6 months at a time in Europe, in the Schengen area. You know this. So, like, I built a company in Romania and then sponsored myself with the visa. So I only so I could stay in Romania for like a full year. Every year I had to renew the visa, and I could stay in Europe for as long as I want because I have the Romanian visa. So that's a little hack of the system real quick. You know, instead of working for somebody and getting employed, I just built a company out here and then sponsored myself with the visa, and boom, now I'm traveling internationally for as long as I want. But this situation is crazy, you know. So this is the thing.
So do you need to get up out of there?
Nah, not right now. No, I'm gonna win this.
Okay, I know that.
Yeah, we gonna win this, you know.
Okay.
But my thing is, they playing hardball. They can't prove they want to get me for battery and disturbing the peace, and they can't prove that it's battery because there's no intent to put harm. After he dropped, I stepped back and moved away. You know, like I didn't insist. I was calm, collective, and I advised them to call the police. So
I saw that. You're like, yeah.
De-escalated. Am I right on that, there, Brother Jay?
Has he pressed charges, anything like that?
Shabaka?
Yeah, okay. After he dropped dude and he backed up off of him, that's de-escalation. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay.
As of right now, the police that's a civil situation. Right now, it's the police. I'm not dealing with him right now. They tried to give him medical treatment. He refused because I assumed, if you could look on the camera, he looks like he was on drugs.
Right.
And then they tried to spit a narrative saying I invited him. I never met that guy in a day in my life.
Wow.
Yeah, I was in the same jail as Andrew and Tristan Tate, literally.
Oh, yeah.
So
they don't come around over there, man.
Yeah, it's gonna be right now. What they're trying to do is just shift the narrative. I'm at 60% when it comes down to 60% of the people in Romania specifically, 60% of the people disagree and 40% of the people do agree. Luckily, I have a huge 40%, but in America, internationally, everybody agrees with me. Well, not everybody, but a majority of large. But they're slowly trying to send out people to allegedly influence situations, leaking information and pushing narratives to try to get the people behind them. So if more people just address, like Romania, Adonis has been in Romania for 10 years promoting this country, being nice and stuff like that, and supporting you guys internationally. The only reason we know about you is because of him. And now that he's getting attacked and aggressively, racially profiled and disrespected by a beggar who doesn't represent you guys, why you're not there helping him? Why is the media trying to spin a specific narrative and not telling the whole truth.
Yeah, yeah. Man, okay, brother. Well, we here. If you need anything, man, just let us know. We'll get the word out and keep us posted on some of the progress with the courts and if we need to make calls to the embassy or let's see what we can do.
I appreciate it, man. He said, "Are you a boxer?" I said, "Nah, I'm a Black American." Tariq, I appreciate it. Stay up, man. I don't want to hold you. I got to get off of this stuff.
No doubt, man. Be safe, brother. Thank you so much. Keep us posted. All right, man. That's Brother Adonis, man. Hope everything is gonna be all right up there, man. I hope everything is gonna be all right. All right, let me get mine. All right. Man. Boy, yeah, some of these countries, man, it's not no joke. Some of these countries, not a joke, man. Free Adonis. Yeah, I want Adonis to get the hell on up out of there. Man. All right. Let me get one more good call in here. Who is this? Abu Bakari? Hop in, Abu Bakari.
It's Bakari, my brother. Bakari.
Bakari. What's up? Ain't that what I said?
I thought you said Kakari. Maybe I did.
No, I said Abu Bakari.
So
Yeah,
sorry,
Lance Amuse's brother.
First of all, I want to give you credit.
Yeah.
You know, in my years of living the States, I've heard people say a lot of things about you, but one thing, I'm at work, bro. I'm at work. I can turn on the camera.
Okay, it's all right. You heard people say things about me, okay?
Yes, but what's her name? Your relationship with your wife, Peanut, that's also my goal. Like my wife is also Black American, and I also want a wife who supports me like you.
Yes,
but
yes,
one,
indeed.
But one thing I don't agree with Mr. Nasheed is I saw this documentary, Backbreaking.
Yeah.
And I agree these things happened, but to other people, it starts giving the impression that it was happening to everybody, like it was happening to a lot of Black Americans, which I don't think that's true.
We didn't say what happened. We didn't say it happened to everybody.
Yeah.
But backbreaking is very real. What did you disagree with about it?
Right.
The issue of LGBTQ, we are very conservative, so we don't talk about it too much.
Right, it's a very taboo thing, right? And you're Nigerian, right?
Yeah. Oh, how did you know that? I've been living in the States for a long time.
Right. But yeah, buckbreaking is real. The exploitation, the European coming in, violating young boys and men. That's been happening for a minute. And they were doing it all over Africa too. The Catholic Church, we know what they get down is.
Yes.
Some of the missionaries. Even to this day, they exploit. The Europeans go over there and exploit boys, girls. They're very exploitive to this day.
Yes, you meet a lot of missionaries, and you notice these missionaries come without a wife or a partner, but they just want to teach young boys. I've heard of these stories also.
Damn.
Right, but yeah, that
and Brother Che, didn't we do someone that there, man, about 4 or 5 years ago?
I'll say flexual exploitation is very rampant. And they do it. The Europeans go over there and to Africa to this day. They do it to men and.
Yes, Shabaka, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Okay.
Yes, we did.
Yeah. Okay.
Women, boys, and girls. I just saw a video where there's a Russian dude. I think he's over in Kenya somewhere.
Yeah.
He's just doing. You saw that. This dude's just getting with women after women, just getting with these women over there, taking them to his hotel and just doing whatever to them. Yeah, so yeah, that happens.
That video upset me a lot because I will tell you something. I have had an easier time dating Black American women than women from back home. They will put you through so much problems. They will ask you to provide money, provide a house. And this Russian guy is just saying hi, hello, and they're coming to his place. I'm still very disappointed.
Oh yeah, yes, yeah. The white team supremacists go in there and do whatever they want to do. So yeah, it's a very real thing. And they can do it with the women and they can do it with the males over there too. So buck breaking is still alive. But thank you for the call, brother. All right. Let's see, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get SM in here. SM. All right, SM in the building. All right. SM, hop on in and let's get I Am African. All right. SM, I Am African. Who we got? Who we got? All right. Let's get the folks up in here. Y'all hop on in. Let's try Red Bird. All right, Red Bird. What's up, Red Bird? Red Bird, where you at? Are you in there giggling? I know you ain't no big old ticklish nigga. And what are you rubbing up against the phone, man? You sound like the phone rubbing up against your wide hips. You a wide hip nigga. All right, stop rubbing the phone up against your wide hips, bro. Okay, this dude here giggling.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were,
what my man, RZA Islam,
they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundational Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It
must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Wait to watch it. All right, Shabaka, what's your thoughts on
Well, what it is though.
Adonis putting his feet on that Caucasoid in Romania.
He did right. He did right. It's called self-defense. Okay. You know, it's because the white dude is going to step him with his white privilege. Pow, ping, oops upside his dome, lights out, toes pointing north.
That's right.
Straight out.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the part that kills me about this shit is because, like I've said before, is that in downtown LA one time, man, I'm getting on a bus.
Yeah.
And some Nabisco comes up to me. Hey, bro, you got some change? First place, man, I'm not your fucking bro. Number one, no, I ain't got no change. Well, man, I'll just take it. Motherfucker, I wish the hell you would.
Right.
He peed on himself.
I believe it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what
He
said.
peed on himself.
I think he did right.
I mean, you know, man, I mean, I just don't get it, Brother Che. Maybe this is something your generations can figure out after my eventual demise, man. I just don't get it. These other groups, man, figure they can come up to us, treat us any kind of way, talk to us any kind of way and what have you. And then keep in mind is that the entertainment industry has a lot to do with that there as well, too, because of the imagery.
Yeah.
Huh?
All they see us as entertainment and slaves.
Yeah, exactly. You say, but at the same fucking token, they want to go steal all our inventions.
Yeah,
like Thomas Edison.
Yeah, because a slave has no ownership. A slave has no property. A slave
Exactly. Yeah, and you remember when I read, man, from Lerone Bennett, where the slave was the total property of the slave master, physically, intellectually, but not spiritually. You say.
But anything he created was forwarded to the master.
Exactly, and the master will go out there and take a patent out on it. You know.
Yep.
Because just like I was telling you, like I watch these classic Turner movie classics sometimes, and they did an early movie with Spencer Tracy playing Thomas Edison inventing the lights, right? Yeah. But you don't hear no mention of Mr. Lattimore.
No.
You see? You know what I'm saying? You don't hear no mention of that. It's because Hollywood, at that time, let me see, this here must have been about Brother Che, 1940s, late 1930s, 1940s, right?
Yeah.
You know, they always want to steal our innovation is because, you know, when a slave was property, he was property, mind, body, except for spirit, because you still had that resistance, right? Because just like Sister Harriet Tubman, what she did with that double barrel shotgun, motherfucker, you either gonna be free or dead. You got 5 seconds to make up your mind.
Right.
See, you know, and this RWS, man, is worldwide. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it is, and we're the only ones that's fighting against it.
Yeah, they say, and then these ones out in the diaspora, they acquiesce themselves to it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They complicit.
You know. Yeah. So you know, the acquiescence is their complicity. You see what I'm saying? Because if you're being brutalized and if you don't resist, you see what I'm saying? Okay, then you are complicit.
That's assimilation.
Okay, yeah, that's a better term. Yeah, you say
simulated to the white supremacist status quo.
Yeah, the Nabisco culture,
and that is right. And brown is all right, and cool to stick around, and yellow.
If you black, get back.
If you black, get the fuck back.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They've acquiesced or they've assimilated into that.
Yeah, you know. Yeah, and then too, and keep in mind, this is the American social order. So this is why these people sitting up there talking about Trump, you know, up on my page, he's the greatest thing going. And I just went up there and told them, I says, if you support the dumpster, you don't believe shit stinks.
I mean, he just the country, Shabaka.
Yeah, and I do recognize Trump for acknowledging that fact, but what happened to him?
And then recently, Shabaka, he said that it's not only Black History Month, it's Black History Year and Black History Century.
Yeah, you see? And then like to these people I've been going back and forth on social media, Brother Che, gonna say that Black history is American history. No, motherfucker. Black history is world history.
Yeah, you can say that all you like, Shabaka, but we're the only ones that's been celebrating Black history for 100 years since Carter Jackson here.
Yeah.
The diaspora can't say that. They was running away from Blackness. They want to have nothing to do with history, Black nothing. So
yeah, they into Nabiscoism.
Yeah.
And then also too, shout out there to the family of Mr. Ahmaud Arbery. Our hearts out there with you. It was the 6th anniversary of his murder.
Wow.
Yeah.
Cheers to some Ahmaud Arbery down.
Yeah, the man was just out doing road work. Yeah, just out doing road work.
Well, the McMichaels are still in prison.
Time flies.
Okay.
The McMichaels and their friend are still in prison. They've been trying to get out for a minute, but no.
Good.
Nah, they got to serve their whole time. And
and actually, they should have been getting a damn death penalty.
They gave them what they gave them. What was that?
I think they gave him life without.
Yeah, so they ain't getting out, but they've been trying to get out like Chauvin.
Yeah.
But nah.
Yep.
It's just finally been served on them bastards.
And then I was debating with idiots with about Chauvin. Well, George Floyd, OD, and I tell him, man, are you stupid? You know what I'm saying?
Literally watched him get choked to death.
Yeah, Brother Che, you and I reviewed that tape, man, at least about 40 times between the two of us.
Yeah.
And then, and then notice that when the medical personnel came out there, they didn't even try to revive him, man. They just scraped him up.
Yeah, because he's already dead.
Exactly. Exactly. So our hearts go out to the George Floyd family, you know what I mean? And what have you.
Yeah.
He didn't have it coming, you know what I'm saying? And all what it is, after you and I's research, we have found out what it really was. Because George Floyd was seeing a white woman that Derek Chauvin was seeing at the same time. You see, that's the part they don't want to tell you. That's still that part of that antebellum. Yeah, what did you say the word was, Brother Che? Antebellum?
Slavery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought
Yeah. So what's our next topic, Brother Che?
The next topic is, unless Lady Che got something to add.
About Adonis.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that old boy lied on him, made it like whatever. But truth be told, Adonis put that motherfucker to sleep.
Yeah, he did.
Because of sleep.
Oh, that right hand is deadly, Lady Che.
He spit on him. He said that he's like called the police. Like he didn't leave. He didn't run off. He handled it when he got out. Yeah, like how he kept it kind of diplomatic, like it's not the country. But the man was trying to act like I'm white and I say so. Don't press this racism on you. Like you know what I mean?
You don't know how this country works.
Yeah, like you ain't like got out to me, I'm white, like that type of shit.
Yeah.
And he kept pushing on him and touching him. You warned him.
He had warned him more than enough.
He had warned him enough, you know what I mean, to where
just like that clown that got laid out in Tennessee.
Yeah, just like that.
Just like that. And dude warned him, and he had to do it. And not like that, but it's really like self-defense. When you spit on a motherfucker, that's assault.
Yeah, that is assault.
Yeah, it is.
So, and the fact that he was taking residency up there, in Romania, like he likes that place, that's no reason to keep him like under, house arrest or whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Dude was wrong. Dude was majorly wrong. He assaulted him. He spit on him. He touched him. You know what I mean? He's trying to punk him.
All right, that's battery.
Not having it. Dude not having it. And he didn't do anything wrong because even here, that's what we would have did anyway.
Right.
You know what I mean? You spit on me, like, okay, cuz.
Yeah, you trying to get beat up.
Yeah, you bust one. You don't know how to ask for help. So let me help you.
Right.
Then you need to take a nap. Sleep right there.
Right.
He was asleep right there.
He was.
He was asleep for a good couple of minutes.
Lights out, toes pointing north, on his back.
Or pants on his ass and shit.
Yeah.
He like he still had his shoes on.
Right.
He got hit so hard. Sleep on the sidewalk.
Yeah, lady, that's what I mean by lights out, toes pointing north.
Right. And he just like, he put his hat on, and you can see when that video was like, hey, like he wanted to say, man, I did that. You know?
Yeah.
Like you saw it in his face, but he had to calm down and be like who he is, which is, showing all these places and do whatever he does, whatever he does. And you can't be in other countries acting a fool. So he played his part, like he's being like, look, I'm respectful. I come to the country all the time.
Yeah.
Blah, blah, blah. I don't come here to big throat.
Yeah, he's being professional.
I kept it like, I just don't want people to get the bad idea of the country. And you can see it's really like he just want to tell the truth. Like, now that motherfucker practiced down. Who do you think he was talking to?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, but he couldn't do it. He has to do that because if not, it could go left in another country when you're from here.
Right.
You know what I mean? You be stuck out there and then turning around like how he was saying. They brought up all kind of other shit, unnecessary other shit to make him look like an angry black man and the aggressor. And the white dude is the motherfucking victim, even though contrary to popular belief, the video says otherwise. But we're a visitor in that man's country, so it looked like he came over here to start problems. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's not the case. That's what it looked like. That's how it felt. The fact that he having a hush-hush conversation to the FBA family is like, whoa. That means he really didn't go nobody to talk to out there about this shit.
I'm a rule.
So
hey, boy.
I hope his 30 days go real quick. I hope he fight that. I hope whatever. Because he didn't do anything wrong. Disrespect is disrespect. And these motherfuckers are going to learn no matter what part of the world we're at. It's a new day.
Right.
You know what I mean? That shit is played out. So you need help? Let me help you. Go to sleep.
Right.
You think about, the fuck you want.
So, thank you, Lady Che. So moving along.
I got a question, Brother Che.
Who just got paid $3 million for allegedly racially harassing and terrorizing a black student.
Yeah.
Okay.
What were you gonna say, Shabaka?
Okay. Did we do Tyra Banks Exposed?
We did that yesterday.
Okay. Hold on. All right. Hold on. Okay. What about the males don't like black people saying we built America? We just did that one, right?
No, we did that yesterday.
Okay. Hold on. Okay. I'm just bear with me, man. I'm just updating this list because I had so much crap to do. What about Dr. Umar Johnson?
We did that yesterday too.
All right, okay. The Jamaican woman says FBA is playing victim. We did that.
Yes.
Yeah, yesterday.
Okay. All right. Okay. And white nationalist does not like black people saying we built America.
Right.
Yes. We did that yesterday too.
All right. Okay. Hold on. I'm just, lining out this here. Okay, and we did the Haitians saying that FBAs are dirty. We did that. Okay, hold on, Brother Che.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just putting this paper here, man, off in the files. All right. Okay.
So now we're on to black jury makes BLM lawyer pay $3.2 million for calling white kid racist.
Wow.
So Nick, the lawyer, gonna give us an update on that.
The story that led to protests.
This is
Absolutely unthinkable. This is not a prank. This is beyond bullying. You are evil. They are evil.
A Black Lives Matter group, of course, got involved. As police and school officials investigated the case, though, it began to unravel. The full story wasn't adding up. Van was never formally charged, and instead he brought a civil suit against Humphrey's mother, Summer Smith. Now, 5 years later, a jury has awarded Van $3.2 million in damages, finding Smith inflicted emotional distress and invaded his privacy.
All right, so this woman and this lawyer have to pay this white kid $3.2 million for calling him a racist. Let's talk about it. Let's be honest. In today's world, the math isn't adding up lately. Between the grocery store and those skyrocketing insurance premiums, even with a steady job, more families are being forced to rely. There are no upfront fees or obligations, or go to AmericanFinancing.net/Nate. Straight to the facts. We're in 2021, Plano, Texas. 13-year-old goes to a sleepover with a friend that he's been going to his house for over 3 years. His mother's name is Summer Smith, and her attorney's name is Kim T. Cole. And she's going to explain what happened.
And Kim, what kind of actions could potentially be taken against these minors who allegedly did these things to Samarian, or against any adults who might have known what was going on?
We certainly hope that the appropriate criminal charges be filed in this action. It's being characterized as bullying, but this far exceeds bullying. What these young men did was criminal. This was assault. They shot at him with a BB gun, and they slapped him and then forced him to drink urine. This is not bullying. This is assault, and they should be charged appropriately. And also, what Samarian did not mention, that they were calling him racial slurs the entire time. So this rises to the level of a hate crime. So we would like to see charges brought against all of the young men who assaulted him, as well as the parents who allowed this to happen in their home.
So you believe that this was racially motivated?
Absolutely.
Now, the GoFundMe was successful. The family was able to raise $120,000 for both counseling for the young student and private school. So the family has laid out a case that there was an assault and it was motivated by hate because they called them racial slurs while they were doing it. But there are two sides to every story. Here is the defendant, Asher Van, and he's going to tell you what happened from his perspective.
Well, me and my friends from school, we had a sleepover for my birthday, and we played a prank. First one, went to sleep, got pranked. It was immature and stupid, but it was nothing like how it was perceived in the media.
How do you feel about that prank now?
It was immature. It was stupid. It was nasty, but it's
all right. So that proves his intent.
And that's not me today.
When we, talk about this immature prank, did you force him to drink urine?
No, no one forced anything. Nothing like that.
One of the allegations was that you and others used racial slurs. Did you do that?
No. This was a friend for 3 years prior than that. He would frequently go to my house. I treated him like a brother. He was just a friend. I wouldn't use that, and obviously if I did, he wouldn't have been at my house for 3 years straight. It was the story that was pushed 5 years ago. It was pushing as a fake racism, as torture, as I had no idea this was happening, even though me and my dad were the one picking him up after school, taking him home. It was played out so differently, so wildly. That's not how it happened.
So those are two very, very different stories, and police had to investigate.
Were there any criminal charges in this case?
The grand jury declined to indict. There was a time where I believe that there were some citations issued, but all of those were eventually dismissed. Meanwhile, there was a criminal investigation. The school, under pressure, reversed course, and this case kind of took off. In the 5 years since, the criminal cases turned out to be much ado about nothing. The grand jury declined to indict. The federal district court found that the school district was not able to punish for this conduct and apply definitions that did not apply in the law.
So now those are two really different stories. On one side, you have this white family saying, hey, this kid has been staying with us at our house for about 3 years. We used to take him back home and to school every day. How all of a sudden are we racist? Matter of fact, he's literally coming to a sleepover for his friend's birthday party. When you have the other side, the mom and the attorney saying, no, that's a family of racists and they tortured this kid. And this was a racially motivated incident and the family is evil and racist. So now the next question is, well, why the hell did the black kid's mom and his lawyer have to pay $3.2 million to the white kid? Well, for the full legal breakdown, I'm going to bring in my boy D-Law from D-Law and Associates. Link to his channel is in the description. He's going to let you know exactly what happened in the criminal case and what happened in the civil case and why this mom and this lawyer are on the hook for $3.2 million.
All right, so let's break down the actual legal charges because there are two sides to this, the criminal side and the civil side. Let's talk about it. First, the criminal case. Summer Smith pushed for the boys to be charged, and the police did file charges. But listen to what the charges actually were. A Class C misdemeanor. For those of you that don't know, it's the equivalent of a traffic ticket. So Smith's attorney wanted at least a Class A misdemeanor. Check this out. But here's the thing. Those charges didn't even stick. The case went to the grand jury and listen to what happened. So the grand jury declined to indict. All citations dismissed. That means no criminal record, nothing. Now we turn to the civil case, and this is where things just flipped. So Asher Van's family sued Summer Smith and her attorney, Kim Cole, and listen carefully to the specific legal claims. So the jury found two things: intentional infliction of emotional distress and invasion of privacy, publicizing a minor's private information. Now, some people might ask, why not defamation? Listen to the attorney explanation for this. So they couldn't file for defamation in Texas because of the 1-year statute of limitations. But under intentional infliction of emotional distress, it carries a longer window, and that's where they got them. The jury came back with a $3.2 million verdict, total damages. And here is the kicker. The verdict was not just against the mother. It was also against the attorney, Kim Cole. She was found liable too. That, folks, is crazy. So the attorney got hit too. Guys, I'm telling you, that's almost unheard of. Now, here's the reality with regards to collecting. Listen to what Nichols says about the money. So apparently it's not just about the money, it's about accountability. And Summer Smith says she's ready to file her appeal. While this is all well and good, guys, one thing you have to understand, just because you get this big verdict of $3.2 million does not mean you're going to actually collect it. That's a whole different and very complicated process. Let me tell you, I know for sure. So as of right now, 0 criminal convictions against the boys, a $3.2 million civil judgment against the mother and the attorney, and a pending appeal. That is where we currently stand legally. Kind of crazy. So guys, here's how I see this situation. All the criminal charges gone. The defendant who was originally charged now sues the plaintiff and ends up winning a huge verdict. Now, whether they're going to collect it, that's a whole nother story. And the mother who originally charged or pushed for the charges now has to appeal her civil penalty. What a huge mess.
All right, so now let's keep it 100. Something did happen at that sleepover. Kids urinated in a cup and put it to some other kid's mouth. That's disgusting. That's wrong. I'm not going to sit here and act like that's okay. And I understand a mother's instinct to protect her child. But here's the problem. There's a difference between advocating for your child and weaponizing race to destroy another child's life on national television. They went on Good Morning America. Their attorney called it a hate crime. BLM marched in the street, marched in front of the other kid's home. People threw bricks through his window, death threats against a 13-year-old. When a grand jury looked at the case and said nothing is here. When those charges got dismissed, the harassment kept going on. They released this kid's private information. They put him on blast, and a jury full of minorities. This was a majority minority jury with 5 black people, 3 Asians, and 2 Hispanics. They're the ones who said this black mom and this black lawyer went too far and have harmed this kid to the tune of $3.2 million.
And what was the racial makeup of the jury that awarded Asher $3.2 million?
I believe it. 5 members were African American. There were 3 Asian members, 2 Latino members, and I believe the rest were Caucasian.
And they found that the way this story was portrayed, the way it was spun by Ms. Smith and her attorney, was an intentional infliction of emotional distress to Asher.
That's right. They found, in order to find intentional infliction, they had to find that Summer Smith and Kim Cole took facts that were not true and cast in false light and did it for a reason in order to cause him severe emotional distress.
So at the end of the day, the diverse jury heard the evidence and said what you 2 women did was wrong. And they held them accountable to the tune of $3.2 million. So what do you guys think? Is this mother justified on going on a national media tour calling this 13-year-old kid a racist when detectives, school officials, and a grand jury said it wasn't racially motivated? There's no evidence. Matter of fact, all the evidence says it wasn't racially motivated. Should there be some consequences when these women tried to destroy a child's life with a false narrative and they raised $120,000 off it? Or was the mother just defending her son? Tell me where I'm in the comments section as always. And don't forget, like, share, subscribe, do all that great YouTube stuff. My name is Nate the Lawyer, and I'm going to see you on the next one. Peace.
This verdict is an enormous sum of money. What does that mean for you financially?
As it stands right now, it is an astronomical amount. However, it is not final, right? It is appealable. My appeal has already been filed, and I think that we have this conversation after we go through the process of the appeal.
It's not over yet.
No.
Was your son and Asher, were they friends before this happened?
I believe that my son thought they were friends, yes. And Asher said he felt that my son was his friend.
Okay. And the civil trial was the GoFundMe. Was the money used for counseling and schooling for your son?
I did, yes.
All of it? Portions of it?
Portions of it, yes.
What was the other portion used for?
I mean, anything to help him be able to move forward with life.
It is midday on the Mississippi cotton plantation around 1850.
Brother Che. Brother Che.
Sorry, I was muted. What are your thoughts?
Okay, it's ludicrous, man. It's ludicrous. Once again, you know, that's that WP. You see what I mean? You know, that's that white privilege. You see? And I mean, you know, they go up there and degrade this black child, and he's supposed to sit up there and go for that shit. No, the mom did right, you know, to sue their asses, and it is a miscarriage of justice.
By all black, well, not all black.
Like, are you serious? That's how you gonna look at it? Because he was spending, the mother let him spend 3 years together.
Right.
So
yeah, right, exactly.
If he was getting bullied like that, there would have been signs earlier, right?
Right.
He would have just waited 3 years just to while out that one time.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, it kind of just lead me to think that shit went off or whatever. He got embarrassed, whatever, went home and told, you know what I mean? Like, but if I would think that there would have been all kinds of signs leading up to that. Like, I'm hanging out with a little white boy, and little devil got a BB gun. I'm gonna go home and tell. I'm like, shit, you know, old boy got a BB gun? Like, yeah, it's exciting, right? Like, come on now. You know what I mean? I'm gonna go spend the night. It's his birthday. Woo. Like, dude was kicking it. This broad let her black son, who don't even look like they could really be friends. They don't even look like they're in the same grade together. Kick it at this white people's house for 3 years. And that's where they got to pick him up and take him home. Like, is this really on her? Even if that happened, like, why would you do that? And then, why would you carry on? And well, why didn't the lawyer say this is intimidation? This is like all kinds of things. You know what I mean? This is menacing. them doing all that shit for the people's house. Not only did they do that to the kid, but what about the family? They might not be able to get a job. You know what I mean? Like the having protests and shit in front of your house and being called a racist, your son's a racist, whatever. Like, how you think that look on the family when it might not even went down like that? 3 years, you gonna wait 3 years to build up and pump this kid to keep it at your house every day, every week, after school. Like, come on now, like, I don't know, like, it sounds kind of sus. And if that's the case, if the little boy getting bullied, I mean, it would have happened earlier. It would have happened at school. You know, he would have been acting weird at home. You know, there have been signs like mother would be like, what's going on with you? Great slippy. Is that a bruise? What's happening, right? And so it seemed like everything was cool up until the third year. Like, how many overnights and hangouts do you got to go for 3 years? That's crazy work. I don't think the kid built, like, he's only like, what, 13? Something like that?
Yeah, about 12, 13 years old, Lady J.
But
And then
for 3 years, and then I'm gonna make him drink some pea and sugar with a BB gun. Like, that's
yeah, well, see that's special circumstance.
yeah, like, that's diabolical if you think that that kid is really sitting there playing that kind of game long term.
Yeah, that's what I mean by diabolical, Lady J.
Yeah.
Making them drink somebody else's piss, then you're gonna shoot at him with a BB gun.
Yeah, like, I mean, come on, like, seriously? I mean, I'm saying that, like, this is what I'm thinking. If I'm gonna punk somebody, I'm gonna do it early. I'm not gonna build up 3 years and then do it when I'm like 13. Try to get that shit out of my system. Just see how far I can push it the first time. You know what I mean? I started fucking with him the first time he went home and told.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna sit back and just diabolically plot on him and act like I hate him for 3 years, have him in my crib, eating at my table, have my daddy take him home, right? And then go ahead and wild out. Like, that's crazy. That kid don't look that smart for that type of shit. If you was gonna start punking him, he just started early. As soon as, like, he had a chance. At school, you know what I mean? Especially at school, you get away with that shit at school. You know what I mean? Get him in the bathroom, whoop his ass or some shit, taunt him on the bus. That, you know, like, there'd be like, get that shit out your system. Especially you got a little audience. You know what I mean? He has people over. So think about it. Like, do you think the little white boy gonna have him and his other little white demon friends sit there and build it up for 3 years to shoot with a BB gun and, you know, tell him, you know, because he fell asleep, oh, you gotta drink this cup of pee, yeah. Hazy.
Well, just like on that Charlie Brown clip, where Franklin told Charlie Brown, when Charlie Brown said, oh, well, Franklin, can't you forget about slavery and what have you? And Franklin told him, well, Charlie Brown, if I bust you in your fucking mouth and knocked all your damn teeth out, are you going to forget about that?
Right. That's different. I mean, like, don't you think the little boy would have went home and told? Or went home and,
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, look, they don't even look like they match friendship-wise. That little boy looked like he way younger. Like he 8 or 9. At that age, he going home and telling.
Yeah, exactly. But you see, Lady J, all this is part of the American social order when it comes to our people. It's okay to degrade us. They get us to degrade ourselves for some money. There's an old saying, all money ain't good money. Not saying that he was doing this for money. So of course, his mother, you know, being concerned for him, you know, sues him. And then these damn kangaroo courts, you see what I'm saying? Gonna sit up there and flip the twist. So she's going through an appeal. You see what I mean?
Right,
appeals could take a long time. You got to have big money for an appeal.
Right, but as a mother, especially black mother, you really gonna let your baby go with some motherfucking white people for 3 years, and you ain't gonna suspect nothing of them? You ain't gonna suspect that they racist? They're not gonna get no signs away? Like, you mean?
Yeah. And to prove your point even more so, Lady J, This is why I argue with these, how should I say, these Nabiscos on social media. They say, but I code the languages because, see, really what it is, it's an insult to our intelligence. You see what I mean?
Right. Right.
It's an insult to our intelligence. I'm talking about now. What you're doing is that you're demoralizing. What's the term for that there, Brother Che? Where you demoralize someone, they got a legal term for it.
Slander?
No, slander is writing a lie about somebody. No, saying a lie about somebody in public is slander. Writing about it on a public publication, okay, there is libel. Yeah.
Yeah. Jesse. About to ask you a question.
What did you say?
Okay, I was just differentiating the difference between libel and slander. One of them is written, a written lie about you, and another one is a spoken lie about you.
Yeah, that's so funny.
Yeah, sound like you're getting tired.
Yeah, I am. Any more thoughts on that?
What's the next one?
Capitalism, no one talks about.
Okay, what's that there, Brother Che?
Capitalism.
Capitalism.
That
Yeah.
no one talks about.
Yeah, capitalism. That is where all the means of production are privately owned.
The eye shimmers
and they
with heat.
operate under for profit, with high competition for profit.
Yeah, that's capitalism.
Right.
Yeah.
A young mother works frantically in an endless row. A burlap sack around her neck already heavy with cotton balls. Her little boy, no more than 5, totters nearby with a gourd of water, trying to keep up. Sweat stings her eyes, but she cannot pause to wipe her face. Behind her, the hoofbeats of an overseer's horse grow
That's
louder.
out of roots.
She forces her aching back straight and quickens her pace, heart pounding. Every cotton ball she plucks could mean the difference between survival and brutal punishment. Every moment counts, because when the sun sets and the cotton is weighed, anyone who falls short of the quota will pay in pain. On this plantation, like thousands of others across the American South, human life is calibrated to the demands of commerce. At dawn's first light, dozens of enslaved black men, women, and children trudged into these fields. Now, under the blistering sun, they form long, staggered lines of bent backs and moving hands. Each person is expected to pick a certain weight of cotton by day's end, a quota determined by the planter's need for profit. Now, what if I told you that the system trapping that woman in the cotton field years ago never really died? That the quota she's racing against, the number that decides whether she eats or bleeds, didn't vanish with emancipation. It was perfected, sanitized, rebranded. In this video, we're going to break down exactly how plantation slavery helped invent the core mechanics of capitalism as we know it. We'll see how human bodies were recorded, compared, and evaluated with chilling precision, how punishment became a tool for regulating performance, and how fear proved to be an extraordinarily efficient method of extraction. Long before corporations spoke the language of motivation or incentives, this system had already learned that pressure works better than persuasion. Now, this isn't to say that capitalism and slavery are identical. It's about showing that capitalism didn't accidentally brush up against slavery, rather it learned from it. And once you see that, the modern world starts to make a disturbing amount of sense. Let's begin. We're still in 1850. The overseer on horseback carries a braided leather whip coiled at his side. A silent promise of what happens if the quota is not met. There is no real rest beyond a few gulps of water or a hurried bite of cornmeal. As the hours drag on, fingers become shredded by the sharp cotton husks. Bows prick and cut, but still the hands keep plucking in a steady rhythm. Children too young to pick scurry with water pails, and the elderly or sick strain to keep up despite dizziness and heat. The plantation demands that everybody be pushed to its limit. When dusk finally creeps in, the field hands stagger out of the rows, carrying sacks bursting with cotton. They gather at the barn or weighing station where the day yield is tallied on a scale. It is nearly pitch dark by the time this reckoning comes. One formerly enslaved man later remembered that at day's end, you couldn't distinguish the cotton plants from the weeds in the darkness. One by one, each person's sack is hung on the iron hook of the scale. The weight is called out, and an assistant records it in a ledger. If an enslaved worker's haul comes up light, even by a few pounds, the consequence is immediate and brutal. The overseer's whip cracks through the humid night air. A short day's work, as the masters call it, is punished with lashes on the spot. Many plantations follow an exacting rule. For every pound below the quota, the person receives a lash of the whip. 10 pounds short, 10 lashes. 20 pounds, 20 lashes. The punishment is calibrated like another line in the account book. Under this system, torture itself has been made routine, literally built into the process of weighing and selling cotton. Such calculated cruelty is not arbitrary. It is the driving engine of the plantation economy. Enslavers have learned that with enough terror, they can force greater productivity out of each human being. And so, year by year, the quotas creep higher, and the picking sacks grow heavier. In the Carolina rice swamps and Louisiana sugar fields, in the tobacco patches of Virginia, and the cotton fields of Mississippi, enslaved people are being worked.
Go ahead, Shabaka.
Yeah, I just wanted to show, to bring out, you saw how the slave patrollers went and got that captured slave. All right, let's say for all practical purposes, he's in Virginia and the slave made it to California. That's how he would be brought back 3,000 fucking miles. He would have to walk.
Right. Give me like 2 seconds. Let me get situated real fast. I had to take over. So give me like 2 minutes. And just give me 2 minutes. Okay, I'm taking over because he fell asleep. Just give me 2 minutes.
All right, okay. So what I'm gonna do, Lady Chair, I'm gonna go in and let you take over, and then I'm gonna hang it up for the night myself because I still got some other crap, to do tomorrow. So, but however, just please note it in the log, where we left off at. You know what I mean?
Where you left off.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, bet. I'll do that.
Yeah, and then as you can see right there too, in my closing, you see how big that field is right there? You see how big that is? Now imagine going all across the southern United States and all this cotton, as you always hear me say, contributed to the gross national product of the United States economy, which is the total amount of goods and services that were produced in a given point of time. And this here proves why we are deserving of the reparations. And this here is for all you assholes out there in computer land that always want to debate with me, because this contributed to the gross national product of the United States of America's economy, because that cotton itself was money. The clothes that were made for cotton was money. You see what I'm saying? And even money was made off of warehousing the clothes. Then money was made off of selling the clothes. Then not to mention the same thing they did with the sugar cane in relation to alcohol and booze. You see, so this is why I always will salute Aquaman, for the Montgomery Bar Brawl, and definitely a shout out there to the chairman of Montgomery who showed the dual purpose of a chair. You pull the chair out to rest your ass, and you fold the chair up and use it to beat ass.
Right. All right.
All right. Okay.
Thank you, Shabaka. Thank you for coming through. And
all right.
with you tomorrow.
Yeah, and I give you a call, give you guys a call later on today.
Yeah, because I guess we're streaming the thing, the State of the Union, right?
Yeah. So, I want to sit down there and record old boys' lies and fantasy and bullshit that I'm going to crumb bum on. You know what I mean?
I do. All right, bet. So
okay, Lady J. All right, talk to y'all tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thanks for having me on. Okay.
Yep. Good night.
Mm-hmm.
All right, family. I gotta carry on. Because the show must go on. I guess that's what just said. So round 2, I gotta take over. This is like the 3rd day in a row. Luckily, I'm still here to do it. So, I'm gonna start it over again. Thank you, little eyeballs. I see you. Thank you for watching. Get over there. Hold on a second. Got like 1,000 ass windows. All right. Okay. All right. Sleep well, guys. Navi, thank you for coming. Just barely seeing your comments. I apologize. Jesse was asleep at the wheel, so I see you. Have a good night. Sleep well. Stay dangerous in the morning. All right. I'm gonna carry along. I'm probably gonna skim through it because we know what's really cracking off with this. So I'm kind of gonna go a little fast through it. So let's see where it goes. Shout out to the little eyeballs, peeking and not speaking. Thank you for coming to Frontline Black News. I'm taking over, so we're gonna carry on with the program. Let's see. Hopefully it picks up. You know what I mean?
Harder than ever before. A generation ago, few would have believed a single person could pick hundreds of pounds of cotton in one day. But now it has become common. Over the first half of the 19th century, an enslaved field hand's average daily cotton harvest skyrocketed, doubled and redoubled under relentless pressure. Planters brag in their journals about record-picking races, where men and women gather astonishing amounts when driven by competition and fear. What no new machine achieved, the whip and the threat of it did. A revolution in labor productivity wrung out of human flesh. By every cruel measure of efficiency, the plantation is a success. These estates have turned sodden soil and enslaved labor into rivers of cotton and cane that feed an insatiable market. In a single season, one plantation might produce tens of thousands of pounds of cotton fiber. Multiply that by the vast patchwork of plantations across the South, and you have an ocean of raw material flooding into commerce. Bales of cotton, each weighing several hundred pounds, are pressed and loaded onto river steamboats and rail cars, bound for textile mills and trading houses. Barrels of sugar and molasses roll out of Louisiana's sugar refineries. The wealth extracted from these fields is transforming not only the South, but the entire United States and beyond. On the docks of New Orleans, Mobile, and Charleston, goods from plantations are exchanged for hard currency and loaded onto ships bound across the ocean. Every cotton ball, plucked by that young mother's bleeding fingers, will eventually travel thousands of miles and pass through many hands, from merchants to factory owners, fueling industries in distant lands. The enslaved toilers in the cotton rows likely never see the world beyond the plantation's boundaries, but the products of their toil reach across the globe. Tonight, on the Mississippi plantation, the day's work is finally done. The mother in the cotton field returns to a dirt-floored cabin, shoulders burning, fingers cut and swollen. Her child is already asleep on a scrap of burlap. She lies down exhausted, knowing tomorrow will bring the same ordeal. She does not know how her labor connects to distant markets, or that her cotton makes fortunes for people she will never meet.
Apparently,
But it does.
I have to
The labor of enslaved families like hers is fueling a booming economy.
I'll be right back.
Far away, in northern cities and English mill towns, factories hum with activity because of the raw materials she and countless others have picked. The plantation may seem isolated, but it is the beating heart of a growing capitalist world. Now, we leave the moonlit cotton fields of the South and follow the path of these cotton bales and sugar barrels as they flow outward, binding the southern United States to a global economy. And we will see how the gears of international capitalism turned upon the suffering of enslaved people. A paddle wheel steamboat chugs down the Mississippi River under the burning sun, its decks piled high with cotton bales wrapped in burlap. As the boat glides into the port of New Orleans, a frenzy of activity erupts. Dock workers strain to unload the stacks of cotton. Well-dressed cotton brokers stride along the wharf, inspecting the fibers and recording prices in ledgers. The cotton picked by enslaved hands on distant plantations has now become a commodity on the world market. From New Orleans, these bales will sail for Liverpool, England. There, in the busy docks, the cargo is unloaded into vast warehouses and put up for sale. British traders haggle over the heaps of raw cotton as factory agents secure the vital inputs for their textile mills. The fruits of the plantation stream outward into the arteries of global commerce, ready to be spun and woven an ocean away. By the mid-19th century, the American plantation South is the beating heart of a worldwide industrial economy. Cotton is in tremendous demand, the key ingredient for the booming textile industry that clothes the world. In England's factory towns like Manchester, brick mills throb with machinery, rows of power looms clatter relentlessly, tended by weary workers who feed in cotton from across the sea. The fiber that an enslaved woman in Mississippi harvested is spun into thread and woven into cloth in a smoky English mill. Some of that cheap cloth, in a cruel irony, is shipped back to America as coarse Negro cloth to be worn by the very people who grew the cotton. It is a vicious loop of exchange. British and Northern factories profit by selling goods to slaveholders, while slaveholders profit by selling cotton to those factories. This global supply chain is the spine of 19th century capitalism, and enslaved black labor lies at its root. The scale of wealth generated by this system is staggering. Cotton quickly became the United States' most valuable export. By 1840, cotton alone accounted for over half of all American export earnings, more than every other export combined. Year after year, millions of pounds of cotton poured out of southern ports. And it was not only cotton. Plantations in Louisiana sent out tons of sugar. Virginia and Kentucky shipped tobacco. The Carolina Low Country exported rice. But cotton reigned supreme. Southern politicians proudly declared that cotton is king, convinced that no nation on earth could do without the fluffy staple their slaves produced. They had reason to boast. American plantations were supplying well over 2/3 of the raw cotton, feeding Britain's gargantuan textile industry. Across the industrialized world, countless jobs and businesses depended on this slave-grown cotton. Entire industries would have starved of raw material without it. The profits funneling back to the South made plantation owners some of the richest people in the world. In the fertile Mississippi Valley, cotton planters built columned mansions and lived like aristocracy. In fact, this region boasted more millionaires per capita than anywhere else in the United States. On the eve of the Civil War, fortunes built directly on the toil of enslaved people. Banks, both southern and northern, eagerly financed the expansion of this lucrative system. New Orleans became a banking hub flush with cotton money, rivaling even New York in financial clout. British and Dutch financiers extended credit to American planters and invested in southern infrastructure, confidently wagering on the continued boom of slave-produced commodities. Capitalism was in full swing, with cotton the prized commodity and enslaved labor, the engine driving it forward. In distant offices up north and overseas, financiers and industrialists were deeply entwined in the business of slavery. Northern insurance companies issued policies on enslaved people, treating Black lives as insurable property. Wall Street firms brokered the sale of Southern cotton and tobacco, extending loans to plantation owners and reaping fees from this commerce. Merchants in Manhattan and Boston acted as middlemen, marketing the South's crops abroad and shipping in manufactured goods to sell to plantations. Everything from rough cloth to farm tools. Even the federal government benefited. Tariffs and taxes on slave-grown exports filled federal coffers. The wealth from plantations did not stay confined to the South. It flowed through the entire American economy. America's rapid economic growth in the pre-Civil War era was inseparable from the millions of enslaved hands that made that growth possible. Perhaps the clearest illustration of slavery's centrality to the national economy is this. By 1860, the nearly 4 million enslaved African Americans in the South had a collective value estimated at over $3 billion, more than the combined value of all factories, railroads, and banks in the United States. In other words, human beings themselves, enslaved Black men, women, and children, were the single largest financial assets in America. They were literally the capital in American capitalism. Enslaved people were bought and sold like any other valuable goods. They were used as collateral for loans. They appeared on balance sheets and in wills. Far from being a backward relic, slavery was the beating heart of the nation's prosperity. Planters themselves operated as shrewd businessmen as well as grand landowners. They continually invested in new land and new technology, such as the cotton gin and improved seed varieties to increase yields. They kept meticulous records of each enslaved worker's output, pushing to maximize every day's haul. Work on the plantations was divided and regimented, much like in a factory, with overseers driving the laborers to maintain punishing efficiency. A large plantation was run like a business enterprise. The owner as chief executive, overseers as managers, and enslaved workers as a coerced workforce. Through these methods, southern plantations achieved astonishing productivity. Observers in the 1850s were amazed and horrified at how much cotton a slave labor gang could produce under the lash. In effect, it was an industrial operation in everything except the humanity of its labor arrangements. This roaring trade based on human bondage carried immense consequences. It tied the fate of the entire United States to slavery in a way that would later prove catastrophic when political conflicts over the issue exploded. Southern slaveholders believed their economic power gave them political power, and they were right for a time. They dominated Congress and the presidency for decades, ensuring that no laws truly threatened their interests. Northern merchants and European manufacturers, even if some found slavery distasteful, were complicit or silent because their own prosperity depended on the plantation output. Thus, an entire global system of commerce and industry rested on the bent backs of enslaved laborers in America. Yet even as the wealth rolled in, an uneasy truth loomed. This wealth was built on an immense crime against humanity. In time, moral and political conflicts over slavery would reach a breaking point. But in the heyday of King Carlton, those conflicts were largely pushed aside by the imperatives of profit. Next up, we turn from the economics of slavery to the ideology and violence that sustained it. We will examine how the enslavers and their allies justified a system of such barbarity in a nation that professed ideals of liberty, and how an entire society was mobilized to keep millions of people in bondage. Night in the pine forests of Georgia, 1853. A lone figure crashes through the underbrush, barefoot and bleeding, a satchel of cornbread slung over his shoulder. He is an escaped slave, fleeing the plantation under cover of darkness. Behind him, the baying of hound dogs cuts through the muggy night air. The slave patrol is on his trail, his lungs burn as he splashes through a muddy creek. "There he is!" a voice shouts. Within moments, the runaway is dragged from the undergrowth, arms pinned and chest heaving. A rope is slipped around his wrist. His desperate bid for freedom has failed. By dawn, he's back at the plantation, tied to a whipping post as the overseer lays on lash after lash in front of the assembled slaves. The others are forced to watch this gruesome spectacle, a brutal reminder of what happens to those who dare challenge the system. Violence is the linchpin of the plantation order. While the economy of slavery runs on profits, it is maintained by the whip, the shackle, and the gun. Every aspect of an enslaved person's life is controlled by the constant threat of punishment or death. Enslavers organize slave patrols, roving bands of armed white men, often empowered by local law, who prowl roads and woods at night, hunting for anyone without permission to travel. Across the South, laws known as slave codes give almost unlimited power to slave owners and overseers to enforce discipline. It is illegal for enslaved people to gather without a white supervisor present. It is illegal to teach them to read or write, for knowledge might spark rebellion. Any hint of resistance, a suspicious meeting, a whispered plan, can bring swift and savage retribution. The entire society is mobilized to keep the enslaved population subjugated. Judges, sheriffs, and legislators all play their part. A white person is rarely punished for killing or abusing a slave, and statutes explicitly define enslaved people as property with virtually no legal rights. In one notorious ruling in the 1850s, the U.S. Supreme Court declared that black people had no rights that any white person was bound to respect. Oh, this is white supremacy written into law, the belief that one race was born to dominate and the other to obey. That poisonous ideology seeps into every justification slaveholders offer for their system. In earlier days, some Southerners half-apologetically called slavery a necessary evil that would eventually fade away. But by the 1830s, they boldly insist that slavery is a positive good. Politicians, newspaper editors, and clergymen in the South weave elaborate rationalizations to defend human bondage. They claim that black Africans are naturally inferior and suited only for servitude, that they could not survive on their own and are better off under the care of white masters. Enslavers fashion themselves as benevolent patriarchs. In their view, they feed, Christianize, and civilize a supposedly childlike race in exchange for loyal labor. Of course, this delusion ignores the daily atrocities of the plantation. But denial is a powerful tool. A planter might boast that slavery civilizes an inferior race, even as outside a slave is being whipped. Many Southern churches often bless the slave regime. Pro-slavery preachers cherry-picked scripture about servants obeying masters and assured congregations that slavery was part of God's ordained plan. Not everyone in America was willing to accept these lies. Abolitionist voices in the North called slavery a sin and demanded its end, and enslaved people themselves never ceased yearning for freedom. But within the South, any dissent was violently silenced. In the 1830s, Southern postmasters burned abolitionist mail rather than deliver it, and anyone suspected of anti-slavery views faced intimidation or exile. The South became a closed fortress, intolerant of criticism and fearful of any spark of rebellion. Slaveholders' fear was not unfounded. Enslaved African Americans resisted in countless ways, undermining the system even as it tightened around them. Some acts of resistance were quiet but persistent, breaking tools, feigning illness, working as slowly as they dared. Everyday acts of sabotage to reclaim a shred of autonomy. Others were riskier. Some attempted the perilous journey north to escape to freedom. And at times, anger and desperation exploded into open revolt. Slave uprisings were rare and brutally suppressed, but they haunted slave owners' nightmares. In 1831, an enslaved preacher named Nat Turner led a rebellion in Virginia that killed dozens of whites before it was violently put down. The event horrified slaveholders across the South. In response, states passed even harsher laws and strengthened their patrols and militias. Enslavers claimed they had to impose even stricter controls to keep savages from rising up using fear to justify further cruelty. At the core of the plantation's grip was the systematic breaking of the enslaved person's will. Physical torture was routine. The whip on bare backs, stocks, and chains to immobilize. Dogs trained to hunt and maul runaways. Psychological torture was ever present as well. Families were torn apart as a matter of course. A mother sold away from her husband and children for an owner's profit. On the auction block, children are separated from parents, shattering families forever. Enslaved women endured sexual abuse by masters and overseers with impunity. Any child born from such a violation was simply added to the owner's inventory, literally increasing his stock of human property. All of this was justified by the twisted logic that Black people were not fully human and thus not entitled to any rights. If one believes that an entire people is naturally suited for slavery, then even the most appalling acts can be rationalized as necessary or even kind. White Southern society largely closed ranks around this brutal order. Even whites who owned no slaves were taught to feel racially superior and to support the system, glad to know that no matter how poor they were better than Black people. Slavery was not just an economic institution, but the foundation of Southern society's hierarchy, a cornerstone of the planter elite's power and identity. By 1860, Southern leaders were so committed to slavery that they chose to secede from the United States rather than see it threatened. The result was the Civil War, a bloody 4-year conflict that would decide the fate of slavery in America. When the Civil War ended in 1865, slavery was formally abolished, and 4 million enslaved people were legally free. Many hoped that the nightmare of plantation bondage had finally been destroyed for good. But although the laws changed, the attitudes and power structures did not evaporate overnight. The plantation system left deep scars, and a cadre of former masters determined to maintain white supremacy and a supply of cheap Black labor by other means. Now, let's see how, after emancipation, new systems of exploitation and racial control rose from the ashes of slavery, ensuring that the spirit of the plantation would live on in new guises. 18 years after emancipation, the sun rises over a coal mine in Pratt City, Alabama in 1883. Deep underground, the orange glow of torches reveals a hellish scene. Dozens of black men, stripped to the waist and slick with sweat, swing pickaxes at a coal seam. Their ankles are shackled together, and each swing of the pick brings a groan of exhaustion.
Damn.
These are not free laborers. They are prisoners leased by the state to a private mining company. Above ground, armed guards keep watch, rifles in hand. The air is thick with coal dust and human desperation. A young man collapses to his knees, choking on the dust. A foreman strides over and strikes him with a rod, snarling that he'll walk or die. Here, many do die. His crime was vagrancy. In reality, simply being a black man without work in a society determined to extract his labor by any means. After the Civil War, the 13th Amendment to the US Constitution outlawed slavery, except as a punishment for crime. Almost immediately, southern states seized on that exception as a loophole to continue the plantations' legacy. They passed laws known as Blacc codes, which turned minor offenses into crimes aimed squarely at the newly freed black population. A black person could be arrested for loitering or not having proof of employment, or for absurd infractions like speaking too loudly in public or walking on the wrong side of the road. Once convicted, often in sham trials before all-white juries, they were handed over to a new form of bondage, convict leasing. States and county authorities leased prisoners, the vast majority of them black, and many of them former slaves or their children, to private companies hungry for cheap labor. In the 1870s and 1880s, black prisoners were leased to work in coal mines, lumber camps, brickyards, railroad construction crews, and cotton plantations. They were forced to work long days under brutal and dangerous conditions, often under the whip and in chains. Slavery in all but name. For the white authorities and businessmen who ran the system, it was extremely profitable. States earned substantial revenue by renting out convicts, and companies got a disposable workforce they didn't have to pay beyond basic subsistence. If a leased prisoner collapsed or died from the abuse, the company could simply request a replacement from the local jail. Unlike the old slave owners, who at least had an economic incentive to keep an enslaved person alive and somewhat healthy, the new masters of convict labor had no such qualms. Prisoners were seen as completely expendable. The human toll was horrific. In some convict camps, mortality rates climbed shockingly high due to beatings, accidents, disease, and sheer exhaustion. Entire prison barracks would be stricken with pneumonia or malaria and left without proper care. Convict leasing became a pillar of southern economies by the 1890s, generating huge revenues for states like Alabama. The practice was so lucrative that authorities had every incentive to arrest more black people for trifling offenses just to keep the supply of convict labor flowing. Not all the exploitation of black labor after the Civil War took the form of outright chains. For millions of freed men and freed women across the South, a different kind of plantation slavery re-emerged through the sharecropping system. In the decades after emancipation, most black families had few opportunities to truly own land or find independent livelihoods. The promise of 40 acres and a mule, land for the formerly enslaved, had been betrayed. The vast majority of emancipated people owned no land at all. Instead, many entered into sharecropping contracts with white landowners, returning to work the very same soil as before, but now under a nominally free labor arrangement. In theory, sharecroppers farmed a portion of a planter's land in exchange for a share of the harvest. In reality, these contracts were one-sided and oppressive. Black families would rent land, tools, and seed from a white landlord, often on credit at steep interest. At harvest, the landlord claimed a large share of the crop and added arbitrary fees and inflated charges to the tenant's account. More often than not, the sharecropper was told he owed more than he earned, an endless cycle of debt. If a family tried to leave before settling that supposed debt, local sheriffs or white vigilantes would force them back. It was a system designed to resemble slavery as closely as possible. Black people tied by debt to plantations, unable to advance, and constantly under the threat of destitution or violence if they challenged the arrangement. By the turn of the 20th century, the American South had rebuilt an economy on the backs of its black laboring class, now stripped of nearly all political power and hemmed in by a web of legal and extra-legal controls. Jim Crow laws imposed strict racial segregation and reinforced the message that black citizens were second class and should not aspire beyond menial roles. The right to vote, briefly exercised by black men during Reconstruction, was snatched away through intimidation, discriminatory literacy tests, and outright terror. This ensured the planter class and their allies stayed in power and could continue exploiting black labor without interference. White supremacist groups like the KKK and other Night Riders enforced this social order through violence, targeting black individuals who showed any sign of independence or success. A black sharecropper who saved a bit of money or dared dispute a landlord's account might find a burning cross in his yard or face brutal violence. Lynching and beatings were used as dread tools of discipline far beyond the prison walls, enforcing a grim racial hierarchy. Through convict leasing, sharecropping, and Jim Crow oppression, the South in the late 19th and early 20th centuries succeeded in resurrecting key features of the plantation system. The racial caste hierarchy remained essentially intact. Whites on top, black people at the bottom laboring for their benefit. The methods had evolved, but the goal was the same: to extract labor and uphold white domination. Change came slowly. Under public pressure, states gradually abolished convict leasing, though chain gangs of prisoners toiling on roads and farms persisted for decades. Sharecropping only began to wane in the 1930s when machinery and the economic upheaval of the Great Depression upended the old labor model, and Jim Crow's legalized segregation and black disenfranchisement endured into the 1960s until the civil rights movement finally forced those laws to fall. Yet despite the end of those systems, the legacy of the plantation continued to cast a long shadow. The descendants of enslaved people, now technically free and equal under the law, still faced towering economic disparities and entrenched racism. The plantation had set into motion patterns of racialized labor exploitation that did not stop at the South's borders. They would echo in factories and fields across the nation, and as global capitalism expanded around the world. In the next part, we widen our view to the modern era to see how the plantation's brutal blueprint of cheap labor and racial hierarchy lives on in new forms of exploitation across the globe. On April 24th, 2013, a massive concrete building in Dhaka, Bangladesh, pancaked to the ground in a matter of minutes. This was Rana Plaza, an 8-story garment factory complex where thousands of low-wage workers, mostly young women, stitched clothing for global fashion brands. Cracks had been spotted in the walls the day before, but factory bosses threatened to fire anyone who didn't come in. Now the entire structure had collapsed like a house of cards, trapping workers in a mountain of rubble. Amid the smoke and concrete dust, survivors' screams pierced the air. By the time rescue crews finished pulling bodies from the debris, more than 1,100 people were dead and over 2,000 injured. In the wreckage among shattered sewing machines and bales of bright fabric, searchers found labels bearing familiar Western brand names. The world reacted in horror at the scale of the tragedy, Saosh. But for the Western companies involved, disasters like this had become part of the cost of doing business on the cheap. The shirts and jeans sold to consumers in London and New York had been made under conditions not far removed from a sweatshop nightmare. Workers locked in an unsafe building, pushed to meet impossible quotas for paltry pay. The collapse of Rana Plaza threw a harsh spotlight on the global supply chains of modern capitalism. In the early 21st century, corporations have spread their production across the globe in search of the lowest labor costs. Much as 19th century planters sought ever cheaper sources of field labor. This has created a vast underclass of factory workers and miners in developing countries who toil for a fraction of what workers in wealthy countries earn. Many of these laborers are people of color in formerly colonized nations. The global South providing cheap hands for the global North's appetite, a pattern that traces straight back to the colonial plantation. Inside sweltering textile mills in Bangladesh, electronics assembly plants in China, and cobalt mines in the Congo, the scenes can be hauntingly familiar. There are long lines of workers bent over tasks for 12 or 14 hours a day, sometimes in locked facilities with few safety measures. Conditions one step above bondage. When one group of workers collapses or demands better conditions, big companies often simply shift their orders to another country where labor is more desperate and regulations are lax. The result is a race to the bottom, reminiscent of the most ruthless, low-road capitalism of the past. The echoes of the plantation reverberate clearly in these modern practices. The logic remains the same: maximize output and minimize cost, even if it means human lives are shortened and dignity is stripped away. Back in the United States, one need not look far to find similar dynamics. Consider America's sprawling prison system, home to over 2 million inmates, a disproportionately large number of them Black or Latino. Thanks to that old loophole in the 13th Amendment, incarcerated people across the country can be made to work for pennies an hour. In some states, they receive no pay at all, only a token reduction in their sentence. Prisoners sew garments, assemble furniture, answer customer service calls, and perform order labor behind bars, often for private companies or state-run businesses. Federal Prison Industries, known by its trade name Unicor, produces everything from military uniforms to electronic equipment, earning hundreds of millions in revenue each year by using inmate labor paid far below the minimum wage. Major corporations have quietly benefited too. At various times, companies from retail giants to telecom firms have made use of prison labor to cut costs. Out in the fields and forests, prison chain gangs still deploy in a few states. One can see incarcerated men in orange jumpsuits, clearing brush, or even picking crops under the watch of armed guards on horseback. A sight straight from a century ago. The demographics of modern incarceration make the parallel with slavery even starker. African Americans are about 13% of the US population, but nearly 40% of the prison population. Decades of biased policing, harsh sentencing laws, and systemic inequality have led to the mass incarceration of Black and brown people, filling prisons with a workforce that can be exploited under the law. In effect, the exception clause of the 13th Amendment has swallowed the rule. Slavery was abolished for everyone except prisoners, and prisons have been filled with those whom society has relegated to its margins. Activists today openly call prison labor a modern form of slavery, and prisoners themselves have organized strikes to protest their working conditions and the pittance they receive. Worldwide labor exploitation continues in forms both overt and subtle. The International Labour Organization estimates that tens of millions of people today are trapped in conditions of forced labor or modern slavery, from girls trafficked into prostitution, to migrants effectively imprisoned on fishing boats, to families in debt bondage on farms and in factories, even in sectors without outright coercion. The global economy relies on huge disparities in wealth and power. The coffee beans picked by impoverished farmers, the t-shirts sewn by sweatshop workers, and the minerals mined under hazardous conditions are all part of a supply chain that allows consumers in richer nations to enjoy cheap goods, while workers in poorer regions pay the price. The plantation mindset, that certain groups of people can be worked to the bone for the comfort of others, persists. It has simply been repackaged and exported worldwide. Yet awareness is growing as well. Just as abolitionists once shined a light on the plantation whip, modern labor advocates and human rights groups are exposing these injustices and demanding change. Workers are fighting back. Union drives at e-commerce warehouses in America and strikes at garment factories in Asia show that the struggle against exploitative labor continues. In the United States, movements to abolish private prisons, end unpaid prison labor, and reform harsh criminal justice practices echo the old abolitionist spirit. Globally, campaigns for fair trade, living wages, and corporate accountability press to eliminate child labor and unsafe working conditions from supply chains. Each of these efforts carries an echo of earlier battles, the belief that the brutal spirit of the plantation can be challenged and defeated. And so, my friends, our journey began in the cotton fields of the American South and ends in a world of smartphones and fast fashion, where the threads of the past are woven tightly into the fabric of the present. If you don't understand plantation,
I thought it was going to be something else. Let's see what. Thank you for hanging out so far. Let's see what the next topic is. I thought it was going to be something else. I thought it was going to be just a little bit different. Let me see what he says. Let me see. Let me see. Okay. Let me see. He said, I don't know what this topic is, but hold on one sec. Let's see. Let's find out. Let's see. And I'm trying to find what you wanted me to talk about, but I don't see it. So let's see if I can move to the next one. Let's see.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. I'm sorry, I kind of got caught up with.
The next topic was supposed to be the Alabama solution, but I can't find it. So, let's just play with this one right now. Because it's next in the queue. So, assuming this is what he wanted to talk about.
Things around here.
She got to tell us about.
Like I told y'all before, we had a blizzard, and it's just crazy. It's crazy. They haven't even come down our street. Is a woman whose daughter, she's from the UK, went to her green card interview, and when she was done, this British woman got detained by ICE. So yes, it is happening to them. It's all about what the media in this country is willing to show. And apparently they got an issue with showing white immigrants getting detained. And they are giving you the false illusion that it's only Black and Latino immigrants that are being detained. They want to show you all of that. They don't have no problem showing you all that. But when it's a white immigrant, they don't want to show it at all. So you're going to see and hear some of the actual immigrants that were detained. Some of them are people just given the account of what happened to them. And just like many, some of them even lost their lives in those detention centers. So, that's why Donald Trump and Stephen Miller, they want to give absolute immunity to ICE agents, and whatever happens to people in these detention centers, they don't want lawsuits. But somehow I think somewhere down the line, they're going to have to deal with lawsuits, whether they want to or not. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And some of these people are also from Canada that were detained. And not all of them were immigrants. Some one woman, you're going to hear her about her. She came over here as a tourist. She was coming to visit America, and she got detained by ICE. And I believe that was a woman from the UK. So, yeah, I mean, I've been seeing the stories. They grabbed some Germans. I've seen Ukrainians, Russians.
That's good shit.
There's one woman that was from France. Yeah, I mean, so
well,
they're not being spared at all. So let me share my screen. Shalom to everybody in the chat. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you.
When she came out of the meeting, they detained her. They arrested her in front of her husband and her baby. Stephen's in pieces. He rang his mum. He couldn't even tell her. She couldn't understand what he was saying, but he said they've taken Katie. I understand that she was easy pickings, but apparently on these new stricter rules, 41 people were arrested yesterday. When Katie was detained, there was 5 people at the same time detained. 5 people ripped away from their families. Literally, nobody can get to see her. She's locked up like a criminal. This is my little girl. She's 33 years old. You detained my little girl in front of her husband and her baby, and you have locked her up. And I am raging at the injustice of it because she's done everything right.
An innocent British grandmother was detained by ICE for 6 weeks in prison in shackles because, oh, wait till you hear this story. This is sickening, guys, what we did and what the Brits did. The British government blew her off and left her alone. Karen Newton, 65-year-old grandmother, decided to take the trip of a lifetime. It's like freaking Westworld, the trip of a lifetime to America and Canada. So she goes with her husband, who's 66. They're retired. They go to the U.S. They go to Yellowstone. They see the geysers. They're so excited. They had so much fun. They decide to go to Canada. They get a car. They get to the border, and the Canadians say, "Oh, I'm sorry, you didn't fill out the right paperwork to bring a car across. We've got to send you back to America." So they turn around and the Americans say, "Wait a minute." And they check the husband's visa had expired already, right? Now, bad that his visa expired. And she basically thought, oh, well, you know, she goes, he's a Brit. Hopefully he'll be okay. But her visa was still fine, her tourist visa. Well, they grabbed both of them because she was his accomplice, they said. And she's like, accomplice? What did I do? They take them and imprison them for 6 weeks. Shackles. They put shackles on their wrists, shackles on their waist, shackles on their feet. You know, the things where they're all handcuffed and the chain so you walk like a penguin? British grandmother. They imprisoned her for 6 weeks, didn't let her see her husband for 3 weeks, never told her, never once told her what she did. The only thing they said was, you were his accomplice. She goes, what do you mean I'm his accomplice? She goes, I've got my visa. They goes, you helped him pack his luggage. Guys, she slept on the floor of her prison cell for 6 weeks. And she said, and by the way, she said, don't go to this country. Don't ever go to America while Donald Trump is there. And she's right. I have warned people about this. People said, what's the worst that could happen? Well, the worst that could happen is you get detained for, and by the way, she wasn't arrested, so she doesn't get a lawyer. She didn't have a right to an attorney even because she wasn't arrested. She was just simply detained for a short while by ICE. And the Supreme Court is making this legal. This is what we're doing to people. And by the way, Americans, big study now from CNN, the number of Americans getting arrested and detained by ICE, huge growing number of innocent Americans getting grabbed by ICE now because you look like a foreigner. But this is what we did. 65-year-old grandmother here on a legal tourist visa for the trip of a lifetime. And we threw her in prison for 6 weeks. Couldn't call anybody, couldn't call a lawyer because her husband's visa had expired. So they threw her in prison for 6 weeks. Anybody who comes to this country now, business or pleasure, is nuts. This is sick stuff.
I was reapplying for my work visa in the immigration office. I was doing everything completely legally. They said, you need to reapply through the consulate and we need to send you back to Canada. And in my head, I thought that meant, okay, I'm just getting on a plane and going home. And I was taken. No explanation. It felt like I had been kidnapped. 30 of us in one cell, just like a line of bunks and then open showers and toilets. And every single time I asked a question, it was, I'm not your case officer. I don't know. I'm just doing my job. We nicknamed them the ice boxes. We're huddled, trying to stay warm, wrapped in these aluminum foils, looking like dead bodies. Fluorescent lights are shining 24/7. One of the girls had her period and there was blood everywhere. This nurse comes in and she's like, pregnancy test. She made us pee in front of each other into these Dixie cups. We're all just standing there in a circle, holding our open urine. And she's plopping these pregnancy tests in and then being like, okay, you guys are going to check it back in the toilet. I got woken up in the middle of the night and they're like, Jasmine, you're leaving. I jumped up. I'm like, I'm going home. And they're like, we're being transferred. Why am I going to Arizona? I begged every single guard for help. Can you please tell anyone, your supervisor, that I would love to pay for my flight home? Just get me out of here. ICE issued a statement saying I was detained for not having legal documentation to be in the U.S. I do not support anyone being in a country illegally. I had all my paperwork. I was in the immigration office. I was never in the country illegally. They are just grabbing anyone that they can. I had a medical check and I had to go visit this nurse. She could tell that I was distraught and confused. And she looked at me and she goes, "Can I pray for you?" And she said this like beautiful prayer in Spanish that I have no idea what she was saying. And I just cried and I cried and I cried, and she just held my hands and I was like, okay, I'm going to get through this. I was transferred back to the San Diego prison. Just grabbed me and said, "You're coming with me this way." Stripped the chains off of me quickly, snuck me into the airport, escort me onto the plane, sit me down, and they're like, "Okay, you're free. You can use your cell phone now. Take care." I was so lucky to have only been in there for 2 weeks. Can you imagine someone in the system that doesn't have my privilege, all the lawyers, all the money, all my connections? Majority of the women that I met have been in there for months. I received a 5-year ban from America. Everyone asked me, they're like, "Well, you're never going to go back, are you?" I'm appealing. I want to go back. I love America. Your government is funding a system that doesn't follow any rules.
She's happy to be home.
But Victoria Bolavina is shaken. She says that she spent 3 days in the down.
You notice, despite everything that happened to her and she cried about, she says she would still come back to America. You know why? Because right now, Canada is going through a pretty bad economic downturn. And if you remember, when our people were in food lines during the government shutdown, I showed you on live stream the food lines that were going on up in Canada. There is a large amount of people in Canada that's unemployed and can't find work in Canada. So when these immigrants from Canada come here, that's what they're looking for. They're just like anyone else. They're looking for jobs, and they're looking for the stability that they can't find up there in Canada. Canada is struggling. A lot of people don't realize that they are not doing well up in Canada at all. So, yeah, she definitely would come back despite the fact that she went through hell, but they told her she can't come back for 5 years. And that's happening to a lot of immigrants deported. They're being told, I had one that said they can't come back for 25 years. I mean, that is like, you might as well just stay in your country and forget about coming back here. But yeah, they are setting boundaries on how long these people must stay away before they can even try to come back here. But that's what's going on. All right, let's continue.
Downtown ICE holding facility after being detained during her green card interview.
Was no opportunity to sleep, to change your clothes, to brush your teeth, shower, nothing for 3 days.
Her husband translates her description of the cold conditions, expired food, and no privacy.
The toilet that's inside the room, there's a window for the guards to see on the door. So it is uncomfortable. So the women would stand up around the one who needed to use the bathroom.
They shared the notice to appear that she received when she was released. It says that she overstayed her authorization, but the couple and her attorney say that she complied with all immigration procedures.
You remaining in the United States beyond September 15, 2024 without authorization. This is not true.
It has been confirmed that approximately 55 Canadians have been detained by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. ICE operations have been under increased scrutiny since the White House Deputy Chief of Staff announced that ICE officers would target at least 3,000 arrests per day, up from 650 a day during the first 5 months of Trump's second term. And the news comes after a Canadian citizen died in ICE custody on June 23rd, though no details surrounding his death have been shared with the public.
Hi everyone, my name is Anastasia Polo. I represent Ukrainian community here in America. And I want to share this story with all my American friends here and all Americans who will listen and watch this video. So please share as much as you can.
Я хочу з вами поділитися ситуацією, в якій я ніколи не була. І просто не знаю, як допомогти своєму чоловіку. Це був самий звичайний день суботи. І просто він їхав, це було Сан-Дієго. Він не знав, що там військове місто. Його просто зупинили на КПП провірити документи. Він їх показав. І вони просто сказали йому сидіти, чекати. Після того прийшли айс-офіцери. Це офіцери, які просто забирають людей в детеншн. По-нашому це буде та сама в'язниця. Хоча там перебувають всі мігранти. Забрали його на підставі того, що в нас були нотіси. Ми заплатили за продовження репаролю. І їх це не цікавило. Просто не цікавило, вони забрали мого чоловіка. Він зараз там знаходиться вже, і вони його не випускають. Нам назначили дату суда, і ми маємо просто, я не знаю, що доказувати.
It's crisis already. So the story is a Ukrainian family who live in Orange County. Their father being stopped by the ICE in San Diego. He went there for work. The problem which Ukrainians experience in America for a year already. That's the problem I'm talking about for a couple months already in my blog a lot. All Ukrainians came here legal, apply for their documents, for legal documents to stay here. USCIS is delaying the process with work authorization, reparole, TPS, and that's bringing Ukrainian families to the situation like they are here illegal. But this is not true. And that's how this man became a victim of detention. And that's why ICE probably have no idea what to do with this person, because he has the notice that he paid for reparole, he paid for the documents, and he's waiting for the documents. But he doesn't have the documents on his hands. And that's why ICE took him, put him in detention. Right now, family working with a lawyer to take him out. The wife, who is here in Orange County, staying with two daughters, 5 months and 7 years, and experience stress. She doesn't work. Only father was working for the family. I want all Americans to support us, to share this information. And if you know how to be helpful in this situation, maybe spread the word, maybe reach a congressperson, congresswoman, congressman, reach the president administration and bring this situation up, because we have an advocacy case for Ukrainians, which we call Let Them Work. So this document is asking, please review the documents of Ukrainians and give them permission to stay legal, to keep staying legal in America, because all of them came here legal. Thank you guys for your reposts, for your support. We really appreciate. God bless America. Thank you for help.
Trip turned nightmare. That's how one British father describes his daughter's trip to the U.S. after a visa mix-up at the border. Good evening. Thanks for joining us for the news at 10. I'm David Rose.
And I'm Sabir Rayford. That mix-up has landed the young woman in an ICE detention facility in Tacoma, where she still is tonight. Fox 13 reporter Nia Wong has been following this case. She's joining us from the newsroom with what we know so far.
Paul Burke says his daughter's current conditions at the Northwest Detention Center are deeply concerning, and she's been there for nearly 2 weeks. As they reach out to British leaders, they are asking for help in the States to help bring Becky back home. A desperate father in the United Kingdom opened this Facebook post on March 8th, saying his daughter, Becky Burke, had been on a 4-month backpacking trip when she was detained by ICE on February 26th. The cartoonist had been sharing her adventures on her Instagram account, where she stayed in Portland, then Seattle, before heading up to the Canadian border. Paul Burke says she was denied entry into Canada due to an incorrect visa, and when she tried to go back to the U.S.,
was refused re-entry and classified as a, quote, illegal alien.
This is very heavy-handed.
Abdin Bahadur is an attorney for Ryan Swanson in Cleveland in Seattle.
The immigration laws are not something to ask forgiveness for later.
Burke's father says she was on a tourist visa, and her social media account shows she participated in Workaway, a cultural exchange, according to the Workaway website, that expects participants to help around 5 hours per day in exchange for food and accommodation. ICE confirmed Burke is still being held at the Northwest ICE Processing Center related to the violation of the terms and conditions of her admission. U.S. Customs and Border Protection says it can't discuss specific cases, only saying on background, quote, individuals who travel to the U.S. under the visa waiver program are not allowed to work for any type of compensation. That includes work in exchange for room and board. While Bahadur says it is the responsibility of the traveler to know the rules.
The agency could definitely show more compassion, more grace.
Bahadur has also been the liaison with Customs and Border Protection for Washington State with the American Immigration Lawyers Association. In his 5 years of holding the position, he believes that CBP officers could have made another choice.
If the CBP officer, the Customs and Border Protection officer at the border, had wanted to, they could have probably arranged it to say, you know what, do you have the financial ability to buy a plane ticket home? Okay, there's tons of flights every day out of SeaTac to Europe. They could have just placed her on that plane, let her go home, and let her voluntarily depart from the United States.
Here's what a man who was detained by ICE at a protest says things are like inside the Minnesota ICE detention center.
There was one point they were looking for one particular gentleman for probably about 15, 30 minutes. They kept circling, going, we have no idea where this man is. It's like, it's not a big facility. It's relatively small. You'd be surprised that they would lose an individual in there, and kept coming and asking us if we knew where they were. And then during interrogation, there were questions like, I remember specifically being asked, do you know who detained you? You know the arresting officer? That's no, I don't know the arresting officer. Well, what did he look like? I'm like, did he give you his name? No, he didn't give me his name. Everybody's got masks on. I can't see. It's completely obvious that these guys are not set up, not prepared, and have no idea what they're doing in this moment. And it's very chaotic.
A Ukrainian family needs your help. This photo of Daniela, this is a baby. She was born just last Thursday. She's named after her father, Daniel, who was not there to witness her birth because he's currently detained in an ICE detention center in Texas. Daniel came to the United States through the U4U program, which is Uniting for Ukraine program. It was a humanitarian parole program that was introduced back in April of 2022 for Ukrainians who are fleeing the war to come safely to the United States. That's how Daniel and his family came to the U.S. So he came here legally, he even had a work permit, and he was working, paying his taxes, except when he went to renew or reapply for that status, there was a pause in all humanitarian parole programs earlier this year that resulted in the delay of his renewal, leaving him undocumented. So when he was pulled over in Texas, because he's a long-haul truck driver, there was a routine check for all commercial vehicles. Authorities down in Texas saw that his parole program had been expired, so he was taken into custody, and that was 7 months ago. It was an emotional homecoming for a BC woman who had been detained at an ICE detention center for nearly 2 weeks.
I'm still, to be honest, really processing everything. I haven't slept in a while and haven't eaten proper food in a while, so I'm just really going through the motions. Getting back here was, it's just been a lot.
Jasmine Mooney says she attempted to enter the U.S. from Mexico at the San Diego border crossing on March 3rd. She said she tried to apply for a temporary visa for a job in the U.S., but that was denied. She was then detained by ICE and taken to a detention center in California for 3 days. She was then transported to another facility in Arizona. And after an 11-day ordeal, Jasmine was finally released and got on a flight back to Vancouver.
From the second I got there to now, like, I can't even process what just happened because there was no heads up. Next thing you know, I'm taken, and for 2 weeks haven't been told anything, moved in different cells, sleeping on cement, sleeping in different jail cells. I was given no heads up of anything that was about to transpire.
On the way back, I had the guards that brought me, they looked through all my paperwork and they were very confused as well.
Mooney also shedding light on what she describes as inhumane conditions inside these ICE detention centers. She said at one point she had to share a cell with 30 other women with no blanket. The lights were on 24/7 and she had limited access to the bathrooms. She also had very little communication with her family and her immigration lawyer.
I do not wish it upon anyone. No one deserves to go through that. It was really, really hard the first few days, but then when I got to know everyone else in there and heard all of their stories and how long they were in there, I was like, okay, I'm not allowed to feel sorry for myself at all because every single person in here is in a way worse situation than me. So I just spent the rest of my time trying to console and help as many women as I could because there were some, like there was one girl that was in there for 10 months.
The U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement says Mooney was processed in accordance with President Trump's executive order that subjected, quote, all aliens in violation of U.S. immigration law to possible arrest. From YVR Airport, Cecilia Hua, City News.
Right here, they have a Russian man that they found this morning as they're going out. I would not think the first people we were going to find today was going to be a Russian.
You know what? They come in all colors.
Vladimir's going to go take him back.
And while we were waiting, other ICE agents had identified a vehicle with 5 illegal migrants, and watch what happened when they go to try and make the arrest.
All right, go ahead. We'll take it out. Walk. Let's take it out.
Where all the protesters showed up. Whoa. Jeez. All the people jumped out of the car. They all started running. 5 different people, 5 different ways. They didn't catch any of them. They're running right now. We didn't get the guys, but we did get their car keys.
Yes, sir.
And how often does that happen when you guys hop out on somebody that they all get loose?
If we don't catch up to them, we'll normally try to go back and see if there's any type of identification that fell out of them.
And click right here for the rest of the video.
Nearly 150 Canadians have been detained by ICE officers this year, so 149. That is on pace to double the number of Canadians detained when we look at the entirety of 2024. For a closer look at these detentions, I'm joined in studio by Catherine Blaisbaum with the Globe and Mail. Good morning to you. Good morning. You know, I have 3 children. I know what they're like when they're little. I mean, thinking about the fact that these 2 children, they're little, under the age of 4 years old, held in these facilities. Who are these kids? What do we know about them? And what do we know about the conditions? I too am a mom of 3, and it was horrifying reading through details about the facility where they were being held. So what we do know is that these 2 children were held for weeks. One of them held for more than 7 weeks at a facility in South Texas that is at the center of allegations of not providing adequate drinking water, mothers who can't access formula for their babies, no soap to clean their bottles, children who don't have toys, guards taking, a doll away from a little girl, no access to medical treatment or reduced access to medical treatment. So very challenging circumstances for these families, including these 2 Canadian children. We do know that both of them have been released. They were detained separately. These are 2 separate families, we understand, based on the data. Both detained in May, one released a couple weeks later, and then the other one, the data showed that this person and their grown up, along with another child, were released in mid-July. Do you know why they were detained, like what the reason was? What we do know, based on the data analysis, is that they were detained with what appear to be grown-ups. We don't know if they are their mothers, but in the case of one of the children, it was a Bolivian mother, and the other, it was a Congolese woman, and it appears that they were picked up for what are known as other immigration violations, so no criminal record, but rather some other immigration violation, and they have been placed into what are described as expedited removal proceedings with a credible fear referral. So they are claiming what does that mean? Yeah, they are claiming that if they are sent home, that they fear persecution. Got it. And now we don't know what happened to them. We don't know where they are. We are actively trying to find them. They're just one of many people who are being held right now. Speaking of many people, how many Canadians are still in custody? current to the end of July, 56 Canadians were still being detained who had been arrested under the Trump administration. Why? Do we know? Why do we know? Well, a variety of reasons. The most common reason is due to criminal charges. So under American immigration law, if you have a criminal record, even if it's something from the 80s, and it could be possession of a drug, if you are a non-US resident, you are at risk of being removed from the country. And so for 70% of these Canadians, that is some version of what they are being detained for, a criminal record. For the other 30%, it could be things like an overstay of a visa, or perhaps they crossed at between border crossings, sort of an irregular crossing, it's described as. Where are they being held, these Canadians? These Canadians are being held across, it was a lot of data analysis. Shout out to Mahima at the Globe and Mail. It was crazy. As you can see on this map, they are spread across 34 facilities in the United States, concentrated in the South. These include privately run facilities, county jails, state prisons that are not meant to hold immigration detainees, but under the Trump administration have entered into agreements with ICE to hold people like these Canadians. What kind of action has Global Affairs Canada taken? That's a great question, and it is entirely opaque. We have asked them time and time again, ever since a Canadian died in custody at the end of June in Miami. All that they will really say is, we are providing consular assistance. We can't tell you anything else, citing privacy concerns. They wouldn't even give us a snapshot of where these people were located, or a range of age, or anything that might give any indication of who these Canadians are. And that's why it took us going through data that was obtained through freedom of information litigation by people in the United States through litigation to figure out where the Canadians are. Really unbelievable. Thank you for amazing reporting, Catherine Blaisbaum with the Globe and Mail. We appreciate your time. Thanks for having me.
Hey team, I want to introduce you to Vika. Vika is a woman that lives here in Plymouth, and she loves dogs. She loves cooking. She's happily married. She loves to travel. She's very goofy and outspoken, and very hardworking. And she is also in a detention center right now because as she was on her way to work, she was surrounded by ICE in a parking lot and detained. She is here from Ukraine and she is an asylum seeker, so she's going through the process of trying to seek refugee status. She was detained, I think, about 4 weeks ago. She went to a detention center in Texas. She got COVID there and got really, really sick. Eventually, it sounds like she's been transferred now to New Mexico. And this is, last I talked to her husband, week 3 or 4 that she's been detained. They are trying to collect funds to help her go through the legal process of being able to be reunited with her husband and come back here to Minnesota. I'm going to post a link to their GoFundMe. If you don't like donating to GoFundMe, because they do take a piece, I will put up on an image of my Venmo, and you can send me money directly and I will send her husband money directly. They are working through the process and I'm really hopeful that she can get out. I can't imagine what it's like to be detained that long. From what I heard from her husband, it's very jail-like, especially where she is in New Mexico. So just one of the many, many stories of asylum seekers, refugee folks that have been taken on their way to work. You know, I know that a lot of my friends that are not in Minnesota have messaged me saying, like, is this really happening? It's really happening. So I just wanted to share this story. If you'd like to donate to their family to help out, that would be awesome. If you're seeing this on TikTok, she also makes TikToks, so I will tag her account.
Excuse me, sir, what country are you from? Well, my public culture. How did you get here? Don't answer his question. You don't know how you got there? What's your reaction to ICE detaining you now? What's your reaction to being detained? Excuse me, sir, what country are you from? How'd you get here? Sir, what country are you from? The country. Where? How'd you get here? What's your reaction to being detained now? Mister.
Dale. Uno tiene que responder una pregunta de hijo. Cuando hay tipo,
A Canadian man has died in ICE custody. Professor Poutine here, time for Mysteries Histories. Johnny Noviello, a 49-year-old Canadian citizen who was legally in the United States, was arrested by ICE and detained on drug trafficking charges. While in detainment, he died. Early reports seem to indicate it was a heart attack, but more reporting on that is to come. This is the sixth death since May in ICE custody, along with over 400 911 calls since January, detailing all sorts of serious medical complications, pregnancies, suicides, assaults, including guard on inmate and inmate on inmate. And that's just the ones that are reporting. Most civil rights activists believe that the number is far, far higher than that. And you may be saying to yourself, well, so be it. They're in the country illegally. They deserve what they get. Well, keep in mind that being in the United States illegally is a civil offense, not a criminal one. The only way it's a criminal offense is if you have been deported and then you re-enter the country, then it becomes a federal offense. And also, keep in mind that of all the people that have been detained by ICE, less than 10% of them have anything remotely serious in terms of a conviction. The vast majority of them have nothing more serious than a traffic violation or simply being in the country illegally. And remember, whether someone is legally in the country or undocumented in the country, people still deserve human rights. Share this video with as many people as possible. Let's get that word out. Let's try and open up those ICE facilities to more stringent scrutiny. Consider yourself updated.
All right. No, those men were from Georgia. You know, it's a little country inside of Russia. So that's where they were from. That's what they were saying with their heavy accents. So anyway, y'all, you can see these folks are getting detained. They are absolutely not getting spared at all. They are not getting no exception whatsoever. And it should be that way. If you're getting everybody else out, these Europeans and Canadians and anybody else that came here illegally or overstayed their visas, they should go too. It is what it is. Right?
That's right. My bad.
That's the way I see it.
Yes.
So, yeah, you know, many of these people wouldn't tell the story unless the people look just like them. You know how it is. So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. I deeply appreciate it. And we'll definitely come back on a whole new topic. Shalom, family. Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. Well, we're going to talk about these immigrants because we know these immigrants all tell these lies. They came over here with $1 in their pocket. And, you know, first of all, I don't believe those stories. I'm just letting you know. I do not believe that I came with $1 in my pocket. I think all these stories are lies. First of all, what can you do with that? You can't buy food. You can't get a hotel room. You can't get, you know, get an apartment to pay rent. I'm just not buying this $1 story. Oh, I came with $2. I came with the, I'm telling y'all, I believe they're all lying. I really do. There is no way where would you stay with that money? You, in fact, I would say, where can you go anywhere in the world with just $2? Where could you go anywhere on this planet with nothing but $2? Okay, I mean, I'm sorry, immigrants. I'm not believing your story. I'm not believing you at all. So, you know, we know Americans are going through a lot of hardships. There's a lot of our people that are unemployed because, you know, I've done the videos. There's not enough jobs to go around anymore. Number two, they're dealing with the same inflation we're dealing with. High rent, high food, They got to pay all of their bills every single month, and grocery prices are crazy. And if we're struggling as Americans, there's no way these immigrants that came from third world countries are here and they're just whizzing through all of this. No, trust me, they are struggling bad too. What inspired me? Oh, they're getting the Russians. They're getting you remember all them Ukrainians that Joe Biden brought over here? Their asses are being detained and sent back to Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because Donald Trump likes Putin. He don't care for Zelensky. So he don't care about these Ukrainians that Biden brought over here. He's getting them out of here. He is literally getting these Biden Ukrainians the hell up on out of here. But like I said, the media they won't show you these white foreigners being detained. They only want to show you black and brown people being detained. That's what's going on in the country. Thank you, y'all. Thank you for the ones.
Today is your first game back to your country. Trust me, I never ever dreamed to get to America. Okay, never ever in my life. I had the perfect life in Ukraine. I had the perfect life in my home. But Russian destroyed my home. They destroyed my town. They destroyed my life, and we was always with my family. Okay. The one reason why they're here is because I was afraid that the Russians are gonna come to you.
I found it, y'all.
They will Russia gonna come
More
to
on
me
them.
some other time.
Find it.
But I never ever dreamed to come to America. It's so easily to start in the last year. You think it's so easily with the social security, with the banking. We even was not allowed to rent apartments here. We even don't have a month.
And he's like, yeah, go connect with your family, And I went. While I was there, it was so good to see everybody because I genuinely was happy to see everyone. My little cousin that I used to change their diapers are all growing up. It was fun to see. And everybody, we had good food, we partied, we had a good time. So I remember when I got there, I think one of my auntie is like, oh, I think she asked me, where's my car? I'm like, I don't have one. I should made a statement like, oh, she work in a big bank, I don't have no car. So when she said that, that cut me to my core. I don't know if she did it maliciously, but that did something to me and it forever stuck in my head. So I'm like, okay, you're trying to deplete my confidence. Okay, cool. So, we went to Marshall's. No, we went to Rainbow's one day, and there was a dress that I saw, and it was $5. I bought it, right? But my cousin wanted one as well, but they didn't have any more in that style. So I'm like, okay, I would have bought it for her if they had it in a style. So when we go back, I'm packing up to come back to Connecticut, and somebody stole my dress out my bag. So I'm like, where the hell is my dress? Where the hell is my dress? Nobody ain't answering, so I'm getting mad. My cousin who owned the house, like, oh, shut up, Emma McLeod, you're coming at people, good neighbor, oh, I don't know how to act. My neighbor, police officer, me make him lock you up. Like, well, do what you have to do? What do you have to do? Like, well, what you mean? Like, you're not gonna talk to me like that. And she like, we shut up and all of that. So we face to face. And this girl is thicker than me, taller than me. And she swung and it connect. And that set me off. We were in there tussling.
Yeah.
And yeah, she probably she gonna ask me. If you ask her the story, she gonna be like, no. I know. Yeah. So I whooped her ass. She gonna say different, but it is what it is. I know I did. So When I was done, she was bleeding, and my aunt was like, "Oh, you come draw blood in our house. You come draw blood in our house." I'm saying, "I'll do it again." She ain't gonna talk to me like she crazy. So she there running her mouth. "Oh, yes, Stamford mattress." But keep in mind, I'm married. she there, yes, Stamford mattress, and you grudge me for my house and care and all. And you're not accomplish shit. I'm like, it's expected.
Cultural differences weren't often talked about when Andrea signed up to the Homes for Ukraine scheme. She lives in a diverse part of Birmingham. After a week of staying there, her guest told her there were too many Muslims in the area.
We were quite shocked at how difficult she found different cultures.
She felt there were just too many Muslims.
Too many Muslims, too many people with different skin colors.
Her guest's son was enrolled into the local school, where the majority of children happened to be Black and Asian.
And then to just have her complain about the demographic of the school and going, well, he can't be safe there. There's not enough white kids, essentially. The majority of my neighbors are Muslims. A lot of them are Kashmiris or Pakistanis, Indians, and they're wonderful people. And you just felt if you just would sort of give them the time, perhaps we'd come to the same conclusion.
They both agreed to end the placement.
Yes, the American system is not designed to make you succeed while you're still doing your 9 to 5.
No.
The American system is not designed to give you that luxury of life to keep sending money from America to any country of the earth while you're still doing your 9 to 5 job. Your American system is not designed to help you cater for more family members while you're still doing your 9 to 5 job. It is designed in a way that all the money that you make just keep you surviving and taking care of yourself. Anything outside of that, you are going to be punished for it, directly or indirectly. That is why for those of you that are immigrant from other parts of the world into the system, into America, you suffer a lot because you've got a lot of people that depend on you. You suffer a lot because you don't have generational wealth. You suffer a lot because all the money you're laboring to work for goes into bill, and you see it on your taxes all the time. You're told you make $60,000, or you make $70,000, $80,000, $100,000. But when you look at your bank account, you cannot truly see the money sitting in your bank account. By the way, most of the money you make is taken away, and whatever is left, that is what is given to you. So why am I saying all this thing? This does not mean America's system is not good. America's system is good, is great, is beautiful, is excellent, is everything. But in order for you to live a good life in this good system, you have to learn something. You have to be willing to step out of the comfort zone. You have to be willing to learn something new. You have to be willing to invest. You have to be willing to start up something. You have to be willing to make new friends. You have to be willing to listen to something new. You have to be willing to be mentored, to be coached. These are the only way you can make your way into the place of financial freedom. My friend, if you want to truly, if you're serious about your success, you will take risk. If you're serious about your success, you will want to learn. If you're serious about your success, you want to know that it's not going to be handed over to you on a platter of gold. You have to go out for it. You have to go out for it. I have a blueprint that I'm using. It is a done-for-you blueprint. And if you truly want your freedom and you say, hey, I need...
Let's see. When you're moving to a new country, your level of motivation is so very high. You have a great self-confidence. You think you know what to do. You know what you're going to be. You have a dream. Maybe you've seen this in an American movie. Then you get to the point and you start to act and you fail. Your motivation is going up. You start to act again. You fail. And fail and fail and fail, and then you're so frustrated you can't act anymore and you're just giving up and think, okay, probably that was a mistake. Probably I will be better back to my country, or maybe I'm not talented enough, etc. Imposter syndrome kicks in. What we forget is that between motivation and action, there are two more steps. And these steps are very neglected by lots of immigrants when they come to United States. Step number 2 after motivation is knowledge. You can't act in a culture without knowing this culture. You can't get successful in a country when you don't know about the culture of this country, when you don't know how to communicate, how to get to conflict resolution, how to reach people, how to build connections and network. You can't act without knowledge. And even if you know and learned lots of things, you still shouldn't act right away because you'll fail again. You need to get a strategy. And the strategy is the most important part of this. Knowing the culture, how are you going to act to get yourself to the result? And it is so rare when people get to these 2 points, knowledge and strategy. They just think, if only I find a job, I will be successful. No, you will not. Because you find this job, you lose this job right away if you will not learn how to communicate and how to be productive, how to keep this network, and how to build the circles around you.
Man, do that video here for the people in the US and you're struggling. You're struggling to the point where you're in a shelter. You're struggling to the point where you're in a family house and things is not okay. Things aren't what you expected. You come here in the United States and you feel like, say, you know, I would be well, and you have the resilience and you have the strength to pull through, but you find yourself a fault, you find yourself a lose faith. I want to let you know that hope is there. You still have hope. All is not lost. If you don't know my story, if you have been following me for a long time, I've been in the shelter. I've been in the shelter before. You could have never look at me and think, say, look behind the DD's clothes, my love, because nothing there, Sabra. I've been in the shelter before in a foreign, and a lot of my family never know this until I open my mouth and decide that I'm struggling in a foreign before. So I'm here to tell you that even though in our shelter, I'm see quite a few people are come my way who is in the shelter as I'm making this video, or on them way to the shelter as I'm making this video.
I can't really
Me did it. I lost everything.
Or else I'm gonna destroy the crib.
Everything go up in flames before my very eye on the freeway. When I was traveling, I was doing
struggling. All right, cool. We get it. I don't care. You mean that's what happens. I get it. Sorry about that. All right, let's see. I apologize. Let's see what's happening right here. I'll stop sharing because this is not where Jesse has his cues that I thought everything was in one little section. Apparently. Oops. Let's see. Let's see. One second. And why is it acting like this? Hold on one second. I'm like acting stupid right now. All right. Hold on one second. I had to move the thing because all right, now we're back on subject. Okay, fair use. So this is the next topic, the Alabama solution. It says Oscar-nominated film uses prisoner cell phones, expose deadly prisons.
We have record numbers of people leaving out of here in body bags. They don't want the public to see what's really going on the inside.
How can a journalist go into a war zone but can't go into a prison in the United States of America?
The state is settling one lawsuit after another. There's no consequences for their actions.
It's not the inmate that's killing them folks. It's the guards.
There's an argument that there is some systemic problem within all of our facilities, and I wholeheartedly disagree with that.
How can you defend this?
That one guard, he knew something. I could tell he was a liar.
We are going to pursue it based on the facts to the fullest extent that we're allowed.
Their biggest fear is to see us come together on one accord. We got to take our power back. We have to come together and make a stand that our life is worth something.
I carried a prisoner in 1985. I know what you folks will do.
We have been taking life and death risk to get this information out, but we still can.
That's the trailer to the Alabama Solution, the HBO original documentary available to stream now on HBO Max. We're joined by three guests. Tiffany Johnson Cole is with us, civil rights and civil litigation attorney in Mobile, Alabama. She's a childhood friend and attorney for Robert Earl Counsel, who's known as Kinetic Justice. He's featured in the film. We interviewed him about 10 years ago. He is so often, for years, has been held in solitary confinement. We're also joined here in New York by the film's co-directors, Andrew Jarecki and Charlotte Kaufman. The two also worked together on the HBO series The Jinx. Andrew's also the director of the Oscar-nominated documentary Capturing the Freedmans. Welcome all to Democracy Now! Andrew, let's begin with you. Lay out the Alabama Solution, what you found when you went to Alabama, and how did you get in these prisons?
Well, it was kind of a miracle that we got access to the prisons, because prisons in the U.S. are kind of black sites. And, we drive by these prisons and we see a little sign at the side of the road and we assume, well, whatever's happening back there, if it was really terrible, I guess I'd hear about it. But because journalists aren't allowed in these prisons, you actually don't hear about it. So I was interested in the Alabama prison system, and I took a sort of road trip to just go down there. And I met this prison chaplain, the first Black prison chaplain in the history of Alabama. And he said, well, if you're interested, come in and, you'll volunteer. And I said, well, we're filmmakers. They're not going to let us in there with cameras. And he said, well, just come in and we'll distribute food packages and meet the men and you'll see what's going on. And then when we went in, we managed to establish a relationship with a warden who said, well, you can come in and film like this revival meeting, which is a very beautiful Christian celebration. And when we went in to film that, which was unusual, the men started whispering to us that there were really terrible things going on that we weren't allowed to see. And they were curating our visit. And then eventually we get sort of nosy and we get thrown out. And it was after that that we discovered that there were sort of a network of men inside who had access to contraband cell phones. And there were these incredible leaders of a nonviolent protest movement who wanted to speak and had been speaking for years about it. And so that became a sort of a collaboration in a way where we were doing an investigation with their help.
I mean, this is astounding, Charlotte. Most of what we're looking at is cell phone footage taken by and narrated by the prisoners themselves. Where do they get the cell phones?
Well, many of the cell phones, from our investigation observation, come in through the guards.
These are contraband cell phones.
Yes, yeah, and they've been in the system since around 2013, and the men in our film have been using them as a way to overcome the secrecy that shrouds all prisons in the U.S. since that time. But it is interesting that a lot of the phones are brought in by guards or with the permission of guards, even though they're then being used to document and expose things that the guards may be doing or the administration may be doing.
So let's go to a clip from the Alabama Solution. This is you, our guest, filmmaker Charlotte Kaufman, receiving a call from Melvin Ray, who's a prisoner from prison.
Would a regular phone call be better?
No, because it does not allow us to just be ourselves. When we present our stories, we want to present our whole self, not just our voice. We're in these walled off secret societies.
These are state institutions. But it's one of the only state institutions that the public or the media has no access to. How can a journalist go into a war zone but can't go into a prison in the United States of America?
The U.S. Supreme Court has ruled that wardens can effectively deny journalists access to prisons by citing safety and security concerns.
Like, I can witness a murder. We could be all sitting here and witness a murder. In the media, it can't even come on the state property.
That's, again, a clip from the Oscar-nominated Alabama Solution. Andrew Jarecki, what you show with these films, I mean, you have this prisoner saying, I could witness a murder. Journalists cannot come in. It is astounding to think about this. They can go to war, but they can't come into prisons run by the U.S. government.
Well, there's no question that any authoritarian administration does not want you to see what's going on inside. That's one of the reasons why Alex Preddy got killed, right? It's because he was using a cell phone, which they then described as a weapon. So when you have a secretive system, they can't really continue to do what they're doing if there's enough public pressure, which is one of the reasons why Alabama is so anxious about this film. The governor didn't come out and say anything about it for around a year. And then when the film got nominated, she immediately came out with a statement sort of discrediting the film and saying, actually, she's been the best governor running the best effort to try to improve prisons of any governor in the history of Alabama. Interesting distinction.
But I would also say it's not just Alabama. It's all across the country. We spend $80 billion a year on prisons and jails and incarcerate 2 million people. And yet the public's not allowed to see in and evaluate whether this system is fulfilling its mandate. And so I think what Melvin is trying to tell us is, we should be demanding transparency and evaluating whether these systems are actually serving us or causing great harm.
I want to go to another clip from the Alabama Solution.
I will go with the latter, causing great harm.
Roll it. The clip begins with text messages from a prisoner named Melvin Ray writing, I have some information for you. Word is an inmate got beaten real bad at Donaldson Prison, sent UAB Hospital ICU. Melvin said the man's name was Stephen Davis.
We're looking for Stephen Davis. We think he's in the ICU.
We're looking in the hospital right now. Someone has a cell phone, and the elevator doors open, and they're going down the hallway. They're clearly looking for the room where Stephen is. And then they see a room that says Davis, and they look through the curtains. The curtains are closed.
It's a what?
Not a lot.
If you could go out to the waiting room, or I can help you by calling, but I prefer you not stand in front of me.
Okay, sure.
Thanks.
We should find his family. Charlotte, that was you saying you were looking through the curtain and saying it's a body bag?
Yes, Andrew and I were both at the hospital that day. And the reason, we got this text message that informed us that someone had been beaten and taken to the hospital. And the reason we immediately went to the hospital is because from our investigation and our research, we knew that often the prison system doesn't tell family members about what happened or doesn't report anything publicly until sometimes weeks later. And by that point, the story of what actually occurred can be very muddled. So in that scene, we're trying to stay on top of the information and begin an investigation into what we find out is the killing of a man at the hands of a correctional officer.
Let's go to another clip from the Alabama Solution. In this clip, an anonymous prison staff member calls Sandy. She's the mother of Stephen Davis, who was killed when incarcerated at Donaldson Correctional Facility. She wears oxygen, and so she has to take some time to get this call.
Later that evening, an unidentified staff member from Donaldson Prison calls Sandy.
Hello. I'm sorry. I'm on oxygen, so I had to take a minute there.
Okay, well, I understand.
Who's this?
Well, I'm just, I know you're grieving and mourning, but I want to tell you that your son was beaten to death by an officer. That was a murder. They sweep stuff underneath the rug all the time about this.
I called the warden this afternoon. An hour later, there was a statement on the news that he rushed out of his cell with 2 homemade weapons and attacked them.
A plastic knife. They always come up with something to justify excess brutality and use of force.
Andrew Jarecki, we're watching Sandy, Davis's mom, Stephen Davis's mom, get this call. Who is it from? Where she's told her son has been murdered by guards.
Yeah, I mean, we know who the call came from, and we were just being discreet in the film because it's very rare to have a whistleblower who's on the staff at the prison tell somebody the truth of what happened. But I think this is a person who has a higher character than a lot of other people who witness things like this in the prison, and he felt compelled to reach out to the mother of somebody who he had learned had been murdered at the hands of corrections officers. So he was seeing the story that the prison was putting out, which was that Stephen had attacked guards, which is absurd, and immediately felt like he had to call the mother and say, look, at least you should know this.
I mean, the picture, the photograph, and Charlotte, you can talk about this photograph they have of Stephen Davis's head. Who took it? How horrifying it is.
Yeah. So Stephen's brother, Brandon, took a photo when, as he explains, the guards were out back sleeping at the hospital because while Stephen was in ICU, the prison officials made sure there was a presence at the hospital to let the family know and to let Stephen know just in case he woke up that they were watching. And they told Sandy and and Stephen's brother, you cannot come into the room with Stephen. But while the guards were away, Stephen's brother snuck a photo. And I'll also say we met Stephen's dad as well. And the dad, when we were initially going to speak to the dad, he said, "Are you from the news?" Because the prison told us that if we speak to the news, they won't give us back the body. So this idea of sort of hiding what's happening in the prisons and even hiding bodies, is very striking.
You talk about the staff at the hospital. Let's go to another clip of the Alabama solution where we hear from former correctional officers Stacey George and Quante Cockrell. The clip ends with the prisoners themselves.
Correction officers should be the most reliable, trustworthy. You really want people that'll do the right thing when nobody's watching. But in Alabama, you don't have that.
Every day I thought I should be participating in this. There's just so much stuff happening there. So now there's a lot of officers leaving.
Sometimes we have one officer for 200-300 inmates. With the low staffing and the mandatory overtime, you've got officers that look like zombies.
Now look at this man in the cube sleep.
That's the cube. Ain't no police in the cube. None. Ain't no police in the dorm. Nowhere in the dorm. How did we get out?
Outside.
Another clip from the Alabama solution. I want to bring in our third guest, Tiffany Johnson Cole. Tiffany, you are a civil rights and civil litigation attorney. You're also a childhood friend and attorney for Robert Earl Counsel, also known as Kinetic Justice. We spoke to him 10 years ago, and we'll get to him in a minute. But talk about the lawsuit that you have brought.
Most recently, well, we had an initial lawsuit in 2021 wherein Robert Earl was assaulted by guards. And we since settled a portion of that lawsuit against the guards and actually went to a jury trial and won in Jefferson County against the medical provider. The most recent lawsuit, though, is a temporary restraining order and preliminary injunction that deals with the transfer of Robert Earl, Raul, and Melvin between January 12th and 13th to the L dorm, which is located at Kilby, which is considered a highly restrictive area, often associated with intimidation. They were transferred between January 12th and 13th for what we believe was protected speech by people they associate with on the outside. And so that lawsuit is still pending.
I want to go to the backdrop of the Free Alabama movement, Andrew, going back 10 years to this strike that they led across the state. In fact, it went beyond that.
Well, I think it's most notable that these men have always observed peaceful protest movements, whether that's a labor stoppage, because, that can be powerful. Alabama has $450 million a year in unpaid labor that they benefit from. So if the men undertake a work stoppage, it's a real threat to the way the system.
The prison. I mean, they're being directed, but.
Yes, but way beyond that. I think the average person thinks, okay, well, somebody is in prison. Maybe they're supposed to sweep up or they're supposed to serve a meal or something. I think what shocks people is that they're farmed out, not just to the governor's mansion, they work on road crews, they work on construction for the state. And beyond that, they're leased out to McDonald's and Burger King and the Hyundai Parts Company and the Budweiser distributorship. So it really is very...
And how much are they paid?
Well, in the film, you see one of the people who works in sanitations being paid $2 a day, and they're charging the state of Alabama. The Department of Corrections is charging, $10 or more per hour for these people. So it's a very, very lucrative thing. And the other thing the men will do sometimes is go on hunger strike. And so it's always peaceful. And yet the way the state deals with it is always through violence.
So I want to bring in Robert Earl's voice, also known as Kinetic Justice. About 10 years ago in 2016, we spoke to Kinetic Justice, co-founder of the Free Alabama movement, about the prisoner strike.
These strikes are our methods for challenging mass incarceration. as we understand that the prison system is a continuation of the slave system, and which in all instances is an economical system. Therefore, for the reform and changes that we've been fighting for in Alabama, we've tried petitioning through the courts. We've tried to get in touch with legislators and so forth, and we haven't had any recourse. Therefore, we understood that our incarceration was pretty much about our labor and the money that was being generated through the prison system. Therefore, we began organizing around our labor and used it as a means and a method in order to bring about reform in the Alabama prison system.
That's kinetic justice, Robert Earl. Back in 2016 on Democracy Now! He was at Holman, I think, in Alabama at the time. Tiffany Johnson Cole, you grew up with him. I mean, he is a leader of this Alabama free movement.
Yes, he and I grew up together. And as a result of what he experienced when he became incarcerated, he and Melvin and other incarcerated persons joined together to create the Free Alabama movement, to basically call attention to the conditions that are inhumane, that are being carried out in the name of the state. And so both Melvin and Robert Earl are extremely intelligent, strategic and legal minds. They have studied the law. It's always interesting to me how we can go back and debate some of the legal theories and some of their pleadings and some of their filings, but they have pretty much put themselves in harm's way in an effort to bring about change in a system that is truly cruel and inhumane.
I want to go to the title of the Alabama solution. This is Alabama Governor Kay Ivey.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. You heard me say this before, and I'll say it again. This is an Alabama problem that must have an Alabama solution. I look forward to working with each of you to solve it. I've asked Commissioner Dunn to build 3 new prisons that will transition our facilities from warehousing inmates to rehabilitating people.
So that's Alabama Governor Kay Ivey. And this, Andrew, is you questioning Alabama Attorney General Steve Marshall.
I mean, I think we have a strategic plan in place. There's an argument that there is some systemic problem within all of our facilities, and I wholeheartedly disagree with that. We dare defend our rights. That is a motto of the state that I think matters. We have the opportunity to push back against what we think is an overreach of the Department of Justice. We don't necessarily embrace the fact that Washington, D.C. has all the answers. We want to be able to do it ourselves in ways that we think make sense for Alabama. And in fact, the governor's plan demonstrates that. That's the Alabama Attorney General. As we wrap up, Andrew Jarecki.
Yeah. I mean, that experience of talking to him was just remarkable because it's a kind of government speak that is devoid of the humanity of it, right? Whether he's visited the Alabama prisons or not, sort of irrelevant. He is the person that's running the justice system in that state, and he's obviously doesn't believe that there's a problem.
30 seconds. Solitary confinement. Who's in, who's out right now?
Melvin Ray has been released. Robert Earl Counsel and Raul Poole are still in. And what I would just say is we made this film over 7 years, but the issue in Alabama's prison is still very urgent and very current. Since 2019, 1,500 people have died. And as you can see, they are threatened by voices that speak up. They are an authoritarian power that wants to quell dissent. That is what some of the people in our film are dealing with right now. And so I hope that people will watch, go to our website. There are ways to take action. The website is www.thealabamasolution.com.
Charlotte Kaufman and Andrew Jarecki, co-directors of the Oscar-nominated Alabama Solution. Attorney Tiffany Johnson Cole joining us from Alabama. Thank you so much for this incredible, epic work. I'm Amy Goodman. Yeah. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on.
It wasn't like we didn't know that wasn't happening, but to like see it in current time is like, oh my God. It was just like the other story. Just same thing.
Family, we have this disgusting story annoying one, I must say, of a Russian guy, or we'll say Russian hunk, going around African countries, particularly Kenya and Ghana, armed with his meta glasses. And what he does is that he lures women. I don't know how he does it, but he just gets his way with women, right? Record what they do. He records the whole process, and then he comes out to say, "Oh, I have done this, I have done that," and then he is free to go on to another African country to do the same. Family, when he does that, according to reports we have here, he goes back on his social media page to upload the result of his experiment. So what he's literally doing is experimenting with African women in Ghana and Kenya. He goes around. We've seen different videos where he goes around, he sees a woman on the street and is like, "Oh, hello, hi, how are you?" Or a woman comes to him and is like, can you come in? Let's check out this video.
Hello. What is this? What is this? Say me, please.
That's a shop like this one, but in a jar.
Ah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi.
I like how you look.
Thank you very much.
Okay. You are married? Are you married?
No?
No? I from Russia, but I live here.
You live in Kenya?
Yeah.
When you come back, I'll come to see you. Okay?
This place is very interesting. Hello. Hello. This place is very, very interesting. How much is the territory?
How much is it? You want to buy it?
Huh?
You want to buy?
Mango, bananas. Yeah.
Banana.
Yeah.
Banana there.
You live here?
No.
In Blacc?
No. Campbell.
This
Okay.
rent apartment.
Okay, no problem.
Wow. Hello, how are you? I like how you look. I like how you look. Hi.
Okay. Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
And the funny thing is, these women weren't putting on skimpy clothes. They weren't women of low virtue, the way we would call it. Because some of us would think, oh, maybe they lured him, maybe they seduced him, and da-da-da-da. No. That woman in that video is fully clothed. She is fully covered. And then he still finds his way around. That makes us think that this might not be ordinary. Because not one, not two, not three, not four, family, not 100, not 200, not 300, not 400. He has had his way with hundreds of women. And then he goes on to, just continue his experiment. So he comes to African countries to experiment on African women. And then what we're talking about today is what this brother said, how that African men do not gatekeep their women. Talking about gatekeeping, we mean exercising authority. We mean standing as gods. Let me use the word gods. Standing as lords to exercise authority over their women. I'm not saying control your women, who they marry or not. I'm saying standing to protect the women. So what he's saying is, these guys come to African countries, they act the way they want to. But if any African tries to do what they do in their own country, you know the repercussions. You know what they would do. We've seen examples of what these guys can do to Africans. That African will not go unpunished. I think we're just waking up in this century. We're just waking up to the fact that if you behave in any way that isn't lawful as a white person, European or foreigner in African countries, you would be punished. Because trust me, that wasn't how it was. These guys come to African countries, they do their nonsense, and they go scot-free. We've seen how that some of their soldiers come to African countries, impregnate these women, and then leave them. Leave them hanging. We have women with children and their fathers gone. Trust me, you can't do that as a black person in their own country. Let's watch the story, family.
African men, we really need to have a serious conversation. Because what essentially has happened is this Russian man has come to Africa to reconquer us as men. This has nothing to do with our women. This has nothing to do with African women. This is all about us. And if you stop being emotional for a minute, you'll see it. See, it starts like this, right? Every group of men on this planet, every race of men, every demographic of men on this planet, one thing that they do is they gatekeep their women. Look at Arab men. Look at white men, European men. Look at Asian men. Look at South American men. Every group of men gatekeep their women. The only men that don't do that is us. I made a video a while ago where I said black men have become universal cuckolds. I referenced what's his name, Travis Kelce. When Travis Kelce broke up with whatever her name is, last year's NFL season, I guess Travis Kelce didn't perform as good as anybody wanted him to. There were black men in America, black men making videos on the internet, podcasts. Black men were making podcasts saying that this man who comes from the race of men that enslaved us, that still rule over us in America, would have done better if he was fucking my biological mate. The absurd level of cuckoldry in that conversation. I called out a few men. Some of them came threatening me, this, that. We became cuckolds. And now this Russian man has come to expose the entire continent of African men.
So did this brother lie? No, he didn't. He said the absolute truth. We should come to that point where if these guys try to do anything that is unlawful, they should be punished. They shouldn't be let off so easily. Now, what will happen to this guy? Highest, they might just, lock him up and that will be all. Is that all he deserves? I mean, he needs to pay for all this. Not just the women right now. We're going to blame the women, yes. But how about this man? What do we do to him? So do I support what this brother said? 100%. Let's watch the second part.
All of us, including you North Africans. Because first things first, why are there no videos? We know universally when it comes to sexual dominance, universally, nobody can fuck with black men, right? So why are there no videos of black men in Europe, in Asia, in South America doing the exact same thing, making hundreds of videos of how easy it is to fuck other races of women? Why are we not doing it? You know why? Because we know what the fuck will happen to us if we did that shit with their women. If we went to another country as foreigners and we did that shit to other women, wives, we know we're not leaving that country in one piece. And even if we manage to escape, every other black man in that country will pay for it. We know this. It's not a conversation. We know this. Every other group of men gatekeep their women. Do you know what started the French Revolution during the Second World War? The French Resistance, sorry. Look this up. French men woke up one day and realized how many of their women were fucking German men, and that shit was enough. They were like, hell the fuck no. It took them a while, but eventually they woke up. And when they won the Second World War, after they kicked the Germans out, all the French women that had anything to do with German men, they shaved all their heads. For almost a year, they were not allowed to have hair. Almost 250,000 French women, if I'm not mistaken. Look this up. They shaved all.
And I support what this brother said because we should come to a point where we show ourselves respect. We should respect ourselves, respect our men, respect our women. And when we do just that, right? Every other person will respect us as Africans. But when we don't do that, when we don't respect ourselves as blacks or as Africans, these guys will come and treat us anyhow because obviously we don't respect ourselves. But we need to come to the point where if you come to an African country and you behave anyhow, they'll put you in your place. They'll put you in your place. Now imagine that guy that went to Ghana to, film in a certain aspect of Ghana. And they said, no, you can't do that here. And they started complaining. It's not your country. I'm sure next time he won't go there. So that is how it's supposed to be. That we keep some certain things. We don't allow these guys to just invade our privacy, invade our lives, and just go scot-free. Not even to, come on, what this guy did is just absurd. And then he's free to go. No, he's not supposed to be free. Yeah, family, what do you have to say about this story? Is he right? Should we keep some things, especially our women and our men, or not? Comment your thoughts and do not forget to share, like, subscribe, and turn on your notification button. My name is Lenient.
Oakland police say someone broke into the mayor's office and stole a city SUV on Monday. The keys to the vehicle were taken. The car was recovered the next day in Vallejo, and the suspect.
Okay. I can move to the next thing. Let me see if I'm on the right page. Okay. The last section is migrant Denver news. Migrant and Denver news. Unhoused news. So I don't have the thing in front of me, but I'm pretty sure that's it. So I'm just gonna go ahead and I might have to flip to the other page, but I'm on a time schedule.
The Denver auditor says he will not sign off on a city contract with a controversial surveillance camera company.
He sent a letter saying that to the mayor, city council, and Denver's police chief this week. This is just the latest in an ongoing battle over the use of flock cameras in the city. Your reporters have been following this story ever since Denver started using the cameras back in 2024. Since then, Denver police say it has helped them solve many serious crimes, while city council members and some residents have repeatedly raised privacy concerns.
Fuel reporter Kelly Worthman talked to the city auditor.
And Kelly, who has access to this data, is one of the reasons he says he won't sign off on a new contract.
Really glad you're here.
Well, Michael and Karen, you may remember it was just last month when the mayor's director of policy told us that only Denver and Denver police officers would have access to the data from flock cameras. But when I talked to the city auditor today, he told me that the documents that he received from the city, including since this recent contract extension and the provisions that were made, they show that 80% of those who have access to that data are outside the Denver Department of Public Safety.
I think personally identifiable information is something that needs to be protected.
Denver Auditor Tim O'Brien explaining why he is not signing the current city contract with Flock Group, the company behind the license plate reading technology in more than 100 cameras around Denver.
I don't know what's happening to that data when it gets down to a municipality, and neither does the Department of Public Safety.
O'Brien outlining his concerns in this letter sent to the chief of police, mayor, and city council, saying the contract, quote, incurs a risk of liability for the city.
I just want that data secure, so that you and I as citizens don't have our data, being exposed to people that shouldn't have it.
In a statement to CBS Colorado, the mayor's office pushed back, saying the contract is valid and legally vetted, adding the city attorney confirmed, quote, there is no lawful basis for the auditor to withhold his signature.
I think the charter tells me that I can withhold my signature if I think it creates a liability for the city. And that's exactly what I say in that letter.
O'Brien says in his process of reviewing the contract, he struggled to get timely and complete information from city departments, saying documents came to his office highly redacted.
I find that against the law also, because the auditor, by city charter, really has unfettered access to any and all information kept by city government.
What he did receive raised concerns, solidifying his decision to withhold his signature.
Do we want mass surveillance, or do we want to, fight crime? I think we want to fight crime, but in doing that, are we mass surveilling the citizens of Denver? That's the issue that I think needs to be worked out before they contract with anybody.
So the city's contract with Flock is set to expire at the end of March, so March 31st. But we are told Denver is also accepting bids from other companies, and any future contract is expected to have to pass by many other city leaders. That, of course, does include the mayor and city council. Reporting live in Denver, I'm Kelly Worthman, covering Colorado First.
Well, we are continuing to celebrate Black History Month here on CBS News Colorado, and there's a lot of Black history in Denver's 5 Points neighborhood. Welton Street Cafe is known as a historical hotspot for jazz music and musicians, not to mention its delicious food dating back to a century ago. So to help us honor the sound, culture, and legacy that shaped 5 Points, Fatima Dickerson joins us from Welton Street Cafe, and we also have guitarist Jack Hadley. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks for having us.
And happy Black History Month.
Happy Black History Month.
Okay, so Fatima, your business is one of many across the Welton Street corridor, bringing people live jazz today. So what does it mean for you to be a part of an event like this?
Oh my goodness.
I feel so honored. You know, we're in a new space, and this is our second time having music in the new space. And I'm just like, okay, bring everybody, bring your friends, bring your family, bring your joy, and bring a good time.
A good time.
A good
I
time.
love a good time. There was an earlier Jazz Roots event earlier this month.
Yes.
Did you participate in that too, Jack?
I don't think that I did. I was at Spangalang a couple of weeks ago.
Okay,
So
tell me
maybe that
about
was
that.
part of it. Yeah, my band was playing there.
Okay.
And I have an electric band. It's the Jack Hadley Band. And today, this afternoon, I'm playing at Tea Lee's Tea House and Bookstore.
Yes.
And yeah, playing at 2 o'clock today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shameless plug. Let us know
That's
where we
right.
can find you. Talk to me about, you know, 5 Points and Black History Month. Does it look different in that neighborhood during this time of the month, or
yes.
is it always people in 5 Points?
You know, 5 Points in Black History Month is very touristy. So you're getting a lot of people walking down the street, looking at the old buildings, trying to see what Black businesses still exist in our neighborhood.
Okay.
And for me, I'm just like, we gonna be Black next month, April. But it's just beautiful to see the people come and support our business, support our corridor this month.
Would you guys say the goal of honoring history and culture changes anything about what you do from the music lens or the food lens? Does that maybe have an impact on the work you all do?
That's for you, Jack.
I've always been interested in history. And so a lot of the music that I write is about history. It's about my family. And I think one of the things as a musician is that you're trying to please yourself before you please the audience, because that's the only way it's going to be real. And to write about your experience, you know, good and bad is the way to do it. And so being Black and being Asian, all of those things come into my music.
And we're going to hear some of that today.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes. We have a treat in store. All right. So we're actually going to hear some live music from Jack here in a little bit. Thank you both so much for being here. We're going to get well, as promised, we do have a musical treat in store for you this morning. We are celebrating and elevating Black voices all February. Jack Hadley has a snippet of some music you can hear today in 5 Points, Jack.
It's like a cold shot in my veins. When you wear that red dress, baby, it's like a cold shot in my veins. You know my heart can't take it. I just can't stand the pain. I remember the last time, the way it used to be. I remember the last time, baby, the way it used to be. How much I love you, and how bad you treated me. When I'm out there running, always think of you. When I'm when When you wear that red dress, baby, it's like a cold shot in my veins. You know my heart can't take it. I just can't stand the pain.
We don't have a live studio audience, but hey, there we go. Jack, that was
faces. The sister owns the Walton Street Cafe, and it used to be at a different, just right down the street in another location for a long time. Family been in the area serving it's like comfort food, black comfort food, right? And when their restaurant, I think the restaurant had needed some upgrades, I guess. Needed some different renovations. They couldn't afford it, so the community got together and raised the money so they could get this new bigger space, right? And it's a big ass space. I haven't been in there since they opened the doors, but they sit on the Walton bids, the business business some district. They sit there, they're like business owners, and they they can say what's going on. They have a little say in what happens on Walton, right? Or 5 Points, whatever. Jesse's godmother and godfather own one of the oldest, actually I think the oldest last remaining barbershop in 5 Points still. And they're elders now, but yeah. And so when his godmother is not, can't do the meetings or the bid meetings or Zoom or whatever, because shit's stressful. Jesse will stand in and he handles he'll stand in and make the complaints or whatever, voice his opinion, basically the opinion of godparents, without, you don't need to ask him. I mean, he already knows what the problems are. So you want to make sure that they get done, because the bids is now all like white people. So it's catering to white people on the owning businesses right there. Right. So it's kind of shitty. They were letting certain parts of Walton be vandalized. People couldn't even, a lot of the business owners, a lot of black business owners couldn't even hold on to their businesses, and it's really crazy. Like, when I was just down there, coming down here, it's really depressing for me. So I remember when this area used to be bustling with black people. You know what I mean? Like, till COVID, right? And then they were on COVID time. Developers and shit started coming in and buying up the businesses, and all the black people just, I don't want to say they sold out and sold all their businesses to these white developers or whatever, and left. You know what I mean? Started seeing a lot of gentrification, and it started looking like a ghost town. All the black people started getting pushed out. You know what I mean? Couldn't afford their mortgages, shit like that, right? It's around that time. And businesses couldn't, stay open or whatever. Shit went up, it was really ugly. Some things could weather it, but others couldn't. You know what I mean? And we would have our little, like Juneteenth, like jazz fest, things like that happened down here. And we're busy, so fucking busy. Black people everywhere. White people used to just hop off the sidewalk. It was like, it was great. The motherfuckers, white people would come down here unless they had to. They'd hurry up, get their shit done, and get back in their car and dip. That was great. Good times. There's so much, for me growing up, or being put in the system and growing up down here. Once I came into the system, I seen it as a little girl, so I seen it the way I seen it. Everything was black. The lokes were everywhere. They had little enclaves of things. You know, they kept things kind of rolling nice and smooth. You know, not a lot of terrible things happening. Shit just took a major dive. I mean, I was unhoused, living on the sidewalk in this area. Like, I didn't leave my neighborhood. I didn't leave my area. You know what I mean? So, and when I came back, you know, like, I was no longer, like, the chair shit is new. The chair is new, right? So I'd say maybe, I said it's been like maybe 1, 2, 3, maybe like 3 years, 4 years. Maybe as long as me and Jesse been together, maybe 5 years. At the most. At the most. Because I used to be able to, before I got really sick with my heart, I used to be able to walk a little bit better, you know. But once I went into active failure, when I went into my apartment with mouse infestation that they had to fix, all that dander and all that shit that I kept talking to my brother about, kept gaslighting me about, all that shit made me really, really sick. And it kind of put me in active heart failure. So that's like serious for a person who's one side only works, right? And at like half the capacity. It's crazy. So like, I don't know how to say it. The chair is new. Me being disabled, like kind of walking like funny. Like I'm walking on a broken hip, really, when I do walk. I broke it when I was unhoused, and I didn't fix it. And it just got progressively worse. And then with my heart being messed up, I put on a lot of water every day, and I'm supposed to take it off. That shit is so exhausting for me. So I just blowing it off, right? But the excess water on that one side would be really, really painful. Like right now, I'm in a lot of pain with my leg, right? But I don't want to do what I'm supposed to do. I just want to live. Like that shit just takes so much out of me. But it's so severe. Most people can maintain that like once a week to take the water off, you know, excess fluid overload. I have to do it 3 times a day. It was heavy duty medicine because my body has reached a point where the medicine has to be like damn near hospital grade in order for it to work, because that's just the way it is. This is the way it is. And I don't want to do it. It takes a long time. It takes like 6 hours. So imagine doing it 3 times a day. 6 hours, just diuresing. It's too much. And every day, because I can't control it now. I can't control the water. I take like 2 gallons of water off. Within like an hour, it'll come right back. You hear me? Like, and that's bad. That's really bad. Like stupid bad. That's like you could die bad. You hear me? And I'm just like do. I don't care anymore because like it go and it's nothing but fucking bad news, or they're telling me something they should have told me like 8 months ago. Now they're getting to it. I'm like, fuck, this shit's fucked up. So I don't go because every time I go to the doctor, even the clinic, it's like nothing but bad news. I don't go. So I'm like, and Jesse would be like, you need to go. I'm like, fuck that, I ain't going. I'll go when I get scared. Right? And that'll take a long time. I gotta move the screen. Hold on a second. So I could do the other portion that he wants done. Hold on a second. Okay, yeah. Fell asleep. Hold on a second. Yeah, hold on a second. I'm sorry, Ray. I was looking at the other thing. And it said Pops sold his shot and still on it. Yeah, they're really decent. like really, really nice people. Although because I'm sick, people forget that I used to walk around in dresses with a machete selling crack all the time. Like, you hear me? They just forget that I used to walk around like when I was a young girl, just moving around, you know what I mean? So I wasn't always like this. They seem to forget. And so when they see me, they act brand new about it. Like, they're like, you don't know who she is. Yeah, you do, cuz. Yeah, you do. Just really think about it. You know what I mean? You really do. It's just different because like this. You know what I mean? When I wasn't like this, mobbing around in dresses and selling crack with a machete on the triangle. Like, just, I gotta live. You know what I mean? Like, hey, you know, that's what everybody else is doing. I do what I have to do. Yeah, so they're like, oh. But they really thought about it. They'd be like, oh, yeah. That's a little ambiguous, fair-skinned motherfucking pirate that runs like a motherfucker. You hear me? Like, run. Like, it used to run fast. Super fast. Like a mile under 6 minutes and hurdles. Like, in shoes, too. I walk better in dress shoes. So, just to get me wearing like little tennis shoes, no wonder I walk all fucked up. I should put my dress shoes on and see if I walk better. I don't know why. What's that? Pain, weakness, volume. I know. Man, I live in a constant state of pain. That is ridiculous. They want to give me medicine for it. They don't do pain medicine. I'll be like, this pain in my leg is excruciating because I broke my hip. I cracked my hip. First I broke it, cracked it. I don't know, I was moving a cart. I was homeless, right? Moving a cart and the cart got away from me. Literally, it was like I was coming on the sidewalk, pushing my shit on the sidewalk, picking a little portion of the sidewalk, like a little square. Then I was going to like set up camp. And for some reason, I don't know what happened, but I must have like my knee buckled. I don't know what the fuck happened, but I like all of a sudden I'm like I fall it, and the motherfucking cart like took off and fell off the sidewalk, flipped over and shit. And right when it happened, I'd hit the ground. I was like, like whatever. Like I couldn't figure out how I fell. You know, I got up, I fucking hopped off the thing. I was like, man, this shit hurts really bad. Picked up all my shit in the cart, lifted the cart up, put it back on the sidewalk, walked down 2 fucking actual squares, and then set up camp, right? Only to get sweated by the police like 5 minutes after that. You know what I mean? And they're like, move. I'm like, shit, it's fucking 4:00 in the afternoon. All right. Right? And I just drug my ass and would move like 2 squares. Try again. Right? The other time I'd be like, man, fuck this. I'm not going. It'd be like that. I was tired. I was so fucking tired of them. I didn't want to do it. Police is constantly patrolling because we got a cabin bed. So you can't have anything. After a while, like maybe a couple weeks, we kind of just said, fuck it. Like, just popped up a whole bunch of tents on the sidewalk. Like, literally, I'm on the side where the women's shelter is and looking across where the men's shelter is, the rescue mission. And I was like, man, I'm going over there. I thought only men were over there. I used to go sell. They had a triangle, like a little space before they made it a community garden. So all the older brothers would be over there chilling, waiting to get in the rescue mission late at night. You know, like within reason, like around dinner time. And they'd be chilling. I'd be over there. I'd be right there for like 15, 20 minutes selling crack in the dip. Right? So that's how I was like, man, there's nothing but men over there. You go over there. Right? So I was on the other side, outside on the sidewalk. Just totally banned from the shelter. Like when I came back, when I actually came back from being homeless, I had became homeless in California. I was out there like briefly. I was supposed to be on vacation. The person I went with bought some drugs in Vegas, and I don't know what the fuck happened. But when we got to California where we were going, motherfucker got up took a tumble down the stairs. That was it. Then he needed like all this care. And I was like, whatever. I was on a migrant plantation, owned by a motherfucker I used to write, like a shot caller in prison, right? And they were selling the property. So I was over there. But the sister of old boy, that bitch is not like me. And I was finding all kind of fascinating shit in there, and like all kinds of fascinating little things. Because Cuz was pushing all kind of drugs. So when they came and arrested him, like a raid, the shot caller, he buried all kind of shit in the little migrant farm. Like they had little barracks and everything. Like each barrack had like 3 different apartments built into it. They had like 3-4 rooms in each apartment, plus a community bathroom and like a little, what would be like considered a store, right? And then the people, the overseers, like that kind of shit. A little place for this horse that was like, I felt like the horse, they were fucking with the horse. Like the owner, they tried to sell the horse, but the horse came with the property. The horse belonged to the dude, right? The horse was holding all the treasures. I was like, well, wondering why the fucking horse was freaking out every day. He didn't want nobody to get in there. And I found all kind of shit under the horse. All kind of shit, dude. So when my friend went to get medical care, bitch was like doing like just shit talking. I was moving around, walking around, using my psychic skills. Be like, man, this feels weird and hot over here. Like 10, 15 minutes later, I moved some shit. Found some hair, like real heroin. Took it to the beach, sold it. It came back. It was like that all day. Just finding different shit. And so I was like, man, fuck it. I didn't know where to go. Because where we were at was like a little small rural area. Very rural. And also can't be homeless in California like that. You know what I mean? So I would be kicking in like Denny's. You know what I mean? All like drinking coffee and shit because I didn't know where to go like that. I hadn't really been home since maybe 8 years before that. So, and not to this part. I would just go straight to LA. You know what I mean? And I was like, man, I didn't have nowhere to go. I didn't know what to do. So I was actually homeless out there, just like avoiding the police, trying to get to, they had a shelter in San Jose. I was trying to get there every day, and you had to be there by a certain time. Because if you got there, it didn't matter if you got there at time. It wasn't guaranteed a spot. Right? So at that point, I was just like, man, made a couple of calls because I didn't have my ID. I had to get back. Got that shit back. Got back to Colorado. I think it was maybe like a week or 2 in a motel, just like get my shit together. And then I already knew I was gonna have to be homeless. Like, you know what I mean? I didn't have, like, I had just come back, so like really homeless. But it's different when you know where you're at, being homeless, versus going to another state and having to adjust to the being homeless in that state, because that's happened like a couple times. I used to travel all the time, right? I was unhoused in Texas for like, let's say maybe 4 months. I had to adjust to the situation that happened. I mean, it was okay. It was cool. Everything was kind of easy. And then I was unhoused in Florida, but briefly, really briefly, because I lived out there for like 5 years. I lived in Texas for like 5 years, so it was kind of easier. But nothing was as easy as being here, because under the system here, like where I was unhoused, this is where they, I was in and out of jail or had foster home or whatever. This is where they ditched me when they took me from my family house. So I was just a little girl. So this area was like familiar, So it was no big deal for me. The problem is that I didn't have the skill sets. I had to learn skill sets, like building shelter, start fires, keep yourself warm, that type of shit. So that was hard. but easy. Hard, but easy. And for a motherfucker like me that likes to steal and break into shit, it wasn't that difficult. It wasn't that difficult. It was just took a long time because I didn't know how to get a housing. I didn't know how to get myself an apartment like that. You know what I mean? Because you're unhoused. So I was outside selling drugs, but not a lot. Just enough to pay for like my soda and cigarette habit. Like real low key, like nobody knew, you know what I mean? Just enough to like pay for I smoked like maybe 8 cigarettes a day, 3 for $1, and maybe 4 sodas. Do the math. It wasn't a lot of money, you know? So I was trying to save everything, like a little dime bag here, $5 bag here, $10 bag there. Real low key. You know? Mine only had like 15 people. You know, when I was pushing around, nobody even knew. Had a little mix of interesting little shit, you know? So I was like, by the time it happened, I didn't believe it. The voucher I had that housed me here only happened because I was under the most vulnerable situation. Like a motherfucker that's chronically in and out of jail or in and out the hospital or in and out of something. You know? So it was like systemic, like an experiment. And shit, I rocked with it. It's like a permanent thing. That's it. We're moving to the next step. Only got like two more. He said, his is bad. His was not there. Yeah, I believe it. So what is he gonna do? Like, what is he gonna do? How is he gonna make it? How dangerous is it? You know? Like, there's all kinds of factors. Like for me, I was all by myself, so lots of ugly shit happened that I couldn't really control. You know what I mean? Like ugly shit. So there's a lot of little dangers, that you couldn't control. So after a while, motherfuckers just had to remember where they come from and just stay dangerous, you know? But I think that at the time, motherfuckers see my face and whatnot, that it looks innocent or like an easy target, easy mark. You know what I mean? But man, it wasn't that bad. For me, it wasn't bad at all. So it was just tedious, and that I got banned from the only ladies shelter. Like the first 3 days I was here, I got banned, like permanently banned. I couldn't even go in there. And it's difficult to be unhoused as a woman. Like you have specific things, needs. And when you get banned from those kind of places, you can't get no clothes, you can't get no shoes, you can't get no nothing. So I got banned from there, and then I got banned from like the day center. Yeah, I got banned from everything damn near. So mostly because I don't like old bitches, you know what I mean? Motherfuckers that belligerently disrespect because they can't, you know what I mean? Or you're not moving fast enough. They think they can boss you around or whatever. Nobody bosses me around. I don't give a fuck how old you are. But it's about respect, you know what I mean? I think that it would be okay if people didn't talk to me like when you're outside and you're like going to the restroom, they're banging on the door. You know you've been in there just a couple minutes, whatever, but they're banging on the door. And you're like, man, just, hold on a sec. They start getting rude, and then you're like, all right, hold on, cuz. Like that. It's just like it, like little tone. And then they go and old bitches, old white bitches. She yelled at me. She opened the door, pushed me. Like, come on, cuz. Like, I didn't do it. And I'd be like, come on, really, I didn't do that. They tried to defend myself. But how I look, I like that. I guess my energy would be like, yeah, right. She did that shit. You mean, like, man, you old ass snitching ass bitch. Bitch, you get outside. She threatened me. Hey, you won't fucking care over a cot, cuz? Is how you gonna behave? Alright, bitch. I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? That's like, so the weird time is really fucked But I learned, man. I learned. I paid my dues beforehand, so it wasn't as bad, but it's a little different. I don't know. I'm good now. I'm really good out here, so it'd be okay. Like the skill sets I learned, if they shut shit down, I'll be able to make it easy. You mean easy peasy? Okay, hold on a second. Let me see. He wanted me to do one of these. Let me do the immigrant thing, but hold on a second. Let me find it. Okay, here we go. No. That'd be some fuck shit right there. Like, don't do that. Don't do that. You know what I mean? Like, man, you really need to monitor your motherfucking kid. Like, why do people gotta suffer? You know, I like mushrooms. They sell them in the store. You mean you can't do this? What the fuck is the point? First, you allow vape shops and smoke shops and shit. Doesn't matter what they're selling in there. They sell glass products. Now you're saying glass products are all off, right? Just because some stupid ass little white kid managed to get their hands on a vape pen and they're smoking cigarettes. That's your fault. Right. One second. I gotta find the thing. Hold on one second. Let's see. You wanted me to do the thing, but you really didn't leave anything in the queue. So hold on one second. So much has happened actually. We got like I have like 3 Zooms in a meeting, and I'm like, I can't go by myself. I want to go talk. I want to go shit talk the motherfucking data centers. You mean we got them going up? Yeah, a lot of things going on, going up and happening that I just can't fathom. We were doing city council yesterday. They just prove whatever, even if they know it's wrong. Also, I do Denver news. Let's see. Come on, man. Hold on a second. No. Hold on a second, family. I'm sorry. It's just in what he told me to do, but I gotta actually figure it out because we do got stuff going on out here. It's really important. Really, really important. One second. How do you get to this? Oh, that's why. Hold on one second. I'm sitting in my chair. The cats literally fucked my shit up. Literally fucked my shit up. I'm trying to find the Cobb Clark special. Okay, hold on a second. Come on, man. No. Right back to that. I'm back. Sorry. Shut the eyeballs to see. Thank you for watching. Hold on a second. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Let's see.
Ross left and looked for another job in law enforcement. He didn't have to look long, and he didn't have to go far, just about 8 miles down this road. Back to Keensburg, where he had worked before. Despite 2 resignations during internal affairs investigations into his conduct, and despite a pending hit-and-run case, Keensburg rehired Jack Ross.
Relations are.
This national outcry comes after 2 people were killed by law enforcement in Minneapolis last month, which is sparking another conversation surrounding second chance cops. Your investigator Brian Moss will show us why departments are hiring these officers who leave one department under a cloud, then resurface at another.
Mm-hmm.
The videos are slick, fast-paced,
rock and roll,
and designed to sell the job. With fewer people applying to be police officers, departments are competing for a shrinking pool of candidates. And in small towns in Colorado, that competition comes with pressure.
We're not going to get the guy that wants to work for the big agency. You've got guys that want to see all the action down in Denver. We've got people that sometimes just chase the money, right? We don't pay $120,000 a year. And so we have to go through with the applicants that we get, and we have to find the best fit for us as an agency. And the majority of the time that works out, and sometimes it doesn't.
Scott Sedgwick is police chief in Hudson, 30 miles northeast of Denver. He runs a department of 12 officers.
Every single day I come to work, and I try to make the best decisions for this town that I possibly can.
But best sometimes means officers who left their last department with questions, like Hayden Anderson. State records show he resigned from the Longmont Police Department while under internal investigation. Sedgwick says that case involved allegations of excessive force, but he disagreed with the findings and hired Anderson anyway. Or Vanessa Trujillo.
Again, my name is Vanessa Trujillo. Previous experience is banking.
State record shows she resigned from the Parker Police Department in 2024 while facing termination. The department said she exhibited documented dishonesty, a pattern of intentional misrepresentations, and she was repeatedly caught driving around Parker between 80 and 93 miles an hour while on routine patrol, egregiously exceeding the speed limit, said Parker PD. And she provided unbelievable excuses about repeatedly sleeping on duty. Prosecutors later issued a letter saying she had exhibited untruthfulness. Sedgwick hired her anyway.
We found some things in the investigation that we didn't necessarily agree with.
Sedgwick also hired Jack Ross. Ross left the Alt Police Department in 2023 while he was under investigation for failing to arrest a suspect. Ross moved to the Keensburg Police Department before Hudson offered him more money.
I believe in second chances, and I think there are some really good officers who maybe have made a mistake in the past or had some issues with their current command staff who go to another agency and they thrive and they flourish and they do a great job.
But last August, while off duty, the Colorado State Patrol says Ross was, quote, actively road raging on I-25. Troopers say his actions caused an uninvolved vehicle to swerve and roll over. The State Patrol says Ross fled the scene. The off-duty cop later told investigators he didn't see a crash, but his wife told investigators she did see the crash and mentioned it to her husband, who said it wasn't their fault. Ross is facing charges of reckless driving and failing to report an accident, both misdemeanors. How serious is that, not just for a citizen, but for a police officer?
I think it's very serious.
Sedgwick says Ross never disclosed the incident. The department learned about it from a tip. Ross resigned while under investigation. Would you rehire him?
No.
How come?
I believe he was untruthful.
Facing a possible firing by the Hudson Police Department for untruthfulness, Jack Ross left and looked for another job in law enforcement. He didn't have to look long, and he didn't have to go far, just about 8 miles down this road. Back to Keensburg, where he had worked before. Despite 2 resignations during internal affairs investigations into his conduct, and despite a pending hit-and-run case, Keensburg rehired Jack Ross.
We had an employment with history with him. I know what kind of police officer he is. I know how well he integrates into the community here. And I made that decision to bring him back.
Was he the best candidate you could find?
He was a viable candidate, and in my opinion, a good fit for our town.
But if someone else applied today with a similar criminal case?
Would you consider a cop that came today with that on his record?
With a hit and run pending?
A pending hit and run?
Yeah, probably not.
Jensen says he believes in Ross and believes in redemption. The same philosophy applies to another cop on the force, Scott Persichetti. He was one of 3 officers fired by Denver police in 2024 after joking on a text thread about shooting migrants for target practice.
And he made a dumb comment that looks very bad, and it is bad.
In quiet corners of Colorado, police departments are staffed with officers getting second and sometimes third chances, a practice that tests public trust.
My objective is to give them the best police department that they can afford. And so I hire the best cops that I can find.
Do you think that undermines public confidence in policing?
I think it can, yes. Sometimes it's easier to have the vacancy than it is to fill the position.
I'm Brian Moss, covering Colorado First.
Both chiefs told Brian they look at each case individually, adding the cases can be complex and nuanced.
As for Jack Ross, he is still on the job in Keensburg and has another court date in that hit-and-run case next month.
You're new at 9. As you likely know, the Supreme Court struck down a bulk of President Trump's sweeping tariffs on imports last Friday, but But aluminum is not included.
And now many small businesses here in Colorado, they're struggling with fallout from the increased price of it. Fox 31's Shawl Turner is joining us live in Golden tonight to see how one local brewery is coping. Shawl?
Yeah, they're really hanging in there. And what these breweries are telling me is that it's come down to community support. A lot of longtime customers are keeping them in business. But one brewery I talked to here in Golden shares the same experience with many across Colorado. They say it's going to be a long road to financial recovery.
It is difficult to get aluminum cans in the size and the quantity that we can use.
But that's not the only problem facing Golden City Brewery owner Tamara Monroe. The higher cost of aluminum means a halt to her business's growth.
We actually had to stop our wholesale distribution program, so we no longer distribute cans to liquor stores.
It will take a long time to build up the local supply of aluminum after tariffs rose up to 50% last year, affecting several industries, including aerospace and construction.
So these production facilities can't just, you can't just start these up on a dime. So it's important to understand some of the price implications also has to do with supply and demand.
For many, finding a way to survive has meant making tough decisions and coping with devastating consequences.
We unfortunately had to let those staff members go, which was really sad. I miss them a lot.
Yeah, and these brewery owners are saying when it comes to maintaining those jobs or being able even to expand, it really does come down to customer support. And the Golden City Brewery, by the way, even with what they're challenging, they still manage to host charity events for local firefighters and other groups as well. Shawl Turner reporting live in Golden tonight, Fox 31.
Police departments and district attorneys from around the area sure did their best to try to kill the surveillance bill on Monday, but it's advancing with some amendments too.
It would be akin to if tomorrow everyone in this room was no longer able to have their cell phone in their pocket.
It would take you an awfully long time to find a Colorado law enforcement agency in favor of Senate Bill 70, a bill that would require them to get a warrant to search a license plate tracking database like Blacc.
It's created a convenience.
Take Republican El Paso and Teller County District Attorney Michael Allen's word for it. He's speaking on behalf of all 23 of Colorado's DAs, Republican and Democrat.
The effect of this bill would allow criminals to take advantage of modern technology to plan, perpetrate, and hide criminal activity while requiring law enforcement to work in the Stone Age, essentially.
3.3 million years ago, cars, let alone AI-enhanced license plate readers, were not a thing. But concerns about mass surveillance and how private companies are sharing data location in 2026, that's real.
Immigrant communities have seen those tools used beyond their original purpose. That history matters. When guardrails are weak, trust erodes.
If we have to write a probable cause warrant to access this data, it's going to be very hindering to many investigations where we don't already have probable cause.
That point from the Jeffco sheriff, not having enough and relying on a flock-type system to create probable cause, is actually why some like this bill.
Thank you.
Like Christiana Elser, whose story went viral after police in Columbine Valley used flock data to build their case, wrongly accusing her of stealing packages.
He told me you can't get a breath of fresh air in or out of town without us knowing. He also told me that he's tracked me over the last month 20 times going in and out of that town. He had a summons already prepared for theft before he even spoke to me. I was faced with the dystopian task of proving my innocence against the apparent evidence from the system.
The bill is advancing out of committee, passing on a 5-2 vote. It'll see some changes, like allowing police departments to hold data for up to 30 days, an increase from its original version.
There is clearly a huge mass of the public who do not think that you should have this data.
Spencer Soysher, 9 News.
Because at first they were using it for to protect the immigrants. You know what I mean? Because they didn't want.
Now, when you call for an Uber or for a Lyft, you expect the photo on the phone to match the person behind the wheel.
But that's not always the case, and the state of Colorado is now looking to hold so-called imposter drivers accountable. Denver 7's Richard Butler highlights the safety issue and what's being done about it.
At Denver's Union Station, requesting a ride share is part of everyday life.
So I would say at least once a month.
Probably once or twice a week.
And while those rides usually go off without a hitch, occasionally the driver pictured on your phone doesn't match who's behind the wheel.
Last St. Patrick's Day, there was some guy's wife who was driving under his Uber. So,
Oops. What the fuck happened to my queue? Oh my god, oh my god. Hold on a sec, baby. Let's not lose my space, right? Hold on, I gotta make sure I put this in the queue because it's really important. No, Hold on a second. I learned something right the other day when I did my my broadcast, and I showed it because I was wondering what the fuck was going on with my electricity bill. They didn't want to talk about it. They want to talk about it, and now I know. Now I know exactly what the fuck happened, and I didn't know at first because there was no where it's at. Or I want to know where it's at. So I don't know what to say. No, there was no community dialogue about this. You see what I'm saying? One second. And it's really taking up a lot of energy. 1 second. Also, too, I want to talk about this real fast because this was serious. Hold on a second. I was wondering what the fuck happened with this too, and now I know. I didn't believe it. It's just tell me about it. He said there's an article. I've been looking for the article. Because I was like, what the fuck happened to Palantir? It's right down the street from where Jesse lives. And he said they moved. And I was like, what? I said, now I don't know. So this one right here. We got one coming up that they're going to build like literally right down the road. I don't want to say right down the road, but on the other side of this area where Jesse lives. And they said they halted it or they paused it. And they're having a town hall about it, right? And I'm informed, and I think like, what? How come we're just barely finding out, right? 1 second. 1 second. This is important too, because it's happening right now. Anyway, Tether Watson, he was holding the town hall. Okay, good. Now I can really talk to this motherfucker about where the fuck I felt like I needed to talk to him about. They're going up everywhere, right? But there's so much wrong with this that they're not informing people. But that's okay. I got the information, so I got the information. I'll inform everybody. Don't you worry about that. I love shit. I love telling the truth. You hear me? Because I don't think anybody's really hip to what's really going on. There's all kinds of issues with this. 1 second. No, I can't move, so shit. This is gonna go off on its own. 1 second. It's really bad because it's utilizing clean water. It has to utilize clean water and clean energy. So you can't really trust anything these individuals are talking about, right? This is how I learned about it. I had to learn about it this way. That it was happening literally right down the street because there's no engagement. They act like they told people. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, who's hip to this and why we didn't know about it? Hold on one second. Make sure I got everything I wanted to get out of this. 1 second. It didn't recall right. Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. This is the one that's going up. And the fucked up part about it was that they were putting them up and no one told anybody. So there's no articles, there's no nothing. There's all kinds of problems with this. Like all kinds of problems. Like you can get brain damage, there's all kinds of shit going on. It's like living right under right at the airport. There's all kinds of ugly shit going on with it. Right? And so one of those community events that I feel like has always been put on, right? It's supposed to be for the Black community, okay? So we'll have the energy company come out. It's all corporate though, and they don't say anything. They don't really talk about the important shit that, like, for the people like myself, you know what I mean? I'm gonna leave it like that because it's really important. All right. I hope I got everything. All right, real quick.
There's plenty of discussion as the Aurora City Council looks into a temporary moratorium on any new data centers here in the suburb.
We were told years ago when they first brought this here that we would never notice them, that they would be great neighbors. We hear the chillers 24/7.
The moratorium generally applies to new applications and expansion of existing facilities, but there are exemptions, including already submitted applications for proposed projects and routine repairs that don't increase capacity.
We've seen an increase in the level of interest in data centers. So we need to have a more streamlined process that'll help both developers and help the city approve or deny the applications as they come in.
City leaders say Aurora currently has 4 data centers with at least another 5 in the works. Right now, Aurora City Code classifies data centers as a type of warehouse and doesn't address noise, emissions, energy consumption, or water use.
Noise was the biggest concern, and then there was some vibration too. So, but noise is the biggest concern, especially if it is after office hours and over the weekends when people want to be outside.
Tell you, gotta watch the last broadcast I did on my personal channel on the seduction doll part. Cover all this in that. The whole thing is about data centers. The whole 2 hour and 36 minutes. I'll show you the cost. There's like what's happening, the pollution, the risks, all kinds of shit. Thorough.
In addition to the noise and traffic concerns, some residents complain about increasing utility bills they say have been caused by large amounts of electricity they say a data center needs to operate. City officials say during peak demand, a single data center building can use the equivalent of energy for 15,000 households.
It's definitely not an anti-data center moratorium at all. In fact, we're just trying to get an understanding of some of the potential impacts because we've had some concerns raised, both from a community impact standpoint, things like noise, but then also some environmental concerns.
Attempts to reach owners of data center buildings in Aurora were not successful. Any moratorium would last until March of 2026 and could be extended 30 days after that.
I want to know where it is.
And environmental concerns do make up some people's opposition to massive data centers, but there are financial issues as well.
Tonight, residents in Aurora shared their experiences as the city prepares to potentially allow more centers into the neighborhood. WGN's Dana Rebick reports on that.
At this town hall, we heard from residents who live near the 4 existing data centers in Aurora. They tell us their utility bills have gone up between 30 to 40% over the last year. But what they are most upset about is the noise.
We have constant noise, vibrations. My wife can't sleep at night. We feel our property values are going to be tanking.
Aurora residents in the Stonebridge subdivision near Eola and Deal Road outraged.
You should know what they're talking about. You work for the city.
Over the Cyrus One data center.
It is very loud. There's been times when the generators are running, and not all of the generators, a very small amount of them, like of the 36 that are on the ground closest to my house, maybe 6 of them were running, and my house was shaking.
The city holding a town hall Thursday night.
The top concerns are noise, energy consumption, and how that impacts their utility.
Wrong area. They're telling me about Chicago. Wrong spot. I thought I believe I put it right. Wrong spot. Oops. Okay, let me get back over here.
Denver city leaders have announced their intentions to file a moratorium on new data centers in the city. The office for Mayor Mike Johnston says this process is expected to last several months. It will allow the city to review and strengthen regulations around sites. If approved, the city will review additional data center specific regulations targeting land, energy, water use, and zoning. The city plans to bring in community members, client experts, even industry leaders to clarify guidance and help create policy. The city says existing data centers and projects currently permitted or under construction would not be impacted.
I think they're an environmental concern. They do require an insane amount of energy.
That concern that you just heard is one of many we have been following for months at this point about data centers that are popping up around the Denver metro area.
And as you just heard there, we've heard people question the amount of water and energy that they use. And that's why a new bill aims to hold developers accountable to meet climate goals while also working to boost our state's economy. Denver 7's Allie Jennerjohn has been staying on top of this discussion. Allie, you're hearing a lot on this issue from both sides.
Yeah, of course. Some people feel this way, some people feel the other. So we're trying to talk to both sides here because the average person may not even realize just how often we interact with data centers. For example, you're watching me right now because of a data center. And if you want to hop on DoorDash, maybe order breakfast while you watch, that originates from a data center too. And that's why Ryan Mallory, CEO of Flexential, a data center platform that operates 5 here locally, says we just can't go without them. That's why he's pushing back on public concern about power use, telling me data centers pay power companies to access it, which he says subsidizes the rate base for the community. And with water, Mallory tells me data centers don't take it from municipalities.
It's a lot.
We operate our facilities at a 0 WUE, which stands for water use efficiency. We have no water impact on the communities outside of just drinking fountains and local bathrooms. And so no abnormal impact to the communities.
Still, a new bill aims to put some real guidelines in place and hold people like Mallory accountable and meeting environmental safeguards. So this would mean a few things, including ensuring electricity providers comply with craft labor requirements. It would require operators to obtain a certification under energy efficiency standards, as well as implement water stewardship strategies and consult with the Department of Natural Resources. Now, this bill is set to be discussed in the House Energy and Environment Committee on February 12th. You can also view a full statement from Majority Leader Monica Duran and Representative Alex Valdez. That's in this story on our website, denver7.com. Live in studio, Allie Jennerjohn, Denver 7.
Thank you for breaking that down for us, Allie. And as that happens here in Colorado, Elon Musk is now making a move to build data centers in space. Yesterday, he announced a merger between SpaceX and the artificial intelligence company xAI. In a memo, he cited data centers in space as the main driver for the deal. Musk says current advances in AI require immense power and cooling, and that moving those operations into orbit is the only logical solution. SpaceX is already seeking FCC permission to launch a constellation of 1 million satellites into orbit.
Neighbors in Denver are sharing their formal demands for a new data center campus planned near the National Western Complex. At a press conference today, residents of Globeville and the Elyria-Swansea area delivered their good neighbor proposal to CoreSite about its DE3 data center, listing out specific demands. They are asking for full transparency, and that includes detailing energy load, water use, and generator plans. The community is also asking for safeguards to privacy. They want limits to prevent the facility from supporting mass surveillance and deportation systems. The community is concerned about the increased energy demand and high water use that could impact the environment. Neighbors say this was necessary as this is, quote, not a trust situation and cannot be handled in private.
If CoreSite wants to be a good neighbor, well, here's a proposal that's going to allow them to be a good neighbor in this neighborhood. And this proposal is really the only way that CoreSite can be here without adding to this cumulative harm.
The proposal also demands CoreSite provide a written response by Tuesday, February 24th.
The data center boom is coming to Colorado.
We're seeing states around the country as well as Colorado really grappling with how do we accommodate data center growth.
Alana Miller is the Colorado Climate Policy Director for the National Resource Defense Council. She says it's unclear how large AI data centers will impact our state.
The growth will be rapid.
This legislative session, Democratic lawmakers seem split on how to handle this. A House bill would offer a state sales and use tax exemption to companies investing more than $250 million to build a data center here. But Alana supports a bill with a different goal. A Senate bill, if passed, would require data center operators to generate or purchase enough renewable energy to match their annual electricity use.
We want to ensure that these massive new energy users don't derail Colorado's transition to clean energy.
Heidi Leithwood with the environmental nonprofit 350 Colorado supports the Senate bill requiring more clean energy.
We are concerned about data centers being wooed without sufficient guardrails to protect communities and protect our climate.
Weld County Commissioner Kevin Ross feels what Senate Bill 102 is asking is too much.
I think this is a personal backhanded way of saying we don't want data centers here because we're going to make it essentially impossible to power those up here in Colorado.
Different ideas for Colorado's future and how to handle AI. Amanda Gilbert, 9 News.
You gotta watch it. There's all kinds of what's it?
David Muir, ABC's World News Tonight, America's most watched newscast. Now streaming same day with all the breaking news of the day on Disney Plus. Most watched, most trusted. Now on Disney Plus every night.
Tonight, the breaking news, the historic blizzard burying the...
Welcome to the 9 News Business Buzz. I'm Ryan Fraser, 9 News business expert. Just 6 years ago, Colorado celebrated a major win when Palantir moved its headquarters from Silicon Valley to Denver. Now, the state's largest publicly traded company has packed up again, this time for the Miami area. The sudden departure has business leaders and policymakers asking hard questions about Colorado's competitiveness. Joining me to discuss what this means for our business climate is JJ Ament, President and CEO of the Denver Metro Chamber of Commerce. JJ, great to have you, my friend.
Ryan, nice to see you. Glad to be here.
JJ, the announcement that Palantir is moving to Florida caught a lot of local leaders by surprise. You've called losing the state's top company by market cap a wake-up call for Colorado policymakers. What is the immediate read from the chamber on why we lost them?
Well, you never want to overreact in circumstances like this. Companies have 1,000 reasons they might move a headquarter location, but I think it is a wake-up call for Colorado. And are we trending in the right direction? Are we making it easier to do business here? Are we making it less expensive? Can we still attract the talent we need? Can they afford a place to live? Those are all the things that go into decision-making on where headquarters are located. So when one chooses another location, whether it's Palantir, who was really only here for a short period of time, or whether it's Teletech or Molson Coors, if Coors can move the headquarters, anybody can. We need to make sure Colorado's competitive among those other states who would love to have our businesses move to their home.
Yeah. Now, some of the reasons that they cited were things like the 2024 AI, legislation or rules, as well as they even brought up climate change, which I thought was pretty interesting given their location in the state. Look, I have a sneaking suspicion. Maybe there's more to it. And I'm curious if you have any thoughts on the other types of policies or economic environment that may have driven their decision to relocate.
Well, there's always more to it. But Colorado has been a top 10 competitive state for a generation. And now we're sort of middle of the pack because of some of the public policy choices we've made. The artificial intelligence bill, which was the first of its kind in the country, something the Chamber of Commerce opposed, something we need to think really carefully about how this is going to impact not just large companies like Palantir, but small businesses who are 80% of the Denver Metro Chamber of Commerce membership. These kind of choices that we've made in public policy have hurt Colorado's competitiveness. We've made it really hard to build houses. Colorado's more expensive than it's ever been. We're 47 in a nation in terms of cost of living. So again, whether you're a big company or whether you're a small business just getting started out, we're not trending in the right direction in terms of our economic competitiveness. And when we see somebody make a choice to say the headquarters is going to move from here to somewhere else, and climate, I don't quite buy because it's going to Miami. So I'll take Colorado's climate risk before that of the coastal cities.
Right.
But whenever that happens, we need to start really taking an assessment of, is this a friendly place to do business? Is it welcoming? Is it easy? Is it affordable? And if we're trending in the wrong direction, we need to make the choices that restore Colorado's competitiveness.
Related to that, right? And I know the chamber has spoken about this, on many occasions, right? Is the regulatory burden in Colorado just become too heavy for cutting edge tech firms to operate here?
Yes. So we're a top 10 regulated state now. We're one of the most complicated public policy environments anywhere and frankly in the world. The pieces of legislation that are coming through our Capitol building are dozens, if not hundreds of pages long. It's impossible for any small business or large business to manage that regulatory environment in an affordable way. So yes. Now, can we still recover? Is this still a great place for businesses to start and do business? For sure. It's my whole job, travel around the U.S. and the world and promote Colorado and the Denver metro region. But we're making some choices that are making that sales pitch much more difficult than it's been in the past.
I want to play on that, JJ, because you're right. I mean, that's your shtick, man. You're known as an economic developer, someone whose job it is to help bring and keep companies in our state. Florida has aggressively recruited tech leaders with a business-friendly environment and no personal income tax.
Yeah.
How can Denver and Colorado adjust their economic development strategies to compete with the aggressive pitches coming from Florida and even Texas?
Yeah, two huge competitors of the 10 states that we really compete with regularly. Utah, Texas, Florida come right to the top. And then on aerospace, even Alabama. Look at the move of Space Command from Colorado Springs to Huntsville, Alabama. So I think, one, we have to recognize that if we want to compete, we have to be competitive, and that there are other states and other markets in the U.S. and around the world who would love to have what Colorado has had. So if we neglect a business-friendly environment, if we're too regulatorily burdensome, if we continue to change tax policy and fee policy to be very, very expensive, ruining, I've joked, how much more expensive do we have to make it before it becomes affordable? We're going in the wrong direction on those choices. So it's not irreversible. They are choices. So if we can go to the legislature, go to our city councils and say, is the legislation or the rule or regulation you're passing going to make it easier and more affordable to do business in Colorado and have employees be able to afford a place to live, be able to afford buy their first house, be able to, maybe that house is a condo, which we don't even build in Colorado anymore because of the regulatory and litigious environment. That's what it'll take to get us back on track.
JJ Ament with the Denver Metro Chamber of Commerce. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing your insights. The takeaway is, as far as I'm
glad. Bye. Peace out.
Colorado's most valuable publicly traded company just up and left the state. Palantir, the tech company known for building government surveillance, really stayed under the radar in Colorado, and its departure was equally quiet. Governor says he didn't know. Same with Denver's mayor. Even the people who regularly protest outside Palantir's offices were surprised. Here's Marshall Zellinger.
I'm cool with it.
Palantir's name is not on its headquarters in Denver, whether that's the Tabor Center downtown or this glass building in Cherry Creek North. And it does not matter anymore. Based on this social media post this morning and the company's annual investor report today, the AI technology company is now in Florida, just outside of Miami.
Even as we speak, there's activists in Miami mobilizing to keep the pressure on.
Michael has been protesting outside of Palantir's offices in Denver. He would only say his name is Michael.
It is safe to organize, but I like to be careful what I hand to a international surveillance and targeting company.
The protests outside the offices are in part because of Palantir's military contracts and reports the company is using artificial intelligence software to help ICE with deportations.
We believe that there are still operating offices here in Denver. we definitely won't be stopping our campaign anytime soon.
What I would be looking to is, does it affect any jobs here in Colorado? It's not clear whether a headquarters move would or wouldn't affect that.
Neither Democratic Governor Jared Polis nor Denver Mayor Mike Johnston received advance notice. Polis believes more than 500 employees are based in Colorado.
I have requested a meeting with executives at the company to see if we can learn more.
According to Palantir's annual investor filing today, the company more than tripled its annual revenue to $1.6 billion. The investor filing perhaps hints to a reason for the move. It mentions Colorado's AI bill from 2024. The law requires businesses using AI to protect against algorithmic discrimination and notify consumers when AI makes decisions affecting employment, finance, or healthcare. Palantir writes, compliance with such obligations may be difficult, onerous, and costly, and could adversely affect our business. Palantir also writes, our Colorado headquarters has experienced climate-related events and may continue to at an increasing frequency in the future, including drought, water scarcity, heat waves, and wildfires, and power shutoffs.
I guess I need to reach out to the energy company to find out if they believe they might be to blame with that power shutoff reason. When a company leaves, they're supposed to file a notice with the employment office in the state if there's going to be mass layoffs. We hope to get that notice later this week. If Palantir has filed one, I haven't seen it listed yet.
So when we think about why companies move from state to state, sometimes you'll hear tax rates, right? Mm-hmm. But Florida's corporate tax rate is higher than Colorado's, but obviously they have no income tax.
Right. So I guess if you're looking to just as a CEO to keep more in your pocket. Yeah, that's why athletes go to Florida over different states.
Right, and you think about what the impact could be if Palantir leaves town. Like, I didn't see them sponsoring a lot of parades, if you know what I'm saying, right? There weren't a lot of, like, Little League teams wearing Palantir T-shirts.
There are still job postings in Denver today on its website, so there would still be a presence. And I know there are some remote work, so it's unclear. I know the governor said he thought 500 or so employees in Colorado. It's just unclear how many are actually in Colorado.
All right, interesting stuff, and it just happened like that this morning. Marshall Zellinger, thank you.
Over to the state capitol, where today community members and police weighed in on flock cameras and systems like them.
A bill in committee looks to change the access that police have to those systems. Fox 1 political reporter Gabrielle Franklin is joining us live from the Capitol with more. Gabrielle?
Yeah, Christine, supporters and opponents are currently debating a measure at the state capitol, looking to strike a balance between public safety and privacy when it comes to these surveillance camera systems.
This bill will not take these cameras off the street. They will. This bill will simply enact safeguards to make sure that law enforcement can continue to use them for legitimate reasons, and the public can rest assured that their rights are not being trampled.
A bill being heard in committee at the state capitol tonight would require law enforcement to have a warrant requesting information from automated surveillance systems like Flock. It would also change how long the cameras can store location information. Law enforcement has some problems with the measure.
The big things with the bill is the search warrant requirement outside of 24 hours and the actual feasibility on what will get done with that. And the struggles that we already have getting search warrants in a timely manner out of our courts. And then the 4-day cap on keeping data would significantly hinder some of our longer investigations and our serious violent crimes.
Under the bill, thousands of the camera systems operating across the state would have a shortened window for storing information. Originally, lawmakers wanted to lower the window to 4 days, but amendments could be coming to expand that time frame.
I understand the system does make police work easier, and that's exactly what we want, but it doesn't give you a right to be lazy.
Fox 31 originally covered Chrisana Elser's story about a flock mix-up back in October. An officer wrongly accused her of theft using flock cameras. Today, she's testifying in favor of the bill for more safeguards.
It is a great and powerful tool. They all are. And we should be able to have every tool in our arsenal, but we should be trained to use them appropriately and use them with proper due diligence. Because in this case also, if he would have done his due diligence in-house, not even included me, he would have saw my truck at the other entrance parked the entire time.
And this bill does have bipartisan support over at the state capitol. Testimony is still going on at this hour. Reporting live in Denver, Gabrielle Franklin, Fox 31.
You can't have it both ways, man. Like, you can't be upset that first you were like, oh, we gotta have them because, you know, they're gonna alert where the immigrants are so ICE could go get them. okay, whatever. Now you can't. Now you be like, oh well, this is infringing on my privacy. You can't have it both ways. Like, pick a fucking struggle. Pick something to really be mad about. Like, this is ridiculous. With the Blacc cameras, they're everywhere, and like, thought is as soon as you leave your house, and like me leaving my house to go to Jesse's, every camera in the fucking city see me. Like, at least 50, 60 fucking cameras, not to mention the drones flying over, has spotted me, recognized me, or whatever, right? Allegedly. It doesn't matter. If those cameras are like designed, they're like designed to have facial recognition or body, like it's designed to pick you up, recognize you, like, you know what I mean? It's your name is such and such, such as you live right there. You know what I mean? Like it. Everywhere. Like, I can look out my apartment. I walk out my apartment door. I can look straight ahead. There's like a camera directly facing my motherfucking apartment 2 blocks over on a light. Right? It's facing my direction. So when fuck shit happens, they immediately walk over to the building. The police immediately are at the building. You mean? I just don't answer the door because it's stupid. Like, it's literally facing my apartment. I feel like it's looking right at me. And I be outside with my binoculars and moving around and shit, spying and stuff on my own, right? So it's like, I see you watching me, watching you, watching them, right? Shit's already fucking, it's a lot. No. And not to mention, like, all these cameras and all these drones, they're using them for whatever. The police can use them. They're not really solving any real crimes, like that. In my opinion, right? They could just put whatever on you. They can just make up whatever. That lady was having a hard time. He accused her of stealing packages. She looked like she would do such shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, she has that white and like innocent look, but she looked like she probably get down like that. You know what I mean? I recognize a thief when I see one. Just like, due diligence. Yeah, go ahead and park your car the other end. That doesn't mean you didn't leave and walk somewhere else. You know what I mean? Crazy. Right. And then be upset about it. Like, oh my God, Palantir left. Man, let him go. What you talking about? This motherfucker has no scruples. He has contracts with all the agencies. You don't work for just like the CIA or the DEA or he's for everybody and anybody. And his whole goal is to fucking strike up fear, and you live in fear so you can feel safe because they're watching. Come on now, guys. It's diabolical. Let him go. What are you really worried about? So what if he left? Maybe he took his 50 remote motherfucking hackers with him. They're working remotely. You know what I mean? It's like 50 layoffs. People in Colorado are losing their jobs. From what? An office building? He's not even in the office building. You don't even know. You don't know. You're just collecting his bread, and his bread left. Now you're upset. Hey, it's just another fucking way to menace the people. Stupid. Hi, family. Listen, I gotta go. Hopefully it covered everything he wanted me to cover. Ray, are you gonna be around at like, I don't know, 5 p.m. Mountain Standard Time? Question mark. I need your help. I need your help. I gotta put that upgrade on my computer, the Windows 11. I'm trying to pay for that shit. Bootleg that shit. I'm looking for it. And like 1 or 2 other things that would enhance my little studio production at the house. I like to make music, personally. just for my own entertainment. You know what I mean? So, like, there's a couple things like I need help with. That way I can turn my webcam on, because it needs an upgrade. It won't even let me turn my webcam on for the StreamYard or anything. Can't even access it. So, yeah, they want me to upgrade my desktop. I'm not feeling it. I don't want to. I like my desktop. It's all like in one piece, you know. So, and I got all my shit on it. I'm not trying to do all that. I like 100,000 books on PDF. No, I'm not trying to do none of that. Plus, you know, I need help doing it because I gotta download certain new apps, I guess, so I can make my little opening clips and whatnot. Because we used to have them, you know. I actually gotta find the one that Keezy worked on, so that we used to use, you know what I mean? So the little opening clips or you know, shit like that. It's really serious. I can't do it. And this is like me using my actual channel, like the Seduction Doll channel. That's just for me to chop it up in different chats or whatever, different podcasts. It wasn't meant for like doing lives and whatnot. The channel just got all the channels that got struck, except for this one that you're on. And so when I did my broadcast the other night on the data centers, I had to do it to the personal channel, and then I couldn't even see where it was. Like, there's something going on with, like, I'm either being shadow banned all over the internet or what, like in real life, because I couldn't renew my my membership for TBA at all, right? I couldn't edit I couldn't give you a wrench if you wanted me to for the RVA. I couldn't even access the RVA. The Church of Black Power, Cuz was live, and I was like, I couldn't even see his channel at all. He was live. I mean, like, I was listening to it with Jesse, and I couldn't access it. So I had to do like 3 things. It took me like 20 minutes to figure it out, and then I had access to it, and I could see the stream. Same thing with Breeze's channel. I wasn't getting any notifications. Like, all of a sudden, it just unsubbed me to everything. TBA. Like, I couldn't believe they wouldn't accept my money to renew my membership. Right? I'm like, what? This is ridiculous. I couldn't see anything. I couldn't see like Alpha. I couldn't see Afro Elite. I couldn't see For the Culture. I couldn't see any of the New Blacc Media podcasts at all. Nothing at all. Really. And then Jesse put my phone into like a landscape or portrait or some crazy shit like that. And then all of a sudden I can see everything. It's weird. And I have to resub, and then it keeps kicking me out. It won't let me do that. It won't let me see anybody's podcast, let alone share it, for like the last couple of days. I don't know. It's a miracle how I've been sharing, like, I think I shared like 6 or maybe 6, I'll be generous, on Facebook that I was able to see, like TBA. You know what I mean? Professor Black Truth. Just whatever I was able to see. I couldn't, it was ridiculous. I couldn't even see or access my own broadcast that I actually shot. I actually did on the Seduction Doll channel. Fucking weird. And I couldn't give you a wrench if you wanted me to. Especially over here, because I'm over here. It just said I had to go home today, so I don't know how that's gonna be possible. But he said, I was thinking, like, you have time later this evening that you can help me remotely? Question mark. Because I actually need help. Mm-mm. 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 Yeah, especially over here using Jesse's laptop. I don't have any like I could like if I wanted to switch over and just have my avatar up. There's nothing here. There's no pictures, nothing. You know what I mean? It's weird. Everything's weird. And then all our channels, mine, Chewbacca's, Jesse's, all got struck. Like can't do anything for like a week, allegedly, right? Allegedly. And I can't even fix that. I can't edit it. I can't fight it. I can't do nothing at all. It's like it kicked me out of everything. My own shit. I understand the unsubbing and resubbing. You know what I mean? But to know that you actually looked up the channel that you're supposed to be watching, actually resub to it, put the notifications on, but you still can't see it, is crazy. It's diabolical. And YouTube won't accept your money to pay for a membership. Diabolical. It's just like the Twitter thing when they banned me for life. It's weird. And I couldn't figure out what I did wrong. Still, to this day, that anybody else doesn't do. We're gonna do a retweeting. You ain't like, come on now. That's feel like it's kind of. I don't know. I'm not gonna say it's I'm paranoid. It's actually happening. That's just you don't lie. Like they shadow banned me outside. Now it's inside. It's weird. I don't think I'm saying anything or doing anything that's not unusual, not my usual stuff. You know what? Calling motherfucking white people crackers. That's usual. That's the usual branding experience. But I don't know what's happening. But the shadow banning is real, apparently, with the new Blacc Media right now going on. It's just me though, not Jesse or Chewbacca, which is really crazy. So anyway, you gonna be able to do it or not? Because I'm about to get off the computer. I have to wake him up, and I'm kind of like stuck in between whatever this is, the desk, and whatever he has behind the desk. And the cats fucked my shit up. They literally fucked my chair up. Like it's making all kinds of weird noises, acting all funny. That I don't know, destroyed something that messed up one of the cords to drive it. It's like acting all dysfunctional, just in 2 feet of space. Are you there? You gonna answer me or not? I'm gonna act like you went to sleep because you're not answering me. Hit me up on Google Meets or some shit. I don't know. I'll message you on the phone or whatever. But let me know because 7, I think, we're streaming Chewbacca's Black Experience Enhanced, and I think we're streaming the State of the Union address. I'm not sure where anybody's gonna be at. I know that I have to be at my house or whatever, or I'm supposed to be at an event, but we're supposed to be doing that too. Can't do both and be at an event. I don't know. We give 2 more minutes, guys. Did you leave? Fall asleep? Shout out to the little eyeballs watching, speaking and not speaking. Glad to see you here. Thank you. All right, Raymundo, I'm gonna act like you just ignoring my request. So I'm gonna act like that because you're not answering me, and I know you're awake. Let me see. Yeah, okay. Anyway, Black family, thank you. It's Tuesday, Grand Rising. Stay black, stay dangerous, stay out the way. Join us later on this evening for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. I believe we are streaming the State of the Union address because it's important. Or one of us will be at an event. I don't know yet, but I know that that's supposed to happen. So join us for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. I believe it's 7 o'clock Mountain Standard Time. I believe. Like and subscribe. Share the broadcast. Thank you for watching Season 6, Episode 14, Part 3 of the Frontline Black News. I had to take over for Jesse. He needed his beauty rest. So I fell asleep. But I was actually here, so you weren't just alone like usual. So I was actually here. Day 3 of taking over and finishing out the broadcast. So thank you for hanging in there with me. I learned something. I learned a lot of things. I'm hoping y'all have a good day. Don't do nothing I wouldn't do. And Raimundo, I'm gonna hit you up in a couple hours on Meet or whatever, Google Meets. So I'll have Jesse do it, whatever, either way. To see if you're when you're gonna be free. That's what I'm gonna say. Because I need your help. And that's about it. That's about it. I gotta go, family. I actually have to wake up Jesse, and the cats destroyed. They dropped these. They destroyed something. So I wouldn't say they destroyed it, but they knocked over like a big box of miscellaneous shit. And the way I'm in the power chair because I thought I'd put my legs up. It didn't help. So I'm dysfunctional right now. So I gotta wake him up so he can help me. And he's got stuff to do anyway. So I'll tell him to say hi. Thank you, viewers, for sticking with us. Don't forget to share this broadcast. And we'll see you later on this evening for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. And yeah, have a good day. And peace out, Raimundo. And yeah, thank you everybody who showed up in the chat earlier. Mac, Twin, Goddess Navi. Who else is in here? Let me just make sure. Thank you, everybody. There we go. Shabaka, thanks to Shabaka for showing up too. He was busy. And that was it. I think that was it. So, I thought everyone said hi. Anyway, thank you for watching. Have a good day. And, yeah. And,